I hope. We're gonna find out. Let's see if we connect. And if we do, then we start the call. Oh shit. Okay, let's hope that this works. We're gonna try and get my call restarted with the other people. Either that or I'll be forced to just go straight into fucking monologue. Let's see what we can do. They've cut off my Microsoft Teams, so we've got mysterious things going on already. Let's hope that reloads, and I may have to do this twice because a lot of times it takes twice to do this. So welcome aboard, everybody. We're facing our usual challenges. We've got a lot of things going down as always. Just whenever I get home from doing, doing what I have to do, involved with what I need to do to eat, which is, of course, my access to blood at the estates. We've gone into this before. We don't need to go into this right now. Our greatest hope is that this call starts. All right, we're going to just push an entry button here, and then we're going to go into the infinite call. All right, and here we are. What a nightmare every time. It's always something. It's a miracle I get here at all, of course, and then I have to deal with this as soon as I do. All right, we're going to try and call everybody. Let's see if the connection works. And presumably all of you can hear me right now. Let me know if you hear me. Then we're going to see if we get a connection with our dear friends. All right, let's go back. Okay, we've got T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother 100. And Vicky Johnson says, thank you, Douglas. Love you, Vicky Johnson. Mwah. You have no idea how much I love you, Vicky Johnson. So let's get that out to her. And is this our dear friend Aristides on with us?
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
thank you so much. So, yeah, and let's see if you're registering, okay? Say something
am I
again.
am I registering? Okay.
You are. You are. So, dear Aristides is registering. If you're ready, just take it away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm
Uh-huh.
just
Yeah.
situated here.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah.
So I knew it was going down because I clicked on the pop-up that came up. We'll talk about that. Brought me to the program. As soon as you get here, please hit the thumbs up. Upvote. It's very important, not just to show your support, but to keep Douglas up in the algorithm, so to speak. That affects his likelihood to be suggested or appear high in search results. And this is important also because there are downvotes that are placed. You can't see them, but they do affect that. And, Douglas has explained, why people do that, but, no good deed goes unpunished, right? So please hit the upvote, and please make sure you're subscribed. Yet still, it is not appearing here. It's weird on the subscribe thing on the screen, but if you go to the main channel, you should be able to see if you're subscribed. I don't know if is that happening for anybody else? Do
I'm
comment.
sure it is. And just
so
remind them that they constantly.
Yeah. Let me see. I mean, I can actually check on another device if that is happening. My other device, that is same deal. So yeah, it's not showing their. I don't know. I have to check other channels and see if that's true. Anyway, make sure you stop by his main front page. It should show you there if you're subscribed. Even if you had before, make sure it still is. It may have come undone. I do see the notification bell. Make sure that's turned on, as I discussed. That brings a handy little pop-up, so you don't have to remember to show up. It just pops up, and all you have to do is click it. And that is very handy. So yeah, please do those things. You need an account to do those things. Please make sure you're logged in or you make an account some way. Once you do, you can make channels under your account that actually normally are for posting different types of content. You don't have to do that, but each one can do its own separate upvotes. So right now, it's right in the menu there. Switch account or make account. It says account, but it's not really. You don't have a new name and password. It's just under your main account. So you can do another upvote as one person also. That's very easy. And so I just did that. So those are very easy things you can do. You can share the YouTube link right out of the browser bar. That will stay the same after the live converts to normal program. You can, at least on the computer, during a replay, you can right-click at any time and generate a link at the current timestamp and to send to someone. That is very handy. And also after, if you're on the replay, Douglas will put a pinned comment there. The comments underneath the window will be enabled at that point, and Douglas will put a pinned comment. Please upvote that also for similar reasons so it doesn't get disappeared. And please feel free to also leave any comment. I'm now checking, did I do, oh, no, I did not. So I'm putting that there. Vote any other positive comments, and feel free to leave one. That helps the algorithm as well. And last but not least, to show your support, please send or Douglas whatever money you can afford. You can do that by PayPal. You do not need a PayPal account to do that. We will put the PayPal link there in the chat. So yeah, all you have to do is you don't have to have the link handy. It's nothing complex. All you have to do is go to PayPal and search for Douglas Dietrich, first and last name, or his full. He has it right on the thumbnail there. If you ever forget, or on the on the front screen here. Go to PayPal, type Douglas D. Dietrich, and you'll find him. And please send him whatever you can afford there. Also, what else was there supposed to be? Oh yes. Please do check. It is in the same little YouTube menu there if your account is in restricted mode, because that may hurt your ability to see certain content, perhaps such as Douglas's, or listen to it. That's like for age restriction and stuff like that. You're an adult, hopefully, or are at least listening with the permission of your parents, and so just click that off and make sure you're not being limited in any way. Check that on all your devices. Tell your friends. So what else?
Keep it. You're doing great.
Yeah. Well, it's like riding a bike. Yeah. Yeah.
So, anything else you can think of? I mean, certainly. How about those? What I wrote down the other day. Don't be afraid to kind of.
That was pretty much
everything you said. Yeah, that's true.
The restricted mode. The restricted mode. Yeah. That may be on without you knowing, and it may affect your ability. Although, if that's keeping them from hearing this, I don't know how they're going to know to. But give it a look, and I wonder how you could. Well, I don't know how you could tell people. I don't know if that's totally, or maybe if it's maybe you could put something just on the main, on the front of at the front of the channel, about that, right? So maybe they get to the channel, and because I don't know if should they be able to view the main channel page? Anyway, we'll figure it out. How's it going?
Yeah, as well as it can be. I mean, I'm home, which is never good. I mean, I'd rather be back where I was not too long ago, and but nevertheless, it is Constitution and Citizenship Day, and many of the young lads are adapted. They're adopted from overseas, and so they are obviously going through a citizenship process as they grow up. The adoption helps take care of that. Much of this will be handled by people other than themselves. They will essentially be accepted as citizens without the kind of struggle that many other people go through who arrive as adults. People who are adopted, obviously, are taken through a kind of bureaucratic process. But it's basically they become fairly naturalized. Now, I'm not the expert, believe it or not, in that particular procedure, and I leave that unto others, but I certainly, it's my responsibility to teach them about civics, the Constitution, and this was the day it had to be done. So we got home just in time for me to begin production, and of course I found out that the call had been turned off, meaning the Microsoft Teams had been shut down somehow, even though when I left the computer on sleep mode, that should not have happened. Nevertheless, these sorts of things do. All that being said, we're just going to have a monologue tonight where I am going to definitely, I have shall we say, an agenda in which we are going to cover Irina Zalrutska. We are going to try and make it to this dear young lady tonight. We're going to, I'll be damned if we don't do that. So we're going to make it over to her. We're going to speak about her. And that's going to provide people probably a kind of, how would I say it? They're going to go through a kind of weird inability to cope or adapt when I get into that, because then I get extremely negative about the black community. And it's very important for me to, of course, re-emphasize the fact how negative I am about the white community. And just remember, I do not have positive experiences with either whites or blacks in general in the United States, as well as, for that matter, a great deal of Asians. So the United States is full of ethnically enclaved subcultures, and these subcultures are essentially very hostile to each other. But they're generally just full of very bad people that are vicious, evil, and cruel. And there's no reason for any of it, but it has to do with we're all on a supermassive Native American burial ground. It's always ironic that you see in films like Poltergeist, the cliche, of course, Poltergeist exemplifies that cliche. But there's plenty of movies, novels. The general concept is, hey, bad things are happening somewhere. Maybe it's because we're over a Native American mass grave where Native Americans have been slaughtered. I mean, well, the entire North American continent, in fact, the entire Western Hemisphere, is a giant Indian burial ground. They were slaughtered everywhere, from pole to pole, from the Northwest Passage down to Cape Horn. This is why everything in the Western Hemisphere is just so fucking bad. Violence is exceedingly common down in South America, or we should say throughout Pan America, to include Mesoamerica or Central America as well. And in North America as well. I mean, the violence in this hemisphere is outrageous. As bad as it is on the other side of the world, the other side of the world tends to have more organized violence, where here on this side of the world, it tends to be chronic. Which again will bring us forcibly back, just as a kind of necessity to the firearms issue transitionally in tonight's episode. Obviously, I had to go into a lot of this, and I intend to go into it again tonight. But while we're gifted with your company, Aristides, I definitely want to thank you. We are taking advantage of some things that you sent. We're going to try and work with them. I'll give you private details about that in personal conversation later.
Okay, yes, we
Yeah,
should catch up soon.
so all that being said, we want to catch up with. Amy Como sent me a wonderful card. Amy, if you're listening, I got this wonderful card from you, and remind me to send her a message about that, full of little pressed flowers that she had sent, and so that was cute. That was adorable, and poor dear, she yeah. Oh, what's that?
No, nothing. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I mean, nothing much more to say there. It's just a nice little thought. She sent a nice little thought between two pieces of cardboard, which is the card. The card. It's not just cardboard, of course. It's a card. Tea. I started drinking tea again a few days back. At home, that is. I drink plenty of it at the estates, but at home I don't make it as often. It's not for a lack of tea. It just takes effort to make, and my biology was such that I was into more cold and room temperature liquids for a while. But more back into the tea again, and we'll see if I finish this tonight. Of course, I'll stop drinking it and switch over to water if I start coughing or my voice stops in my throat, because the tea dust will do that. The tea dust will stop the voice in my throat like glue. It'll choke you in the middle of speech. It's simply just a lot of detritus in the tea. Americans, of course, don't suffer this because they don't drink real tea. They drink from tea bags, which is like, I can't suffer that. Tea bags, of course, are more convenient, but the taste is pronouncedly different and pronouncedly inferior. I know that this can't be the case with all bagged tea, and obviously some bagged tea, if you're getting real bagged tea, then it's going to have all kinds of clumpish herbal stuff in it where you can see something besides tea dust. But if you're getting bags of tea dust, okay, it's like it has its uses, and it's not gonna kill you. It's not bad, but the way Asians view that is like the sweepings off the floors of tea house storage warehouses. That's what
they're not tea bags; they're dust bags.
Thank you.
It's all dust, and it ain't even tea.
Bless you. No, it's so true. It's so true.
Yeah, and you were being kind to the distributors, but no, there's no such thing as a quality tea bag, because in order to put it in a bag, it is basically to hide it.
Yes,
there's no other reason.
Thank you.
To hide its dust like qualities and shit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, it's so true. You've got it down. Yes, the man understands.
There are some companies like Deutschland productions, like Tea Kana, the actual original inventors of the tea bag.
Yes.
They do source good tea and put good tea in it, but it's considerably more expensive.
Thank you.
The Brits do focus on some of the blends, but overall, you're getting an inferior product.
Yes. And you can taste it. If you've tasted real teas, you'll taste it. And you'd never want to go back.
Loose leaf or nothing. So.
Thank you. Unfortunately, loose leaf, being loose, it does have dust with it. And unlike the tea bags, you will get the dust. So one way to deal with that is So Aristides, you were going to add some experiences.
Oh, they do have. I do happen to have some of these. They have these little. It's basically a little stainless steel cylinder with a screw-on lid. It has very micro perforations in it that you put the loose tea in, and then you put that, in the water. So
yes, thank you.
I don't know what you use. Do you use something like that, or?
Oh, strainers. Yes, I use a metal strainer.
Okay, no, right. Yeah. It's just basically like a big metal, stainless steel tea bag. It functions like that. That then goes in.
Call them tea eggs.
Yeah.
Some of them are round like an egg. The ones I have are like a little cylinder. Same idea. Yeah.
No. I see what you're talking about, and you probably get a lot less dust that way. What I use are big metal strainers at the top of the, basically a crock. I use this crock. You couldn't call it a teacup. It's a crock. Basically what would be considered a teapot, a size by most people. Like if you go to a Chinese restaurant and they serve you tea, it'll be in a pot smaller or the same size as this. Generally speaking, unless you have a whole family with you. If it's just yourself, you'd get a pot this size or smaller so that you could pour several cups with it. But it's a crock made of pottery, and it doesn't have the opening in it for the tea to pour out, of course. It's just made to hold the tea as if it were a soup. And so when I drink tea, I drink a lot at once. And so the way I handle it is I put the tea loose leaf into the strainer and the dust falls to the bottom. Then I try to shake the dust out from the empty crock and then, let it soak after that where there's less dust. But there's always going to be dust. And tonight I didn't bother to really shake the dust out. So I'm, we'll see how long I'm drinking.
Japanese.
Yes, thank you. It is very Japanese. Now tell people about the matcha problem and why this is fucking us all up. Please go into
I'm devastated.
It sucks. Fucking sucks. All you
Yeah,
matcha
so
heads out there.
basically-
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, basically because of all the
Moochers,
TikTok
matcha
shit.
moochers, go on. They're matcha moochers.
Yeah.
They're just
All
on
the
it because
matcha
it's
sucking-
trendy. They're just on it because it's trendy.
Yeah, they don't even know what the hell.
Thank you.
But I think the worst thing about the situation is that they're not appreciating the matcha for its matcha-ness. They're like
Yes.
mixing it into lattes and milk, and as it's just like this flavorant or this color additive. It's not even for the caffeine or like the actual ceremony of the matcha itself. But apparently, due to this and weather events in Japan and the external demand for exporting matcha, there is a massive green tea shortage. And so a lot of these organic farmers in some of the good tea producing regions like Miyazaki Prefecture or Uji, where a lot of the matcha is made, they've had to actually shift away from making traditional types of tea like gyokuro, which is the golden dew of the emperor. Basically, that's what it translates into. It's like the gyokuro tea.
Beautiful.
So they had, because there's less demand for that, they've switched from that because they all start as the same, young tea leaves. They've pretty much eliminated gyokuro production to supply the West's, insatiable appetite for matcha. So a lot of the varieties of gyokuro that I was getting that have this like umami kind of soupy flavor, so it's nothing like matcha, those are getting eliminated and essentially reproduced into other types of tea, which is devastating because that was like the emperor level tea that you could actually still buy, but is probably going to become extinct in the next few years because of that matcha issue. So,
oh God, I hope not.
unfortunate.
Oh Jesus, aren't they taking any measures about this?
they are, but the problem is it takes for tea plants to become mature enough to produce export quality matcha. It takes about 2 years to 4 years. So in that time, the next 4 years, they have to eliminate the gyokuro production or severely reduce it in order to meet, all this demand. So in the meantime, we're not going to have those top tier gyokuros.
No.
I mean, they'll still be around, but they're not going to be in available quantities, outside of, the Chrysanthemum Throne and Kyoto and stuff where you can get those things. So,
God damn.
which for me is devastating because
Yes.
I would buy it as a treat because it's like,
Yeah.
it's like 40 quid for like a little bag
Yeah.
because it's all hand picked and hand processed
Yeah.
and way more subtly grown than even the best Chinese green teas. So,
Yeah.
anyways, so that's all because of the matcha thirst of the West and the world right now because of all these influencers and other scumbags that are trying to sell it, and put it into milk, which is just absurd.
Oh, disgusting! The shit they're doing with it, and
Right.
doubtless this is because there was ice cream that the Asians themselves first put it in, and then the Americans said, "Ooh, that's made of milk." And yeah, so tell people about that. The ice cream.
Yeah, it was
mochi.
originally like the matcha flavored foods, but that took culinary matcha, which is like a lower grade, right?
Yeah, of course.
So you couldn't tell just by the color, or they could like supplement the color, with like different type of like spirulina or some kind of algae to make it bright green. But the problem is when they make drinks out of it, you have to use higher quality matcha, otherwise you'll taste the bitterness and because the sugar won't mask it and stuff like that as easily, and the color becomes yellowish. So in order to make a proper matcha drink, you have to have a decent level tier of matcha. So that's where the problem's coming in. So now that all these boba tea places have matcha, and like you said, the ice cream and all of that, for it to taste right, you have to use high quality stuff. So,
Right. Thank you.
That's enough bitching about it.
Yeah. It's so whatever you're comfortable sharing. I don't know if you're in the work environment right now, or whether you're in a time and space where you can discuss about it. But feel free to cathartic to vent. I mean, there's a lot been going on, the usual shenanigans, and they're always morbidly entertaining, as painful as they are for yourself. What is going on that you can share with us?
Oh, well, I don't know. When they happen, I try and suppress them, the memory of them. So I don't really know. Everything's been going smooth just because I have to be a few steps ahead of certain things that are happening.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
But there's plenty to vent about, but nothing really immediate.
Okay. And what about in terms of current events? As I told our friend Aristides.
Oh my God.
What stands out to you? What stands out to you?
Oh, I mean, everything. Just the utter fabrication level, just blatantly using AI. I mean, it's all bad. Yeah. Where do you start?
Oh. And well, on a personal level, you've been reviewing, I take it, a lot of anime. At least there's some positive going on with that. Your reviewing experiences have brought some solace. There must be, for instance, Cowboy Bebop. What was the genius of Cowboy Bebop and its conclusion? Was that satisfying or in any way? And you share with us.
I mean, it has that. The thing about those vintage, I would call them now they're basically vintage. They're over 30 years old.
Yeah.
Those vintage animes that they don't stress about, trying to keep all the strings tied at the end. Mm-hmm. They're more ambiance related, So you kind of get the whole overall story, but then you as the viewer or the reader can fill in, different things like interpretations. So for that style of space opera, it actually fits very well. It leaves a lot of interpretation. There's not like a solid ending to the story, so to speak. It's like this, it's a nebulous ending, but you feel, somewhat complete by the end of it. And also you are left with this, expanse into the future. So they did, in those early animes, they did really perfect that. It's almost philosophical, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like the ending isn't exactly an ending, but it's not leaving you hanging either. So they've really got that perfect, ambiance to an end. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that brings us back to what's going on with South Park. So South Park's been essentially self-canceled. It's self-canceled twice. Granted, there's a whole world of difference between the twain, but it was kind of from the sublime to the ridiculous. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. No, it's all the jarring offensivity of the way I segued there. But South Park is canceled twice now, self-canceled, because they are so scared. And this brings us back to what they did to Stephen King. Not that you like Stephen King, as I myself have said, I'm really ambivalent about him. But obviously, he was always good for hitting the Republicans, which is why they've always hated him. And now they finally are, out to cancel him. Now, it doesn't really matter because the guy's made his fortune. The guy's not going to starve. He's not going to be homeless.
Right.
The guy's set. Okay, so this is nothing other than a cultural cancellation. But they essentially...
That's what was so absurd about him saying, I lost $14 million. It's like, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Granted, that's a lot to lose, but I find it very difficult to be sympathetic.
You couldn't even spend it by the time he died.
Yeah, thank you. I find it very hard to be sympathetic with somebody who has that much to lose. I mean, if that's what he's going to lose now, imagine how much he's got. This guy's all...
Yeah, it's probably not him that's pissed. It's probably all the staffers that did all the editing. And
because he ain't writing that shit anymore. Yeah. He ain't writing that shit. No, he's...
So all those people, have families and shit. That, they're still trying to make it.
Yeah, that's right. So he's got to either pay out or find some way to rip them off or actually pay off to them, and that's probably going to be a bite. Yeah. But then again, he's old. He's he's not going anywhere. He's not a world traveler.
No.
The guy sits here in California. you know, and he's yeah. But such being said, you know, then they're really cracking down. They really are cracking down. And so tell people your impressions about the times we live in and what they're doing to communications.
Oh, just
The flags.
pretty much the same.
Tell about the
What,
flags.
the flags?
Yeah.
Oh, how I had to pick up the flags and pretend like I wasn't gonna like throw them away.
Yes.
Which the irony, you want to hear the irony about that is
Of
I left
course.
them on the little go-kart for the, you know, processing the stuff we have to work with. And the dude just threw them away. Just stomped on them and threw them away like they were nothing.
Jesus.
But because I was out and about and they're always trying to target me, I had to like gingerly pick up the flags and dust them off and say, oh, you know, someone disrespected our great nation, you know, by dumping these flags. And I like tried to, you know, be as nice as possible about it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, and the irony is, in the old days, the proper way to dispose of a flag was to burn it. You can't do that now. They'll fucking shoot you.
No, they'll say, oh, he's anti-American.
Yeah. First they'll claim, what are you protesting? No, they actually won't
Right.
care. They'll just shoot you. And then, and as you said, the only way to properly dispose of them is to call in the fucking Boy Scouts, but they don't exist anymore. You know,
Right.
they've all been pimped out and shit. Yeah, they're all over at the Epstein estate. Yeah,
Right. Of course. Yeah. So anyway, so I had to, basically I was cleaning up from a football game or some kind of huge event, and they were waving the flags, and then they just dumped them. Because no one cares. Like, it's just some, you know, it's like 4th of July. You just throw everything in the trash at the end.
I
But there
find
was,
that
like,
odd how unaware they are of, but anyhow, but go on. That's,
Well, it's like these kids, they have no attention span. So you can't sit there and say, you know, you can't teach them something. They'll just they'll understand it, but then forget, you know, just throw it anyways. Does that make sense?
yes, that's right.
Like, you can explain it to them, but then like 5 minutes later, they'll just be like, yeah, oh, that's right. And like, no one has the energy, especially these like Gen X people, like to just sit there and constantly remind them, like, look, you know, this is our great country, and you know, blah blah blah. Yeah. So instead, they just I don't even know what they do anymore. I don't know if you can even call it education. It's just like babysitting.
It's babysitting.
It's like descended
it's
into
daycare.
babysitting.
It's daycare. It's all daycare.
Yeah. So that's where we're at.
Yes.
That's-
Yes. And in terms of what was, I'm just starting to look through my messages here. You've sent quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
You've sent quite a bit, so we've got a lot to go over. But what is Heather trying to tell us?
Oh God. She needs to come on so I can explain to her that was just a freaking AI Elon Musk.
Thank you.
Like, she's convinced she was talking to Elon Musk. It's like, come on, Heather. Like, those were just the crypto bros just make those little avatars so people buy crypto.
Oh.
Like, they'll say live chat with Andrew Tate or live chat with Elon, and then it'll just be telling you, go buy my crypto. And it's like their crypto that they're trying to push.
Oh.
So,
Oh, man.
I think she says that in there, was trying to push some shit. Some like.
Then she said there was a scuba heist. Scuba heist at Disney. $20,000.
Oh God! So basically, Ian West type character was running the dialogue that day.
Oh,
It's like I don't think even that Elon guy knows about Disney. Like, I don't think he's ever concerned himself about like caring about children or anything.
no, of course
You
not.
know,
Of course
or
not.
like
You notice he never
doesn't-
mentions. He never mentions kids at Disney. He never mentions
No,
kids at
of course
Disney.
not.
It's like Disney exists without children in the world of Ian, except as these conceptual, abstract trade commodities. Like, this is where they're shipping them.
like tokens.
Yeah, this is where they're trading them. And it's like, well, have you ever seen them? No!
I just live near the tunnels. Remember, he went on that whole rant.
Oh, he claimed the tunnels are underneath him. Underneath him, yes.
In his house or something.
Yes,
yeah,
yes. He said he could hear that, he could feel it while the trains were running underneath, the maglevs. The maglevs were running under his house.
Yeah,
yes.
which you can't feel a maglev, you idiot. They're floating. But he believed it.
What does Heather start with here? Agent Hospital. What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. She needs to come on and explain.
And we still won't understand it, but we'll try.
Well, that's your problem. I'm surprised I even answered.
Oh my God. So let's take a look at what you've sent here. A lot. So we're gonna try.
Okay. Well, I don't know how much I could speak about it, but.
You sent the AI image of Kirk shooter feels.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So tell us about this. Let's start off with that. That's.
Well, like I said, I can't really go into all.
Oh,
of that.
okay. Good point. She looks better. Forget about the haters. Oh, you're talking about the young lady, of course. That's the.
You're talking about the author or the writer.
Right. But between
25 pounds and they were
hating on her. Yeah, but between that comment of she looks better, forget about the haters.
She looks much better with that 25 pounds.
There we are. Thank you. Yeah. There's a lot of.
She shouldn't worry. She shouldn't worry about that.
Yes. Thank you. If anything, she's fine the way she is, and for God's sake, you could see her fucking collarbones when you know the way she. before she needed this obviously, otherwise but these are like old, what do you call them? Real old phone psychics, the retired telephone psychics just hating on her because she's blonde and shit.
All the old fogies that she works with, just because they're jealous.
There you go,
because they look like bloated pears and shit.
Yes, that's right. And then aside from this AI fact check, let's see what else you've sent me here. This is Tyler Robinson disclosed that no, is this real?
Which thing?
Yeah, there we are. Tyler Robinson disclosed over Discord, saying so you don't feel that they just shoved this.
By the way, they came out and said he does not have one. The actual
that's what I. Thank you. That's what I figured. I did not even for a moment believe that.
And then on top of that, the actual text that was we'll say generated, because it's obviously like no one that's like into online slang talks like that.
Thank you.
Especially of that age range.
Thank you.
Like there's no way someone's typing full sentences.
Thank you.
The way the old fogey was reading them out it was like Shakespeare. Like
Thank you.
Of that age bracket can even think of a sentence, let alone write it.
Thank you. That's so true. So true. And
all of it is just belying what they're lying.
Yeah. No, it's deep state. Yeah, but do you feel it was deep? I feel it was deep state did that. The people on top, the guys who framed it. Anyhow, massive sinkhole devours soda truck. Just got a notification in. A Jarritos soda delivery truck fell into a sinkhole, with preliminary reports pointing to a deteriorating drainage system as the likely cause. It's Ian. Ian's right. It's the tunnels, man. It's the war in the tunnels.
Right.
Yeah.
No, sinkholes are just like, that's just hell opening for all the people drinking that shit, that soda.
Publishers Clearinghouse's bankruptcy means that the forever winners will no longer get paid. Oh, man!
Okay, here, this is, you'll like this. Should I put it in the chat?
Please. Yes, by all means, yes. Publisher Central Clearinghouse, such evil fucking people. Evil fucks.
Oh, yeah, isn't that sad?
Yes. Yeah, it's
and okay, so before you look at that, because the next one's going to get you distracted, but this one, before we go there, remember how bizarre this is? We were talking about Ben and Jerry's like.
Oh yeah. Now they're saying they're being
and
silenced.
all of a sudden, there's this huge scandal about Ben and Jerry's, and I I didn't plan that. I don't think any of us ever planned this shit. But like, it's just some super crazy coincidence, or we're just that cutting edge. I don't know.
Yeah, you and I. They listen to us. They listen to us. The elites. And
well,
when we,
I mean, if that's the case, it's like that's like Truman Show level.
Yes,
they're like taking us line for line.
Yes, yes,
like that's crazy.
Yes, and yes, you're right. I'm distracted. I'm partying over Greta Thunberg has come into her sexuality, and she's also taken the Kairopi 100% pure frog hat from Japanese anime. Yeah, that's Kairopi, the frog hat. Yes. Yes, and cleavage. She's showing cleavage. Good girl. Yes, all right. That's, yeah, just get away from that stupid boyfriend of yours. Oh, yeah. It's San Francisco, tomorrow's weather. It's mostly sunny with, it's like mostly cloudy. It's mostly sunny, mostly cloudy. It's simultaneous. We can get that at the same time.
Yeah,
yes.
These so-called weather people, I mean, they're just, they don't really, they just say whatever they want and then it changes.
Yes, high winds. The only thing we're getting is high winds. That much I know is true. Yeah, and so in terms of yes, that Ben and Jerry's, this was outrageous. They're complaining that they're somehow being. Tell me about this. They one of their CEOs has stepped down.
Jerry. It was
okay,
Jerry.
Yes.
Jerry's pissed.
Yeah.
Apparently. Yeah, because they won't like listen to his probably anti-Israeli shit or whatever it is.
Yes,
there's got to be something that they don't like about him.
Okay. Yes, he might.
But they don't. They don't ever say what it is. They just said they won't. He just keeps saying they won't let me talk. They won't accept what I say, and it's like, well, dude, you guys made your bajillions.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah. No shit. Yeah, what is, I don't understand, who is they? He doesn't say who they are?
The board, the corporate board of.
Okay, yeah.
Aptly named BJ.
Yeah.
Blowjob ice cream. But it's like like I said before, when I brought it up before, maybe that's what he was upset about. He heard us saying, yeah. I was like, oh, I stopped buying that shit because you guys sold out. And he was probably trying to reverse it. And they said, get out of here.
Yeah,
you know?
It just goes to show.
It used to be natural. Like it used to be just like, cherries and ice cream. Now there's like weird ingredients and it's not so good for for someone like me that wants like even like the vegan ice cream is terrible. Like it's full of fillers and weird shit. So that's what I was complaining about. And I said, you guys are a bunch of sellout loser Vermont people, and now look what happened.
Oh yeah, no, it's Truman Show level.
We really got to be careful what we say. We're destroying entire companies.
Yes, from Joe to Ben and Jerry's. Yeah,
Joe to Ben's. Like we're like a death. We should just like do corporate hits. Like we're like the death kiss for corporate.
Yes.
If anyone wants to, if you want to eliminate your enemies, come to me and Doug. It's 10,000 per hit. We'll do a whole segment on it. We'll dig up dirt on your corporate enemies, and they'll probably end up shutting down.
It's because that's what's happened so far. Yeah.
Doug single-handedly destroyed Joe Chocolate. Yes. I saw it from the beginning.
Yes.
They were doing quite well at first. Like, they were in every store, and then all of a sudden...
Yeah, they were the shit. They were the hot shit. Yeah. Then they just became shit without the hot. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, anyways. But... How does that even happen? I don't know. Just did. And now Ben and Jerry.
Yes, yeah, and that we just touched upon them, and it was the kiss of death, and for some reason we guilted the fucker out. I'll show him. I'll show that fucker. Yeah, and then went before the board.
The corporate won't let me fix it. That's what he was saying. I have grievances. That's literally what he was saying. And they just shouted him out. They said, fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
You already sold out back in the 60s.
Yeah, you hippie motherfucker.
Or whenever they got popular. I think it was like the late 90s.
Yeah, it was late 90s.
When did they get really big?
It was
'cause they had-
it was late 90s because I remember the commercials because that was yeah,
So that's when
they
did
were
it.
like yeah, they had shit like, you know, I don't know, little gummy fish that were inside of their ice cream and shit, and this was all
Yeah.
new, and you know, and then they
Yeah,
were
the big thing that got them famous was the Cherry Garcia.
yes,
So
Cherry
every
Garcia.
deadhead in the world was eating that shit
Yes.
just because it had Jerry Garcia on it.
Yeah, it was disgusting. Yeah, which the last thing on earth Jerry Garcia would do is whet my appetite for anything. There's yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that was appetizing.
Yeah, and then but that reminds me, of course, of Cascade Memories. Like both Ian West and Trampas Nicholson had these Cascade Memories of like of music, and it had to do with their Laurel Canyon programming because and
like they were in the thick of it.
Yeah.
They were in the thick of it.
Yeah, that's right, and they both.
Oh, I knew him.
Yeah. Yeah, and Trampas Nicholson would just go to the middle of the Hashberry and this like demilitarized.
He would sit in front of the old Amoeba building,
yes,
like Amoeba Records, and say, "I remember the heyday." And I was like, "Dude, that was like in 1978. What are you talking about?"
Yes.
And he said, "No, it was just recently."
Yeah.
And that's when I knew he was out of it. Well, I always knew, but that's when I really knew he was gone, though.
That's right.
Like,
he's living in Cascade Memories. I mean, these guys were on a level with Andrew Basiaggio being in the jump room with Barack Obama to Mars.
Which you want to hear something funny about that?
Yes.
Is in the Dawn to Dawn episode where they reference that.
Yeah.
They in the manga it shows Barack Obama, but in the anime for some reason they changed it to like this Trump looking dude.
Damn.
So I thought that was strange. I don't know why they did that.
Oh, probably just trying to stay relevant. They did it because the anime is always made after the manga, and the manga was made when, you know, Obama was still president. Yeah, that's understandable.
Essentially, yeah, in essence.
Yeah, and so then they changed it to the Trumpist, the Trumper. And according to Heather, and again, she'll have to come on and explain, scuba heist at Disney World, $20,000 stolen. Honey, if I die,
that's like pocket change to the mouse. Like,
that's not even what. That doesn't even pay for their scuba tanks. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ.
Right? Yeah, the equipment itself would cost more than that.
Yeah,
it's just absurd.
Yeah, scuba's one of the most expensive hobbies. That added a level of bizarro to Derek Talley. Remember, you've got this fat black guy with organ failure claiming he was scuba diving. Do you remember? Talk about Cascade Memories. Remember Derek Talley?
Yeah, I don't know what he was talking about. Was he when he was in the service, or was he saying he was doing it for fun?
No, fuck no. He wasn't in no goddamn service. He was a Marine. The Marines don't do fucking scuba diving. That's the Navy. Navy does scuba diving. That's why they have SEALs.
Well, aren't they technically the Navy, or they're not?
They're a sub branch of the Navy, but the Navy maintains total monopoly over that scuba shit. The Marines don't do that shit. That's not something they allow the Marines to do. Yeah, but when it comes to the what he was claiming, which I had no reason to disbelieve, other than
and why are they called jarheads?
They call jarheads simply because they're it's some stupid. I have no idea. It's
like the haircut.
It's just some different reason. Has nothing to do. I think it's they used to call them gyrenes, meaning GI. It was a combination of gangrene because they were in the jungles and they would get gangrene. And then they would use the term GI, like government issue, combined with gangrene and create the word gyrene, which then just got shorted to jarhead. It was something of that level of stupid development of, deteriorating language skills. And, right
up their alley.
Yeah. But then when it came to what I was talking about with scuba, what happened was, here's what's Derek Talley's story, was that once he was no longer a Marine, or somehow while he was a Marine, but during a period of quote unquote, like he was on leave. That he was on leave, but because he was stationed somewhere in Florida, where I think he said he was
after they force fed him the donuts.
That was again, Cascade Memories. That was so fucking insane because he described, for our listeners here who haven't heard this, Derek Totley described literally the scene from Full Metal Jacket as if it were his own memory.
Word for word.
Yeah, word for word, verbatim. And this was after he had told us, correct me if I'm wrong here, Brendan, did he not say Full Metal Jacket was the last film he ever saw before he went into boot camp? Into the Marine Corps. That's what he said. Was the last film he ever saw as a free man before he went into boot camp was Full Metal Jacket. Then he describes exactly what happened in Full Metal Jacket as his boot camp experience. And so I said...
but then he retconned it and said, he said, oh no, I was saying that it came out after I left.
And we know he's lying because it's on record what he said beforehand. So we have it on record with older episodes what he said beforehand. So we know he's lying. But they do this all the time. The funny thing is, all these people...
Or he believed it. He believed it because he was all...
Cascade memory. He's all
Cascade memory it out.
He's all brainwashed, just like these other pukes. Trampus Nicholson or Trampoose, as we call him, and Ian West and all the rest of them. They're
poison sucker.
Yes, there we are. Not to mention, poison sucker. Trappist Nicholson, for those of you who don't know what Brendan is referring to, is he would eat truffles that were made by a highly controversial, if not illegal, company that was essentially operating, as far as I'm concerned, outside of the law. But is it possible that they have not made laws? There's been no legislation against, say, for instance, belladonna or these various poisons to be put into food simply because it's considered common sense? I think most people... I don't believe there's legislation for that. Am I correct?
Apparently, I don't think so. I think they had to bring some of it in because apparently in the 70s, truckers were using some kind of horse tranquilizer that was based off of these various dilutants. I don't know what they would be called, like the, what is that stuff called? The Jimson weed. But basically there was a product in the 70s for horses, but truckers were using it. For long haul trips or something. And it had belladonna, all these toxic, nightshade. It was a blend of the most toxic stuff. And then they were using it to I don't know, do their runs.
Zone out. It's a zombie out while trucking. Because
they're called deliriants, and the other word is I forget the other term for it. But basically, you just check out. But anyway, so those became illegal, but somehow it never got put into legislation for stuff like food.
Right.
Like you're saying, so that they could make brownies, truffles, whatever.
With this shit in it. Is what they're doing.
And they're just saying, it's it's kind of like when they make like lozenges or something. They're like saying it's that mild.
Yeah.
But then he was telling us that the box said don't eat more than 2 a day.
Right. No, more. I think it was 1 a day. Do not eat more.
No, they said to split it. They said to split it.
Yes.
Or something.
Yeah, that you're supposed to cut it and split it, which is what he was doing. Except that he just ate the whole thing and then went beyond and would eat 2 or 3. He had developed a tolerance. He had developed a tolerance over many years of this, where he was just scarfing this shit. He was and not only that,
sprinkling it.
Yeah, thank you, salting it with ketamine.
Literally, we saw it. We saw the photo, and we were like, "Is that salt?" And he said, no.
Many photos. Yes. Yeah. And he's it's ketamine. He had ketamine. We're joined by Troy Bellamy, who's welcomed aboard. And obviously, there's big bad things happening in Florida. They're burning books. They're banning and burning books, and they're building statues of Charlie Kirk. Tell us about the statue of Charlie Kirk. And yes,
right down here in my hometown. The New College University, which was taken over by the former Commissioner of Education in Florida, Richard Corcoran. They have decided to build a statue honoring Charlie Kirk. On a campus that used to be so liberal, Charlie Kirk would have probably self-immolated and blown up himself had he come on there in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. On that campus. That campus was a hippie haven.
He would have burst into flames. It would be like a demon walking into a church. Yeah.
Automatic. There's absolutely no way that you can make this type. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is a takeover by the racist. Now think about this. And I know you asked me about Charlie Kirk, but I called in to rant about this. Think about how bad it is for everybody if a Jewish television host gets kicked off TV. The AIPAC lobby got to be up in arms if it's that easy for somebody to say Jimmy Kimmel must go. When have you ever heard of a person of that faith that has just been summarily run out of their position in the media?
I would say ethnos, because that guy's non-practicing. You can't tell me that fucker's practicing faith.
It doesn't matter. And see, that's the beauty. That's the privilege of being in that faith or of that religion or of that ethnicity, whichever one of the three you want to call it, because they can move in between them effortlessly, and they're protected either way.
Yes.
If you say something about them, it's anti-Semitism. If you say they run the media, well, now guess what? Somebody else is out there trying to let you know that you don't run the media
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, they don't run it no more, apparently, or it's going to be a big battle. This is why it's even more fraught what's going on in Israel and Gaza, because now there's some people, there's some forces that are working that are saying, we're tired. Yeah. We're tired. Yeah. I heard Candace Owens come on TV, and, she's likes to comport herself as if she has relevance in the conservative movement as a black woman. Oh my God, what an idiot she is! But she came on and made a post. I will never support Israel ever again. I'm just done. And I'm like, oh, basically she's telling the secret part, because that nobody's supposed to know that that's the move.
In her defense, she's the only one that said it was a Mossad hit. She's like one of the first people that said it.
Yeah, but Mossad. Yeah, but the Jews are lionizing. But go on. Yes. Go continue.
I heard Charlie Kirk was starting to gain those same type sentiments.
I think it's all crap. Charlie Kirk.
I can't confirm that, and I'm not saying that he did that. Yeah. But I think I've seen some posts where people are showing some comments that he made in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, and Aristides also sent me a meme in which they replaced Tyler Robinson's head with Bibi Netanyahu's. It's seriously, it's not what the Jews are lionizing Charlie Kirk. They're naming public squares after him. They loved this son of a bitch, and so. Yes, Israel, which is really? Yes. Oh God, yes. And I'll go into that later tonight. But such being said, of course, what you are expressing is well taken. Were you able to listen to? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Oh yes. Were you able to hear the rest of my episode last night in toto, or the part where I mentioned that the day after Charlie Kirk's death, several HBCUs, or historically black colleges and universities, one of them doubtless your own alma mater, they told students to stay home due to colleges, due to HBCUs receiving death threats, threats of violence. Yeah. Okay, so you heard
it is very interesting, because all of us as black people are like, what the fuck do we have to do with this?
Thank you.
What about, did you guys hear about that Mississippi school with the
the kid got hung?
Yes. Is that real? Was that actually real?
Yes, and they say his legs were broken. They say they've tried to rule it a suicide, but what I'm hearing from people I know that live in Mississippi, they say his legs were broken.
Wow. God, that I can believe. I believe that he was murdered and that they're hiding it. Yes, thank you. So continue.
Now, this whole thing, let me go back. Let me say this one thing about Charlie Kirk. Well, I'm sorry. Let me say this thing about the influencer. I don't want to be specific, because, they firing people.
Good point. Cover your ass.
But my thing is this. You say that Israel is building, and that's because again, I mentioned this earlier. It's a very interesting dynamic, and this is what racism and prejudice is. People don't even realize they're so inherently racist. They don't even realize what it. But most people in the conservative movement will support Israel. They're taught that in their churches. Their pastors preach that in Israel's welfare is our welfare, and they go that route. But if you ask them about the average Jew, they're like, they hate Jews. You understand? That's in that what the Klan used to do? We hate Jews, niggers, Spics.
Yes, well, that's
Isn't that what they used to say?
well, yeah, that's what they said. Yeah.
So they don't even know how to parse the difference if there is one. And I'd like for somebody to explain to me. And I think there's many people of the Jewish faith that do not involve themselves or do not support Zionism. But their Zionism and their faith is inherently tied to their love of Israel.
Yes.
So you can't separate it. You can try to say you separate it, but you can't.
Yes, I agree. I would say, of course, that what can happen is something can evolve eventually where liberal progressive American Jews, whether they're practicing their faith or not, but simply identify as such, can ultimately be given an opportunity to sever from the Zionists who have produced Israel, and but it'll take time. It'll take generations of really developing that. But I believe that there's the potential there for that. I have that hope. But anyhow, do continue with yeah.
And again, I think that's just another guise. That's just another mask that people can hide behind. Because
That's correct.
Again,
that's correct.
well, I go into this, and I've said this before on this show.
Yeah.
I believe with all my heart that the AIPAC lobby is responsible for Joe Biden being taken off the ticket, especially after Netanyahu bombed the hospital. Biden flew over there and upbraided him about killing kids and told him he wasn't going to give him no more 2,000-pound bombs. And it probably was like 3 or 4 days later, they came up with this letter saying that he needed to get off the ticket, and they were calling for him to withdraw and all that. And that has direct ties to what that conversation was.
I will accept that.
Easily draw that line.
I will accept that as a comorbidity, what a doctor would call a comorbidity in what killed someone. If a forensics analyst or a coroner were looking at a body and they say, what killed this man, they have what they call comorbidities, which are symptoms of the dead. I would say it was a comorbidity. It's a cofactor. I will accept it as such. But but on the whole, he was very much subservient to the Jews, but they knew they could do better with Trump. They knew they could do better with Trump, the Zionists.
And I've said this before. There are only two entities that benefit from a Trump presidency, and that's Israel and Russia, which basically are sister countries.
Yes, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. We stand together shoulder to shoulder on that. And but tell us more about this young man. Is there anything else we know about this young black victim who was found hanged? By the way, the term is hanged. I'm sure since he was black, he was also hung, but he was very definitely hanged. So maintaining the English.
Thank you for the continued legacy of the
stereotype.
As a proud member of, and no pun intended, it's sad. I'm saddened because this will go unresolved. It'll go unsolved. And another young man dies under mysterious circumstances and will be blamed for his own demise, whether it be suicide, fentanyl overdose, all of the things that people get to hide behind when they commit political violence.
I think that's the most painfully egregious element of this, is that the victim is blamed for his own death. This is,
there you go.
You can imagine. So here's what happens when people.
But they've been doing that.
Yeah.
They've been doing that since Goodman, Schwerner, and Cheney. They came down here agitating.
Yeah.
They got down here and they did it to themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. No. But that's historical. In the contemporary sense, why this is so egregious and offensive in light of the moment, in the heat of the topicality of what's going on right now, is that when you have these pundits, whatever their ethnicity, including Jewish, when they're saying basically that Charlie Kirk brought this upon himself, that the man lived a life of espousing hatred and violence, and also just complete and total access to guns, and winds up paying the price for it. He basically trips over his own tongue and breaks his neck. Then you are fired. You are canceled. But somehow the young black victim of violence, then they turn around and say, well, he killed himself, that he's responsible for his own death, whereas Charlie Kirk is not. Okay,
it's always,
at this moment,
it always is that level of accountability. George Floyd, Trayvon Martin.
Yes.
You know, it just your presence as an African in this country, or a black person in this country, is violence to other people. The
right.
peaceful marches,
Yes.
the peaceful marches are considered violent politics, political violence.
Yes.
Unfortunately, if you can listen to many different pundits, and they will say the words right up to the point where they are offended, they are taken aback, and it's violence to them for you to protest the injustice and indignity we're imposing on you. You just accept it.
Yes, you're violating their sensibilities. You're violating their sense of comfort. Yes, go on.
Exactly, and this is what you're seeing in this rash of abuse of power, when you have people sending out messages saying, if anybody says anything about Charlie Kirk, you're fired.
Yes.
This is what's happened in Florida. I got a message after it happened. After I listened to you guys Sunday, I made a small tweet, and I'm probably the most nonviolent person you would know.
Yes.
And I was appalled. I thought the whole thing was an AI thing at first. I was like, oh, they need to stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because it was just so much blood. I was like, what? This is actually real? And so I was like, I said, man, nobody deserves to die like this. And I didn't even say anything like, but he brought it on himself because he was not a great person in terms of what we have now brokered as civility in our culture. You just can't go around saying black people don't have the capacity. You remember when Jimmy the Greek said that on Monday Night Football? And he was canceled. Blacks.
How many years ago was that? How many generations ago was that, Jimmy the Greek? That's like my dad's time.
But again, this is what. See, a guy like Charlie Kirk is fighting because he heard what Jimmy the Greek said, and he is fighting for Jimmy the Greek's right to say that. Not only because it's a right, but he actually believes that. You understand what I'm saying? When you're a person who says the civil rights bill of 1964 was wrong.
Yes.
What do you want us to do? Go back to using segregated bathrooms and water fountains? Where are we going? What do you mean it was wrong? How is that wrong? I mean, what you can say that, but if you're saying that, you're just gaslighting. Yes. You don't have any empirical evidence to show that we were better off as a country because we didn't have to mix our saliva and urine. Of course, I didn't want that to matter. You know what I'm saying? So how do we judge a person who will stand up and say Dr. King was an evil man because he helped the civil rights legislation pass and the civil rights legislation was wrong? And we lionize this person? So now all my friends that I see, I got to look at you twice. If you love Charlie Kirk, I got to look at you and wonder, How do you feel about me?
Yes.
I'm an intelligent, educated black man, 2 degrees, a wife, a home, couple cars, just trying to live out my existence. I smile at everybody. I teach kids of all hues. I got kids that love me from all different backgrounds, rich, poor. I coach basketball. A couple of my kids just finished law school, and they love me. Coach, if you hadn't helped me out, been a positive influence, I don't know if I'd have made. But what about the people who support Charlie Kirk? They're over there crying. They are crying. And I get it. It's a sad thing. I almost shed a tear because I don't even know how I would feel if my father but again, if my father was that type of person, then I might have to just deal with it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? See, I'm not trying to be funny at all. I'm saying,
I understand.
I understand. That's not going to stop you from loving your father. There's nothing going to stop you from loving your father. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I appreciate what you're saying. Personally, I would. It's like I told George Knight in our latest episode before tonight's. I did say to George Knight that this is all very, very bizarre. Certainly our friend Troy Bellamy is actually, I do him a great injustice and a great disservice by laughing like that. It's honestly, he is standing on a philosophical stance that is in the footsteps, in the shadow of the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. when he assumes this level of universal empathy. As I expressed last night, we're not talking about somebody who even has the capacity to reciprocate, nor even, I will get into that tonight. I'll talk a bit about the theology of this because they're turning him into a martyr, and there are specific parameters for a martyr this individual does not fit into. As for the family, understand that the family is being exploited and fronted as a battering ram. This is the kind of individual who, if he had been a politician who was picking up and kissing babies back in the days before COVID when you could do that, if he had one of those babies in his hand and saw that sniper on that rooftop, he would have held that baby up before him to take the bullet. This is the kind of individual Charlie Kirk was. So his family was nothing to him but that. This is a shield to him. They are a meat shield to him, which he would use to use that family man standard to somehow humanize himself. But what he was imposing upon them was probably the most heinous form of abuse, in the sense of a psychological indoctrination that raised 2 children under the how would I say it, the shackles of bondage of ignorance, hatred, bigotry. It's like, what kind of childhood could these children have had? His wife, it's more or less, I'm presuming she was dependent upon him. But the very militancy with which she took up his torch when he fell is an example of how she's been so indoctrinated so thoroughly. I can only feel for her children, but take it from there. I hope you understand what I'm saying. We can't just allow them to be exploited. And the greatest gift we can provide to his family is to let them know there's a whole world out there that they've been denied. A world out there that's full of people they don't need to hate, that they don't need to expend all of this energy into hating these other people who are no threat to them, have never been a threat to them, yet this man raised them to believe that. That is true abuse. That is true abuse. And it's an abuse of the mind that's so egregious because it's something that goes even deeper than physical scars. But yes, take it from there, Troy, if you would be so kind. This is
I agree wholeheartedly with everything you just said. I mean, it's just a fraught time because you just don't know what to do, man. It's just like you want to have some sort of empathy, but at the same time, you're talking about my dignity. Where's the accountability for my dignity? And the hubris in which people are operating is that of pre-civil rights. This is the old Jim Crow. It's not Jim Crow no more. It's James Crow Jr.
Yes.
You understand? And so here's a person, you know, I will say it. He did invite political discourse. He did it, you know, listen, he won some and he lost the majority of the arguments because the premise of his arguments were inherently racist, inherently slanted into the wrong side of history, but he was having the discussion. He was at least, you know, meeting people and talking about that.
Troy, please.
But here's the thing, Doug. Here's the thing. The reason why he was doing it is because he built a $30-40 million empire from it. You understand what I'm saying?
Of course.
I go out there too.
Yes. No, look, Troy is being so nice. Troy is being so civil. This is an individual who was trolling. He was not debating. He was not inviting discourse. He was insulting people. He would go on campuses, insult people, and he would not only that, he ran watch lists. He organized blacklists in which he was doxing the teachers, educators like yourself, who had liberal progressive ideas and their students so that they would be threatened with death, their families would be threatened with death. This was a terrorist. This was a true domestic terrorist who they are now idolizing. Can you deny what I am saying?
No, listen, I hear exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you. Before I graduated and finished at the HBCU that I attended, I went to a private white college in Florida. When I tell you I was one of, there probably were 1,700 students. I was one of 25 African Americans, and most of those were not African American. Some of them were from England and Lebanon and places like that. And these college campuses are petri dishes for privilege and helping these young guys to realize that they have this privilege, that they have this trump card, if you will, at their disposal at any time. If they all join a fraternity, they all think alike. They all have the same type of parents that had all the good jobs and could afford to send their kids to a college where you paid $50,000 a year.
It's basically a network center. It's a networking center, but go on.
There you go. That's all it was, because most of these kids couldn't get into colleges that they wanted to get in. And I'd say probably 80% of the kids I went to college with at that place were, you know, they went to prep schools or they went to boarding schools in Europe and stuff like that. And they still couldn't get in Harvard or Yale or another places like that. Now, I went to school with a lot of them. I know, first of all, I know I was very smart. And I was accepted in Penn. I was accepted in a couple of other Ivy League schools coming out of high school, but I also could play basketball. So I was a very good student as well as an athlete. I didn't want to go there because I felt like I would be out of place culturally. And that's a tough thing to do. I'm probably second generation college, university. So, you know, not having that type of money and nor that type of support, not that I wouldn't got support, but not having that type of support to thrive at an Ivy League school, that's why I didn't go. But the reason I left is because of those types of prejudices. I had professors that would not assist me in different things, or I would ask questions, and they would tell me my question was stupid, or, you know, something of that nature.
That's horrible. It was, oh my God, that's horrific.
There were minor indignities that they thought I was not intelligent enough to understand were, you understand what I'm saying?
The term is microaggressions. These were microaggressions. Yes.
Yes. And so I made the decision And it was not a hard decision for me because the school I went to, Florida A&M, my father went there. My father, my mother, my aunts, my uncles, everybody went there back when it was generously named by the state of Florida as the State Normal College for Negroes.
Jesus Christ. What a name. Jesus.
See, Doug, even you are appalled by that. But then again, our school was started in the 1800s, and you know what I'm saying, 1887.
Yeah.
And I've seen all this type of indignity up close. I know what privilege looks like. I know what that, like I say, those microaggressions, and that's all we saw. I'm gonna call you a bunch of them. I'm gonna stop short of calling you an N-word in your face, and see how you react.
Right.
You understand?
Yes.
That's all that is. I would have rather he just used the N-word. Then I know where everybody stands.
True.
But see,
and the microaggressions are perpetrated by individuals, but the system itself is passive aggressive. It's passive aggressive. Yes, but go on.
There you go.
Yeah.
But again, I'd rather they had just used that because now I can know exactly where I stand.
Correct.
You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
They think just because they're not running around with the pointy sheets and burning crosses and using the N-word and sicking the dogs on you anymore, and that we can at least go to the bathroom together, that they're no longer racist. And that's just, I don't, and then again, there's a big difference between racism and prejudice. So I won't say racist. I'll say they're more prejudiced. You understand? Because there are certain things that they're taught, they believe, they've experienced, they've been handed down from generation to generation, certain beliefs about people.
Yeah.
And we would think that in 2026, it doesn't matter what you want to do or what you want to believe, man, everybody has a right to exist in this world, in this realm. And we should be able to respect each other's lives. So I again, this is a very dichotomous time to be African Americans. We're always opinionated, but then again, you deal with something that's as polarizing as this. This not only has personal implications, political implications, financial implications. This is exactly what we fear. That one day they just gonna wake up and say, you know what, we tired of being civil and friendly with y'all.
Yes.
Here it is. And I'm telling you right now, this Jimmy Kimmel firing is the first salvo this is the first, just like, when what's the movie, the Avengers and all that?
Yes.
When what man got all the first stone?
Yes. Thanos. Yes, gets the first stone. Yes.
Thanos is trying to rise up, and when he does, he gonna snap his fingers, and everybody's rights gonna be taken except for his friends.
Yes. Yes.
And y'all know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. This is
art imitates life so much, man.
Yes.
Art imitates life so much, and this is why certain people of the conservative movement hate the arts community, because they will put it right out there for you. There's nothing new. You're not doing anything secret. We've already know what you're doing. We already know, but we're appalled. We're halfway appalled as to people having the gall to still do it.
Yes. Well, for a long time they didn't, and for a long time they went through the motions of civility. But that's all. That mask is no longer being worn. But it will be interesting because, as you say, certainly salvos have been fired that now Jewish Americans are basically been hit by these barrages, and
I want to see what the reaction is.
Yes.
I really would.
Yes. Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna
secret cow on TV.
Yes. Yeah. And it's going to, like we've said, the Chinese have a predilection for these periods of history, that we live in interesting times. And it's not that they're interesting at all. They're just downright terrifying. And of course they're going to become very hard. They're just hard to live in. what else is going on in Florida? I know that there's a lot. There's aside from Alligator Alcatraz, which apparently weird things are happening. I don't know. Was that a real photograph, Brendan, where people were like almost like tourists being taken there and like laughing and taking photographs of the Deportees in the internees in Alligator Alcatraz? Yeah, explain to us a bit about this, if you would be so kind. Let's see if he can come back on. If not, obviously we'll move on. But there's just a lot going on as well with.
Those were real photos. Those are real photos where people are pulling off, taking pictures of the sign.
Oh, geez.
Like as if it's a joke, as if it's like some kind of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, they were selling merch of it too. It's just.
That's true. That's true.
So it's just, to them, it's just like a joke because they have never been imprisoned.
Yeah.
Impressively.
Thank you. This is the horror of the gratuitous sadism, the cruelty that our present totalitarian regime instills it or allows and encourages in the public. Now, when it comes to, say, for instance, I don't know if you caught what I put into the infinite call, but I said attention at Troy Bellamy, but the Trump orders the removal of the photographs of black slaves with scars at national parks. So at least, share a little bit about this. There's obviously this must have been as egregious to you as it was to anyone. So at least let us know, as obviously an educator, this is historical, cultural genocide. It's cultural genocide. So, yes, take it.
They're trying to make sure that they're not being looked at or that everything as bad that has happened in the world can be directly attributed to the authority of certain people. But hell, everywhere they've gone, they've robbed, pillaged, raped, killed, bombed. What the hell else do you want me? I mean, it's just a fact. You can't change Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I don't care what you do. You cannot change the fact of the slave trade. And, Will Smith's last movie was a biography of that gentleman who's pictured in that picture in the archives with his back all whipped up and things like that. Mm-hmm. These things are history. And I have had the opportunity right after COVID, my wife and I went to the Museum of African American History as supported by the Smithsonian. Mm-hmm. And it's much more than just displays of slavery. First of all, you cannot relegate our contributions to this country to just we survived slavery.
Thank you.
Yes. I saw I gotta make a copy of it and post it in the chat. But there is a recent press conference where Trump is attributing all these things to American ingenuity. We invented the light bulb, the telegraph. And these are all inventions by African Americans. You know what I'm saying? Lewis Lattimore and the people who invented the internet, all this stuff. I mean, and again, it just shows you how short-sighted some people are, and the lack of accountability. And that's all the African American Museum does. And that's just one layer. You have the most poignant display in the museum is the Emmett Till, and there are more white people who go to that. I was very surprised. I was like, oh. When we got in line, it was a whole bunch of white people. Mm-hmm. I was like, obviously they're there to try and learn more about what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Now, explain to our listeners about Emmett Till, please. Yes.
And they're like 4 different floors. So the floors go through different eras of history of African Americans here in this country, Africans in this country. So you have slave shackles, you have, different things on the bottom floor. Then the second floor is the Renaissance of African Americans here in the country. And then third floor is civil rights. and then the fourth floor is like the 80s, 70s, and then on the top floor is modern, like history. So it's like 6 floors, and each floor represents certain eras of our existence as they knew it as Africans here in this country, or as history would like to try and purport it. There's an interesting book that you have to read, and I think I mentioned this before here, a book called They Came Before Columbus, written by Dr. Ivan van Sertima. And his research, which was vetted and cross-examined and everything, shows that Africans had lived here in this country. And we were here before the so-called the Indians were here. And that's why you have civilizations like the Olmec. That's why you have certain tribes that are the Seminole tribes, certain other tribes up in the Northeast, the Creeks, and other people like that have very, very dark skin, because their nascence really comes from a history of Africans being on this land for hundreds of years before the slave trade. But again, listen, we can't continue to dwell on that, but we cannot continue to ignore the deleterious, long-lasting effects that period of our existence has had, not only on us in every manner, culturally, historically, financially, family-wise. I'm a big person that I do a lot of ancestry and genealogy stuff, and I trace my father's family back to South Carolina. There's a huge plantation called the Bellamy Plantation in North Carolina, which is where my family came directly from.
Wow.
Or members, they were named after the slave owner,
right,
but they were the blacks and women who lived on that plantation.
Yes.
So, but before that, and I'm talking about 1870. That's as far back as I can go.
Right. Okay. And
so
yes. That's so. Well, definitely, your ancestors were most likely from West Africa, but I understand what you're saying about the Olmecs. Very important, and certainly I agree with that. That's there was certainly I believe it was trans-Pacific. They probably came across the Pacific as opposed to across the Atlantic. Which of course would be that wave of black migrations that led to Africa being populated by blacks, and then Australia, which used to be from Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea. This was all called Melanesia in the past because they were melanated. They were all black.
There you go.
Yeah. And in terms of the where we're at now, of course, we're at basically a very well. What would you recommend for people in times like these? Certainly, as an educator, obviously, the children you're teaching, I presume that they are impacted by this in one way or another, either by the ICE raids or by the go on, sure, whatever comes to your mind.
No, right now, again, the school that I'm at was historically the only black school in the neighborhood. My father graduated from there and everything. But now the population is probably 85-15 Hispanic to every other race combined. And so I have kids that have missed 10, 12 days of school already.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know if it's because a parent I know a couple parents, a couple kids whose parents have been deported.
Oh.
I already know that. Now, here's the thing. This area here is largely seasonal farm workers, agriculture workers. There's got to be, and I know recently Governor DeSantis was here, and I think he was here basically to assure the farmers and the people who run these huge farms and these huge farmers markets. We have huge farmers markets here. There's one that's beginning to be a chain, almost like Winn-Dixie. There's almost like taking over Winn-Dixie. Matter of fact, they're buying bankrupted Winn-Dixie locations and setting up. But I can guarantee you that DeSantis came down here to assure them that ICE won't be coming down here and raiding them.
Right.
They could literally go through my neighborhood right now and hit the horn. Boy, you talking about bedlam erupting in here?
Oh Lord.
Build the house. But I'm just saying. I think it's, there hasn't been that much of an effect. And as a teacher, I wouldn't push that on the kids anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I really focus on what I can push out to my family or through the churches.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times when everything's going good, it doesn't seem like you have to talk about those things anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Then people forget. These kids have no idea. If I ask the average kid right now in middle school, who is Dr. King, and they'll tell you he freed the slaves.
Jesus Christ.
I'm telling you, man, I've done it before, but just to see where everybody is. I'm talking about every hue, white, black, Hispanic, all of them say the same thing. Isn't he the guy that freed the slaves? Okay.
That's so sad. Yeah. So sad.
It is. But is it sad because the parents and the households are not talking about this, or that our schools have, in essence, whitewashed that man's whole life and legacy to the point where nothing he did was good, and that they released the audio tapes and all the other FBI stuff that says he was a whoremonger and he did this and that and he smoked cigarettes and he did all this stuff.
Oh, I saw something that said that in the hotel he died in, there was 2 chicks. He was with 2 chicks that weren't his wife. Is that true?
Yeah. And again, that is a false rumor.
Right.
First of all, you got the pictures of everybody who was there. Jesse Jackson, Reverend Shuttlesworth, all these men who were there not to have a good time. They were there to support the Memphis people who were on strike. And you got to remember, the night before, Dr. King had just preached, and he started getting death threats. That's when he said, I can see, I've been to the mountaintop. Right?
God.
I may not get there with you, but we'll get there as a people. Because he had just been getting death threats all day that previous day.
Good God. So awful.
You understand? So all that stuff is designed as pretext to denigrate and to change your view of who he was and what he was about and what was going on. I don't give a damn if he was in there shooting up fentanyl.
Anything that gives him more street cred for the kids these days.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He did push the culture. It pushed us as a people, everybody, whether you wanted to or not. And I think that's the thing that pisses people off. This is why the conservatives are mad at the government. They feel foisted upon by the government to have done the right thing, as if they were just going to do the right thing on their own. One day we were going to let y'all go to the same bathroom as we did. Just be patient. Yeah, not right now. What? And think about it. This is what was said when certain people said that the Civil Rights Act was egregious. It was wrong.
Well, we know who said that. Charlie Kirk said that.
What do you want? You want us to go back to segregated schools, segregated water fountains, segregated bathrooms, segregated lunch counters and restaurants? What are we talking about here? See, you can just say a bunch of words and people don't even know how they feel about them. But when you really get down to the minutia of it, those are all the things that happened during that time. So what are you saying? Like I said before, when he made the comment about the pilots, you got to wonder, if I see a black pilot, I got to wonder if he's qualified. Would you think they just went under the tree, by the liquor store, and found 2 brothers shaking dice?
Hey, well,
man, you feel like frying a big car today? We give you a bucket of fried chicken and a box of melon.
Actually, That was his.
Yeah, I never understood these arguments. Like, when it came to highly skilled jobs, I don't think that that was almost irrelevant.
Yes.
And government doesn't count because that's.
It doesn't. Oh, can I interject one quick thing that I saw today?
Take your time, of course.
Our president held a press conference where he said that 100% or more. Think about what he said now. Think about, this is a man with a supposed Ivy League education. He said 100% of the jobs that were created under his administration have gone to migrants. He said 100% or more. Every job?
Yeah, those were all the Indian tech bros that he allowed. He was cool with them.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm saying. My thing is, first of all, the premise of what he was saying is totally erroneous. 100% of nothing. There's never been 100% of nothing like that. Of all jobs, the agriculture jobs that they were already doing anyway, service jobs, their tech jobs. Like you said, there were a lot of Africans and Indians who were working at these call centers and things like that, and foreign technology. But what the policy is what's inviting that. So who's wrong? Is your policy wrong?
Oh, but this is the insanity of their position. The insanity of their position. Yes, go on. It's intrinsically contradictory. Yes. But
inherently.
Yeah.
And then I understand how nobody thinks this makes any kind of sense. This man said he was going to reduce drug prices by 500%. What is he talking about?
He's only raised them.
500% means it's free.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Matter of fact, they pay you.
Yes, actually, that's quite true. That would be the logic. Yes.
But nobody has the gall to correct him. I'm sure it's just a faux pas, but again, this is the thing that he called Joe Biden sleepy about.
Yes. Alzheimer's. Yes.
Come on, man. I appreciate you all letting me come on here on certain nights when I'm not sleepy and I can rant and rave, because you don't give any judgment. You let me speak. If I'm wrong, I get corrected. I'll get fact checked, and I'm willing to accept that. I'm willing to listen to you guys talk about stuff that I'm not interested in. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand Douglas being a vampire that's cross-dressing, non-transsexual, heterosexual. You my man. You understand what I'm saying?
Thank you.
You my guy. Give a damn about none of that. I know that one thing that is Aristides, Real Tech, all y'all are good people to me in my mind. Y'all, I don't know what all your personal beliefs are, and that's cool. If you don't want to share that, that's fine. But I'm praying and hoping that the fact that we are allowed to have this type of discourse disproves that people of varying political and social backgrounds can't have a discussion.
Yes. Thank you. No, that's all very important.
That's very different than holding a jubilee and talking down to someone or insulting someone just for shits and giggles.
Yes.
And in fact, I'm vampire racist, so we're hitting whole new territory.
You got sucked the wrong way. Oh, Lord.
Yes. It's one of these things that, we're certainly always welcoming of, Troy, obviously your relationship with us is much different than we've had with many other people in the past who were basically assigned, and they were only here to cause as much chaos and confusion as possible. And you're not full of cascaded memories. We were describing people earlier like Ian West and Trappist Nicholson, but Peter Moon actually fell into that category as well. He insisted that he was in Washington, District of Columbia, to view the cherry blossoms on the day that it was totally shut down because a man jumped out of his car and basically stabbed a police officer after ramming another with his vehicle. He jumped out of the vehicle and stabbed another, and they shut down the whole thing. That was during the Black Lives Matter protest season when Trump was threatening to deploy the military in his first term. And so, you know, this was a memory that wasn't even real. So many of the people that we've had issues with in the past were obviously through mind-altering programming that their chronology wasn't even in order when it came to their memories. So this is what we were contending with before, but obviously you're not in that category, and the rest of us that are left,
that category, because I remember when Trappists start calling. I remember Ian West.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I think Ian and I had a pretty good conversation one night when you went on break. Yeah. And next thing you know, I was like, they were like, we don't talk about Ian. I was like, whoa, when did we fall out with Ian? Wait a minute. When did we fall out with Trappist? I mean, I forgot what his name was before you found out it was Trappist. What was he called?
What was his name? Brendan, Aristides. Aristides, Brendan, help me out here.
Acid
Sid.
Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
He thought he was like the Pink Floyd guy. He's a bad person to relate with.
The other brother that you had when you called him, what was the other brother's name?
Ian West called himself Frank Black, like he was half Jewish, half black or something. It was.
What was the other brother they used to call in?
Derek Talley? Derek Talley?
Yeah, Derek Talley.
Oh, by the way, Armand, go on. Aristides Romanus was Acid Kick 96 was another name for Trappist Nicholson. He had several aliases. But yes, thank you, Aristides. But yes, Derek Talley was the one that there's another person with Cascade Memories. He was the one we were earlier saying. This was the weird thing about him. He said while he was in the Marine Corps, he was on leave, and because he was stationed in embassy duty or consulate duty in Florida, he wound up taking lessons in scuba diving from some former U.S. Navy SEAL, and that in itself was so odd because your average black person, not that a black person shouldn't do this, but you and I both know your average black person finds no desire to go scuba diving. It's such an odd thing. Personally, I think what they did was they stuck him in one of the early isolation tanks where they were literally full of liquid. And they would put you in a rubber suit and oxygen tanks, and they would stick you in a flotation chamber. And this would be used in the old days for brainwashing. That's what I personally think happened to him. Because your average black person, who the hell, your average black person does not want to go scuba diving. It's just not.
You right. Average brothers just not. I know a couple brothers that have gone scuba diving and they cool with it. But that's not, nobody's going to, I just don't see the brothers doing that. There's just too many other things we got to do.
Yes.
And, it got to be the day all the sharks come jump in the water. And,
the white guys you're with are going to push you to the sharks when the sharks go up. When the bear.
It took me all my life to go on a cruise. I went on my first cruise this last year because I just didn't want to have that experience of the slave ship.
Yes, what I'm saying? I get it. I fucking get it. Was there any generational racial memories? Was there any racial memories that did you wake up in a cold sweat? What the fuck?
But think about this. I was just thinking about something. Two things. If Mr. Kirk was really trying to make an argument about black pilots, you got to remember some of the most important and some of the greatest pilots in aviation history are what?
Well, they're black. The Tuskegee pilots were pioneers. Yes.
Without the Tuskegee Airmen.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So your argument right there alone means absolutely nothing. Yeah. It's just false premise. It's just you're just trying to be provocative, and that's cool. I get it. That we can evoke conversation. Let's have a conversation about that. But just to say, based on your skin color, that you got to wonder if you're qualified or if you took somebody else's job who was a pilot, like I said, as if they were just going around, just picking brothers up off the corner.
Yes.
Now think about this too.
Oh.
The conservatives have also lionized Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah,
Imagine.
Yes.
Think about it.
Yeah. It's outrageous. Yes, but go on.
Next thing you know, they're going to have George Zimmerman at the next Republican convention. Maybe the only reason they didn't have him there like that is because he is Hispanic. He's looking,
And
Come on.
Well, let me make certain that I'm putting this in here. Make certain you download this article for future use at Troy. So I'm going to highlight your name on it, Troy, so that you can see it. Give me just a second here. And I don't know if you're aware of the historical aspects of aviation here, but okay, I just pressed the entry button. So obviously, one of the first people that I had to educate the Blood Boys about in terms of historical aviation was John C. Robinson. John C. Robinson was known as the Brown Condor. He was a black American aviator who flew for the Emperor of Ethiopia, the Imperial Ethiopian Air Force, against fascist Italy in the 1930s. So there we have that. This was well before the Tuskegee Airmen, but he was really the father of them, actually. Are you familiar with his name?
No, I'm not familiar with him as much.
Yes, he's the founding father of the Tuskegee Airmen. So, very important point to be made, and so there we have that. And we could go deeper into that, of course, but he, yeah.
Think about in Tampa, they have a place at the airport named after Bessie Coleman, one of the first African American female pilots.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah.
It was a whole bunch. I'm sorry. I just the arguments again.
Obviously, you'll hear me tear into Kirk again tonight, especially about his. When you say about, I know that one line caught your attention because they popularized it a lot, where he said, "If I saw a black pilot," but I can assure you, what he said about blacks in aviation was a lot worse. So I'll go into that tonight. It was a lot worse than that. Yeah, go on. Yeah, George Zimmerman, that's right. Yes, that poor idiot. Do you remember there was a private detective named Ed Opperman who was taking the side of George Zimmerman, that piece of shit. And it's like, you don't understand. Trayvon Martin was carrying this concoction of, he had this cough syrup and he was going to produce this drink, this, and I'm like, how on earth does this young black man doing himself in with chemical escapism threaten anyone? What? How does that earn him a death sentence?
Call that a dirty Sprite, a promethazine and Sprite and all that. That's false. That's false narrative, just like everything else. The guy had a skill.
Even if it were true, how is that a threat to anyone other than the young man himself?
And who made George Zimmerman the judge, jury, and the executioner? That's just like this, and I hope you get into this too. These Venezuelan boats that they've been shooting down.
Well, it would be too much to get into tonight, but do tell people about that. I want you to educate people a little bit about that, because this is an act of war. Obviously, it's obviously an act of aggression and war. Gunboat diplomacy taken to an extreme of a massacre. Yes, it's behavior that is effectively it's outrageous. But beyond that, give it away, Troy. Tell us a little bit more about this so that our listeners. Yeah.
I don't know that much about it. All I know is eventually this will be listed on some of the crimes that will be taken up at The Hague and other places like that.
We can hope.
When in time.
Yes, we can hope.
I guarantee you they have discussions about that. That you can just arbitrarily so-called kill drug dealers.
Yeah.
On your own, what you call, singular intelligence. That's just crazy.
Yes.
You didn't even to arrest them or continue to follow them, and you just think sending a message by killing people, and then wait a minute, it shows you how they think. I'm hitting on everything now because it's so much. Brian Kilmeade, did you hear what he said on Fox?
That's you're talking about Brian Kilmeade, and he said kill all homeless people with a lethal injection. Yes.
They don't want to get help. The brother Lawrence Jones said throw him in jail. That is exactly what the prison industrial complex was for Africans.
Yes. Well, to put that into perspective for our listeners, let me put that into perspective for our.
Don't make it happen. If you don't have a job, a house, and other things, they arrest you.
Well, let me explain. Let me explain to our listeners, and then Troy can take it from there. But as a historian, one of the things I have to explain to the lads when I'm teaching them about the history of slavery is that obviously rendering slavery illegal on the books did absolutely nothing in effect. And the way that slavery was carried out thereafter, all the way up until and through World War II, was through vagrancy laws. And anti-vagrancy laws, or contra-vagrancy laws, were meant to keep black men enslaved in particular. And the way that this was done was, of course, any black person could be questioned, but black men in particular were far more useful for their labor. So black men would be questioned as to whether or not they had a job. Since nobody would hire a black man, your average black person did not have a job. He could not answer yes to that question, at which point he was arrested for vagrancy. And throughout the Deep South, this was used to provide slave labor for industries up north. Oftentimes, they'd be put to work in the South in very dangerous jobs where many of them would die, such as extracting metals or coal or various other elements from mines, etc., with no unionization, no rights or representation, and their labors, the fruit of their labors, the metals, would be shipped up north to be used in industries. So this was a continuity of slavery, and effectively existed all the way through World War II. So back to Troy after that, but that puts it into context what you're talking about.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, just the lack of perspective, that and then it took the guy 3 days to apologize for just so-called. I mean, that's not a one-off statement. He literally, what kind of person do you have to be to say just kill people? They just need to be involuntarily euthanized. And then they try to use some big words, like you say, those microaggressions, those passive-aggressive statements. They need to just be involuntarily euthanized. He said the loud part out, the quiet part out loud, going to the next segment. Just kill them. Next up, we'll have this. I'm like, come on, man. I just don't understand how people have any sort of dignity to be on those types of shows, man. You know what I'm saying? Lawrence Jones has to be. Poor Harris Faulkner. She thinks she's she really thinks she's European. I mean, it was just one episode. I gotta tell everybody about this. Y'all can look this up too. Where Kill Me, and it was Kill Me again. So they were doing some sort of cooking show, right? And
yeah, Jeffrey Epstein cookies, right? Brendan, tell him about the Jeffrey Epstein cookies. Go on.
They were doing some sort of cooking segment, and Harris Faulkner was all interested in it. Stuff that brothers don't eat. Oh, there's this couscous, and this, you put this on it and make this and all this kind of stuff. And Brian Kilmeade comes out of nowhere and goes, "Hey, Harris, you make Kool-Aid with that?" Like, oh, or no, he said something like, "What flavor Kool-Aid do you make with that?" And it was, you know what I'm saying? And Harris Faulkner is like, oh my God, he realized I'm black. It was the most hilarious. She was embarrassed. She was mortified, but at the same time, she kind of shrugged it off. She's like, I don't know who he's talking to. I'm white. I don't drink Kool-Aid. She kind of had that attitude. The indignity. I just don't understand how people continue to do these things. You know,
Well,
for any.
this is what is called an honorary white status that is gifted to minorities that are deemed to be essentially running dogs or coons of the system. And and you know what they used to call them? Tell them in the plantation days, back in the days of Bellamy Plantation, they'd say, "You're a good one. You're a good one." Right? Is that the term? You're a...
That was the house ninja.
Yes, yes. So but obviously, what happens is you see the photograph. There's a photograph in text box for you that is just delightful. There she is doing some cooking with these two incredibly white people. By that I mean they're so white that they're like, it's the Pillsbury Doughboy and the Michelin Man. So she's with the Pillsbury Doughboy and the Michelin Man here. And they're... it's light-skinned blacks that have this... It's in the text box. The T-Tank Berry entered these images in the text box that are just delightful.
Yeah, that was the show. That was the episode. Oh, man. When I saw that, I almost spontaneously combusted myself. And she thought... She just shrugged it off, and I think he might have apologized, but you know, Kill Me always come back and apologize. He stepped over the line so much, man, and they would say that, but they were mad. They want to fire people behind her sayings, and this guy still has a job. Come on, man.
Yes. Well, obviously, I do want to say that she's a beautiful woman. But unfortunately, here's the reason that we're allowed to appreciate her beauty is because she's basically coffee and cream. She's caramel. She's mocha. She's a very light skin, a very light tone of black. And unfortunately, that's what gets the job for mass media. So when you have talking heads, it's very seldom you get very... you don't really see them at all. You don't see very black people, not actually truly black people. So black people who are truly black, it's hard even in entertainment, really. When you take a look at the very successful ones, such as, of course, God help me out here. It's been so long. I'm very atonal. I don't listen to music much because I'm deaf in my right ear. But give me some of the sisters who are like very successful. Who did Cowboy Carter? Cowboy Carter, the young lady, the name I'm forgetting. Thank you.
She gets a lot of flack for that because she was nominated in the country category, and
then they took it away. Then they eliminated the country music category that she won. Did you know that? Beyonce and Mariah Carey. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. They're very light.
Yeah, they look different, but they're...
she's not. She doesn't have her official card.
Yeah.
Halle Berry.
Yes.
Yes.
Halle Berry. No. Yes.
Beautiful. Yeah. But Halle Berry is very, very, elusive. And she understands what's going on.
Yes.
This backlash started, when they changed the Little Mermaid to the black girl. Remember that? You think that?
What was your opinion of that? What was your opinion of that? I did find that to be myself. I didn't watch it, but I did find that to be. Why did they need to do that? I don't know why they felt the need to do that. Why couldn't they make it a different character? But go on.
Well, they could have done that, but it's a role. It's fiction. Yeah, anyone can play that role.
That is true. That is true. Touché. Yeah.
We got Spanish people playing Hamilton. Come on, man.
I didn't say I was a fan of that either. That is odd to me, but go on.
Backlash. Well, you just want to try and give a person an opportunity. It had nothing to do with her skin color. It's just a person that played a role. But then you must think that Cinderella can only be, you know what I'm saying? Or the Little Mermaid can only be.
That's granted, it's I do get stuck in kind of like familiar boxes. So your point's well taken. Yes, we do need to break some of these familiar boxes. However, it does get confusing, or rather it jars the senses when a colored person plays Hamilton, because we're talking about plantation-owning, propertied slavers. So when you have a colored person assume the role of someone who is hanging with these, to use a pun, he's hanging out with these assholes, these traitors of the crown that took the 13 colonies and started this rebellion against the Empire of Britain in order to preserve their property rights, what they considered life, liberty, and the pursuit of property, and their conflation of happiness with property was their happiness that their property brought them, including the ownership of other human beings, which they legally represented as non-human, as chattel, as ambulatory property, something on the level of a jackass or a cow. These and then you have a black man play one of them, or a Hispanic man, or a person of color. Yes, that's a bit jarring. Would you not agree? I mean, come on. Come on, at that point, it does get odd. It does get bizarre. It's rehabilitating these people. It's rehabilitating them.
It's theater. There would be nothing, I guess, if the story was about a certain thing, like Othello. There's no way you could do Othello without a black person.
Right. But isn't that all right? Isn't that cool? Is that okay? Isn't
No, Othello is a Shakespeare's black character.
Right, that's right. Yes, I know that much. Give me that much credit. Yes, but
do Othello without having a black. You know what I'm saying? But
that's
you can
what
do
I think, yes.
the Mermaid. You could do Pinocchio as a black puppet or whatever.
Sure, yeah, why not? Yeah, I mean, wood can be very dark. Yes, go on.
Respect it.
Yeah.
There have been many attempts to do movies. Romeo and Juliet from the African perspective. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. No, that's cool. I mean, it's like the Wiz when they took the Wizard of Oz and made it all black. Yeah.
So it was not a thing to say we just gonna change culture because we don't want y'all to, It's theater. It's what actors do. You try out for different parts.
That's true. I mean, but we could look at it as that's creativity. But yeah, I still say that when it comes to Hamilton, that it's jarring because it betrays the history of those particular criminals, which is what the founding fathers were. They were criminals. That's what I would hold to that. But I see what you're saying about the other roles that, why not? Yeah. Go on.
The story is about that, but the expression of the art, art, the music, the choreography, you won't get that.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah. See, what Troy's saying, I could buy that simply because they couldn't find a white guy who could dance that well. That's how.
That either. I really wouldn't go that far because, I mean, I love Fred Astaire. I love some of the dancers and choreographers of Caucasian persuasion. Man, there's some people who can really do it.
Yes.
There are a lot of people in every culture. Yes. But I think it was just an attempt to say, okay, we got all these artists that have never had the opportunity to play these types of roles and would never get these types of opportunities in just regular Broadway. Mm-hmm. So let's create our own lane. And when you create your own lane, there becomes backlash. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And you said, these microaggressions and passive-aggressive attempts to preserve race prejudice is obvious. And when we call it out, when we try to tell everybody, we've tried to warn the world in 2015 when Trump came out and said Obama is really not this. He's really a Muslim from Kenya. We knew right away. This sounds vaguely familiar.
Yes. Yeah. We're just
letting you know. We've seen this movie before, so this type of guy, Bull Connor. So bring back Bull Connor. Why not make a statue to Bull Connor?
I can't even remember who that is. Remind me, please. Bull Connor. What was his trip?
Representative. He was a politician from Alabama.
Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, one of those.
He stood up against and all that.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, it's I remember Bilbo. I remember, is that Bilbo? That's not Bilbo. Is it the guy they used to call Bilbo? That was the actual name of that guy. Bilbo was this notorious racist back in World War II days. But he was a politician down south that was very infamous. Yeah, no,
Bilbo's a hobbit. What are you talking
about? Well, we can look it up. Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny? Let's look up Bilbo, Senator Bilbo, or Theodore Bilbo. I believe his name was Theodore Bilbo. And Bilbo, politician, here we are. And, of course, Bilbo Baggins comes up first. That goes without saying. Tishian and, okay, Theodore G. Bilbo. Yeah, there we are. So I'll do a screen share here because this guy is obviously he's just so attractive. You wouldn't want to miss him. Yeah. So here we are. Here's Theodore Bilbo. And so Theodore Bilbo is, look at that friendly looking guy. Is there somebody else on with us? Because I hear a young lady's voice in the background or something, or it just could be a sound effect. Anyhow, so
this guy racist? Because I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no, this guy was infamous. But what the blacks used to say when they were drafted for World War II, the black conscientious objector movement said, I know a lot more about Bilbo than I do about Tojo. It's like, because, why would they go fight the Japanese when you've got this son of a bitch basically saying that blacks belong in cages and shit. So yeah, Bilbo ran the South for he was the 39th and 43rd governor to serve Mississippi. I mean, 39th and 43rd, that's a lot of terms in between where apparently he was running the Klan or something. And so, it was segregationist. There you go. Look him up. Segregationist, to say the least. Yeah, he wanted the blacks segregated below, 6 feet under. And so, yeah, he died 1947. Yeah, he was still around from 1877 to 1947. I mean, this guy he lived forever. There you go. Theodore G. Bilbo. And then you think of Bilbo Baggins. Talk about, rehabilitation of a character. So thank you for that little detour. But, there you go. It's, I would say what Troy said earlier, it's not Jim Crow Jr. or James Crow Jr. They're telling you that. They say this is James Crow Jr., but really, it's Jim Crow. It's Jim Crow, and I would dare say it's beyond that. Trump's ultimate objective is to remove the 14th Amendment with his packed court, and that will deny the citizenship of everyone other than who they declare is quote-unquote a real American, which is basically white males and whoever they
I heard some I heard some genealogy that said Trump is the only president that doesn't have slave-owning lineage because he was, his family was Euro rejects.
Oh, that's right.
I think that's ironic. I think that's and they're trying to say that proves that he's not evil.
Of course, that would be their angle. That would be their angle, but
it's totally absurd.
Yeah, it is absurd. And the irony is, as I've explained before, Trump had his background is German. His mother was actually an English immigrant. She was actually from England, but with the Drumpf family, their original name truly was Drumpf. They were from Germany, and they had migrated all the way to the Pacific Northwest, where Drumpf opened up, and this is not to judge or denigrate what he did, but the original great-grandfather opened up a whorehouse, a bordello, and that's how they originally made their fortune. That's how they established it. But what's so ironic is when Troy Bellamy brings up what the Klan was like, the Pacific Northwest was weird because they made certain no blacks could move in. They just made it impossible for the great migration of blacks out of the South to establish themselves anywhere in the Pacific Northwest. And an ironic, kind of bizarre consequence of that was the Klan in the Pacific Northwest presented itself as very politically correct. They would say, oh, we welcome people of all races and all religions, and we're really just cool with everybody. We're copacetic, because they could afford to be, because nobody else was there but a bunch of white people. They could afford to talk like that. But that's where they presented themselves as open. But the reason all of this even came to pass, aside from other historical factors we don't need to go into, was a Klansman became president named Warren Gamaliel Harding, who died, was literally killed by his wife, in San Francisco, no less, and I know this because I worked at the Presidio Military Base Library, and Warren Gamaliel Harding was a Klansman, and he was a Klansman who, during Prohibition, partied so hard with alcohol and forced his wife to serve their guests like she was a house servant while having relations with flapper girls, and she hated him so much, for obvious reasons, she killed his ass, and ordered. That's why there's no Warren Gamaliel Harding Presidential Library. She gave the order as First Lady. All of his records, all of his documentation, all his diaries, you fucking burn them. I know that for a fact because they were burned at the Presidio Military Base. So there's no records of Warren Gamaliel Harding. But we do know he was a Klansman from circumstantial evidence and his being very open about it. It was under his presidency the Klan exploded and became national. So the Klan became no longer a Southern enforcer of, what do we call that? In the days of Reconstruction, they were basically running, well, establishing Jim Crow. But they became national, and the only way you could prove you were a real American was by joining the Klan. So Trump's great-grandfather joined the Klan, and that's why Trump identifies so much with the Confederacy. So what Trump has been indoctrinated to do since childhood was to reverse the course of the American Civil War between the states. So Trump feels it's his duty to win the war for the South, and he will do that by reversing the 14th Amendment, which was a direct product of a radicalized Republican government after the American Civil War between the states, to try and make certain that they would stay in office by giving blacks the right to vote. And they could only do that by making them citizens. Reversing the 14th Amendment will reverse that. And Trump will then be able to say legally, well, you're no longer citizens, you're illegal immigrants, and therefore to be deported back to Africa en masse. That's his ultimate objective. So is that coherent, Troy? Yeah, am I making sense? I'm not quite sure. They cut you off. Holly's joined us. So Holly, say hi to Troy and say hi to everyone, if you'd be so kind.
Big hi. Yeah. A big hi to everybody. Mm-hmm. Troy, you were wonderful. I am totally in agreement with everything you said, and you delivered it wonderfully well. So thank you very much. And now, Douglas, your additions to these things, are you guys am I breaking up?
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay. Is just dang near overwhelming.
Well, ask Troy if he'd be so kind to repeat himself so that we can hear whatever he responded to what I said.
Yeah, please. I don't want to interrupt.
No. I don't think I had anything to say at that point. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, see, I think they were going to make a big deal out of that Kyle Rittenhouse as the coming up young Republican. Mm-hmm. And I just think a lot of them go too crazy.
Charlie Kirk introduced him at the
recently. I know they were bringing him to rolling him out at conventions and shit, but I hadn't heard about him in a while. Are they still rolling him out?
Well, I don't know. I know they rolled him out big at the last convention.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, okay.
Was the one that introduced him and brought him out.
He's going to be stepping right up in front of powerful turning point.
He can barely talk, that poor fucker.
I would think. And the Florida guy. Oh, and the thing about Martin Luther King, okay? Mm-hmm. I lived through that in Newark. Mm-hmm. Quite young, but certainly cognizant. And the right really couldn't get a handle on crushing him until, he's an adulterer. You know, he that was the brand. And so in the last, it was a while back. I mean, it was one of those things, you miss the newspaper one day, you're never going to know. But somehow sealed records became available, and it was all mapped out how Hoover, the original transvestite, longtime gay partner, made that all up.
Well, we know that.
Yeah, well, we do, but evidence, hard evidence. And that just evaporated off the wavelength. Did you hear anything about that, Troy? It wasn't recently.
What was about J. Edgar Hoover, about the release of the information?
Yeah.
I heard
and that was the whole COINTELPRO thing.
Well, yeah.
Because they couldn't criticize him any other way. And here he was coming about the Vietnam War. What'll we do? Make him an adulterer with an A. That doesn't just happen to women. They did that to him. And I've heard people, it's now into recent times, saying, oh, but he cheated on his wife.
I mean, really? Really?
Totally.
It's like, why would that even, not that that happened. I don't believe that happened at all. But why would that even matter if he did with today's sensibilities?
Right. Does it devalue his whole life's work and message? For me, hell no.
Of course not.
It's the nuttiest thing I ever heard.
It's like Brendan said, even if he were in there, drugging it with these two ladies who might have been, after white whores, all the better. All it would do is add street cred with them to kids on either side of the aisle.
Yeah, these days. But then, I mean, it was horribly utilized.
No, it was such a bizarre.
Piss on his grave, essentially.
Yes.
Piss on his grave.
But that's with a dying demographic. Those people are.
I hope Charlie Kirk's
is
getting a lot of millions.
Well, this is still a dying demographic. I don't know if you caught me with the last episode, Troy, but I was talking to people about how these young instigators, these agitprop,
emphasis,
these operatives, they're all operatives. Fuentes, and this Charlie Kirk, they're all thrown under the bus by the elderly elite.
Oh
now.
Yeah. I've been thinking about this since. It does make sense. Yeah. Now we just got to get clear, send them to the meat grinder so we can, because well, they want to live with trans people and stuff. We can't have that.
Yeah.
But they don't do a jubilee or a debate with are Cenk Uygur, although Cenk he scares me sometimes, but and Mehdi Hasan. They definitely don't want to debate Mehdi Hasan.
Oh.
And Hasan is like a version of Charlie Kirk, but with facts.
Right.
He's going around taking on people and debating and get into these philosophical and empirical debates with people about everything. And they really can't handle him because he is sharp. I like Mehdi Hasan.
I never heard of him, but I'll certainly take your word for it. You're telling me this person is liberal, progressive, or on the other side of the aisle? What?
A guy who used to be on MSNBC, he was fired in that round of firings with Joy Reid and all of them. They let him go. He had a show. He had his own show on MSNBC on the weekends, and he was a correspondent. They let him go, and he started his own media company called ̔CHUŌ.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to promote nobody.
No, thank you for saying that. I appreciate that qualification.
Continue to listen to Douglas Dietrich. My man, this is the show that you need to listen to.
Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. So thank you to Troy, and of course, obviously, you're welcome to stay on all night if you wish. I do know, of course, you work in the morning, but otherwise, I'm going to be starting monologue. Yeah, I'm sorry,
but I'll be listening when I go to sleep.
Okay.
So I love all y'all, Holly. Hey, Brendan,
thank you.
Sending me those links, The Bellamy link for the for the
anime.
It's awesome.
Yes, that's great.
And
That's
then
great.
Douglas, thanks for sending me that about the with the other links
Yes.
that you sent me. That was great.
Thank you, and bless you for that. And I'll send you one more right now to kind of send you off with. Let's oh shit. Okay, so we're gonna restart the call now because what happened is that the call is going to die soon. Microsoft Teams is just a bitch to work with, and it kills itself. So we're going to do our best to restart that either way, or I'll just go directly into the monologue without any input. But hopefully everybody's prepared for this, and I will let them know what's going to happen. Okay, so Microsoft Teams is reloading, hopefully. And let's warn Aristides about this. And here we go. Aristides, see if I can find him. And hopefully that uploads, and then he'll have to know to pick it up, so to speak. And guess that was just meant to happen. I certainly didn't want for it to do. And here we are. Pick up new call. Answer new call. Answer new Microsoft Teams call. Answer. There we are. Okay, now I'll have to start the call again. New call. Answer new call. New call. Answer new call. There we go. And enter that. And let's send that out to Holly as well. Holly, let's see if we can find her. Here we are. Answer new call. Answer new call. Okay. And you know, my phone should be better than this. These words should be like just automatically typing themselves when I repeat a phrase, but they don't. So it's like the whole thing is lame as fuck. Hopefully it starts doing that with the next person we go to. Before we make the call, let's see, Brendan here as well. Okay, answer new call, answer new call. Okay, and see if that works. And it does not. It's really lame. Okay, press the enter button. Okay, with that, all right, let's do the infinite call, and here we go. Then we start it, and I'm actually impressed that Microsoft Teams got itself back up and running, because most of the time it doesn't even do that. Okay, let's go through that. Nice face from Brendan in the Microsoft Teams chat. There we are, Aristides, and hopefully Holly and Brendan and others re-answer. We love you dearly, Troy Bellamy, if you're out there, and you're invited to answer if you wish, but otherwise it worked out the way it did, and we'll be turning towards monologue. We'll see if we can recover Holly, but we've certainly recovered Aristides. So, and the calling's going on for the other people, and let's see if they respond. We are getting a response in text from dear Brendan, and hopefully he'll be able to...
What happened to the call?
I was trying to send Troy Bellamy a new link. So the problem is that, here, I'll show you on screen share. This is the challenge that I deal with quite a bit. And unlike Skype or other forms of communications, if a few gentlemen can see the screen share here, if we go to the infinite call itself, we're dealing with like multiple windows that open up, and it's really just bizarre. So you have the basic Microsoft Teams, and the Microsoft Teams is on the search bar. And then the problem is to get Microsoft Teams to work, then I have to click it, and by clicking it, that leads to a download of the app. And then I have to do this every time I start the computer. Whenever I shut the computer down and restart it, Microsoft Teams shuts down completely and you have to re-download it. I think they do this because that way they can separate people who are subscribers to people who are just using it for free. And it forces you to download it each time. So when it downloads it and then you call somebody on it, like opening this infinite call, you're opening up a whole new window. So you got the basic, kind of setup where you've got all of your chat people that you normally call, and then you've got the call itself. So you're dealing with two separate windows that one takes you here and the other one takes you here. which would be whoever joins us on this call when it finishes ringing. And so when you're trying to send a link to one, like say for instance, let me click on this. If we try to send a link here and then we open up the chat room, then you're dealing with multiple windows and multiple screens. And so I try to go to a different screen to retrieve, say for instance, the Hànyǔ raid link and put it on the others. Then at times it winds up shutting down the whole call because somehow it confuses the third core that assumes that you're hanging up or something. It's just absolutely bizarre, and it's just janky. It's just a really janky, very overly segmented, overly compartmentalized system. And I don't even know how people are working it when they're running these group calls at work. But, I do my best. But every once in a while, I think what's going on is I happen to hit the wrong one, and then it shuts down the whole call. You can't just casually tap this. The core Microsoft Teams, when you tap that by accident because you're looking at the sign and then you're looking at something else, and then say for instance you're referring to something else here like your incoming emails, then you wind up going over and dragging this across. Yeah, it's just awful.
So in other words, it's user error.
Yeah, it's user error in its own way. But I would have to say it's user error in a system that is overly complicated. Yes, this is happening constantly because the system itself is unwieldy. It's extraordinarily unwieldy. And I don't even know if Holly has the wherewithal to catch on to what's just happened to all of us. So because of a clicking, a wrong thing here, but that's okay. We'll go on with it. Hopefully she joins us soon enough. And let me send another message to her. And in the meantime, tell people about Hànyǔ and the raid, if you'd be so kind, Brendan. And that will give him some education as to the what Trump is doing to America's technological capacity, which is wiping it out because it's all based on foreigners. But in this case, it's the Koreans. So if you'd be so kind as to explain a little bit about that, if you would. If you're in the mood.
I just know that the Koreans are pissed.
Were you able to open the link that I provided?
No.
Oh, you can't open it? Or you just haven't?
No, but I see what you're saying here.
Okay. Yeah, if you would be so kind as to open that. And
they attacked the battery plant. Yeah, that's...
yes. ICE.
And there's no other word for it. Attacked is the only word.
Thank you.
Yeah. It was a construction site to build the EV plant.
Mm-hmm.
And detained almost 500 workers, some of whom were Japanese nationals.
Mm-hmm.
So that is just like, I don't understand how that happened, but it did. Yeah, it says it was the biggest single site enforcement operation in the department's history.
Good fucking God.
I'm like getting a text from you while I'm talking to you, so something's obviously gone wrong.
Well, the text is delayed.
It goes through like 100 different
interceptors and interdictors and people who are working with the state, and obviously this happens a lot as well. One of the factors that we deal with on this show is constant electronic interference. All that being said, hey, we're back now. So, continue telling people about this horrific incident, which is pretty much killed America's technology future since it depends on Asians. And I mean, actual Far East Asians in this case.
Well, not to mention Korea is the biggest foreign investor in the United States.
There we are.
So it's like, why would you attack them? It doesn't make sense.
Because Trump is out to destroy America's economy, out to destroy America, period. He's the enemy.
Of course.
Yeah. And the fact that the United States military obeys him is treason. It's absolute treason. So there we have that. It's that's the situation. But anything else you can provide about the battery plant? And, directly from the article itself, please?
I can't read the full article.
Oh, okay.
So
behind a paywall?
That's all I could get. Yeah.
Oh Jesus, that's so fucking sucks.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
And they want like an ungodly amount of money, $20 a month. Fuck that.
Oh yeah, no, it's outrageous what they're demanding. But I like the way they're headlining.
What rag is this even? I mean,
This is foreign policy. It's foreign policy. They've been around forever.
This is like fucking. This is toilet paper. What is this?
Well, I like what they say. The headline says Trump's Hànyǔ raid drains U.S. battery brains. And that the United States, the subtitle is, the United States can't build powerful technologies on its own.
Of course not.
Yes. So there we are.
We can't even pick fruit. I mean,
yeah.
Forget about high technology. There's like a bunch of people with their hand on their hip. Oh, why is the fruit not showing up? You know?
Oh shit! Yes.
And to my happiness and celebration, the beef prices are so expensive. People are crying. I can't eat beef because I can't afford it and shit.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean,
it's the highest it's ever been in history. It's like, good, stop killing the cow.
No, well, yeah, I understand. You would revel in that. Yeah, it's of course I myself am rather disappointed. Of course, I love beef, but it just is the horror of what we're dealing with. And so that having been expressed, you seem a bit subdued. Are you okay?
Yeah, I've been working on that, of course.
Yeah, that fucking sucks. Are you at home now or still at work?
No, of course not.
I'm not
like. No, I'm not at home.
Oh, okay. Yeah, at the warehouse. I mean to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're still at work.
And it's also it's a different lunar sign, so it's not so.
Okay.
I'm not so tolerant to this particular lineup. We'll say astral lineup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. The stars are not right now for you.
Yeah, it's not a sign that's native to me that I'm conducive to. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the darkest part of the fourth sign, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very it's a nebula in the sign of the crab that's not so easy to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah. Okay. So that's understood and understandable. Well, we love you dearly. Interject whenever you wish. I'm going to go into monologue now, and and just jump on bandwidth whenever you can. We'll take it from there. And just thank God the live stream itself is working. Aristides, one more time.
What exactly are you going to talk about?
You'll hear it soon enough. I was just testing. Aristides, can you say something so we make sure you still register?
I'm here.
Okay, good. It registers. Well, you'll hear soon enough, Brendan. I'm going to talk about. We'll start with the same thing because the same thing is still what everyone else is talking about, and it needs to be addressed.
Okay.
And I will be going into. So, were you able to listen to the remains of the last episode? That would, if you have any response to what I said, which I brought up what you had brought up.
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it partially, but I'm going to withhold my comments right now.
Okay, that's understandable.
On.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Well, everyone, we'll take it from here. And everyone who's listening, do understand this cannot be done without your fiscal as well as moral support. Especially this month, we're going to have to pay for some technical support. And that's because I have to do some technical things that require rewiring the studio, so to speak. And because I need to rewire the studio, I have to pay for some consultants, and this will cost about $5,000. So we need help for that to bring us to the end of the month. And
really? Oh wow.
Yeah, imagine that. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
that's crazy.
yeah, it fucking sucks. So there you go. You heard what our man just said about user error. We're going to try and Heather's on the Infinite Call and says, Urban Slaves. Bellamy Mansion. I love it. Oh, okay. It's there we have that. That's see if I could respond to that with both laughter and a heart. So Urban Slaves, And of course, Troy was supposed to get all this property, and it didn't get back. So, Holly, thank God you rejoined us. So, hope you understand what happened. And I'm not going to go through explaining it again, but I'll just let you know the call got cut and dropped, and we got to,
Is it that 2-hour thing?
No. It's
okay.
just user error because the situation is extremely complicated, and it's unnecessarily unwieldy. So, yeah, I invite you to interject whenever you wish.
We had a good run so far.
Yeah,
good run so far.
Well, I'm going to dive into monologue now, so I invite you to interject whenever you wish. Yeah. Any other things to bring to our attention?
Well, let me just. I heard a tiny little salacious bit of gossip I could be persuaded to share.
Oh, by all means, please. What do you want in return?
Well, just to put it in your pipe with the rest of it. Yeah. And it kind of spins off the Hoover thing. Okay, so a very good friend of a friend of a friend of mine is very good friends with a guy who is a contractor focusing on very high-end luxury apartments and fittings and whatever, houses.
Mm-hmm.
And so some years ago, somehow this billionaire gets a hold of him and wants to entail him to fix $10 million condo that he bought.
Mm-hmm.
And this is in an area, this guy's focus is in an area that it's a bubbling boil of wealth, one of the richest places in the world, right? $10 million condo. He knows from meeting this guy, oh, this job is going to go for years. And it does, for years. He does all this fancy work. The guy comes with his roommate, walks around and tells him, no, tear it out, do it all over again this way.
Mm-hmm.
Year after year. But the thing of it is, the roommate is Kash Patel.
Yeah, what a load of shit. Yeah, the FBI chief himself.
And he is known to, like, come out and every once in a while be spotted dining in this area or something like that.
Disgusting.
And, you know, if Kash Patel lives with a guy, what the fuck do I care? Except he's head of the FBI and it's secret.
Ah, yes.
And that ain't right. And who will tell those Turning Point kids Hoover was a lifelong transvestite and homosexual?
Yeah.
So is Kash really... I've never heard he had a, beard of a wife or anything. But that's a lot to hide.
It certainly
in his
is.
Position.
Yeah, considering.
So,
yeah. But it makes perfect fucking sense.
It kind of does.
Oh yeah.
And so this guy knows him from before the confirmation. He sees he's up for confirmation, head of the FBI. He says, "Oh, that's preposterous. That guy's nothing but a leech on a billionaire."
Yeah. There you go.
And apparently the billionaire is uglier than Kash. Crazy eyes.
Yeah, Jesus, that about figures. Yeah,
the imagining of it was driving the guy mad. He didn't want to even think
about these two fucking. Yeah. Well, that's why they're butt fucking, honey, so they don't need to look at each other's faces.
Apparently so.
Yeah,
and fine, so do it, but don't be hiding it.
Yeah, well, they're hiding it.
And acting like you're.
Yeah, that's.
But it's a long tradition with the FBI, turns out.
Apparently so. It's
trans roommates and whatever.
Yeah, it's
all the way back to Hoover.
Yeah,
who went on to trash Martin Luther King and the Native.
Yeah.
Everybody else in his path.
Yeah.
Malcolm, I mean all of them.
Oh yeah, he's you're talking about hypocrisy on a monumental scale that's cosmic. This is just cosmic hypocrisy.
Enough to drive rational people mad.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I say to Troy, somehow we got to keep level-headed to deal with this wildly irrational rhetoric.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you.
And action.
Well, it's not just. Yeah, it's unfortunately far more deeds than it is words now. They're simply like pulling the plug on pundits, and definitely,
Man.
yeah, it's a
And I guess 5 cops got shot today and 3 of them killed in
yes,
one incident.
yes. What is going on
So they'll
behind that
flame
incident?
that up.
Of course they will.
I have no idea, but it'll be flamed up, boy.
Yeah,
Oh, all this. The worse this stuff happens, the worse things that happen benefit the right. Isn't that ironic?
of course. Well, that's simply the way they're operating it right now. That will
Yeah.
change. That'll change. That's not the way
That's
it
a
normally
winning
was.
game. Yeah. God.
Yeah.
But it is ironic. Everything horrible that happens helps make them feel better and be righter.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's maddening.
Yeah. Yeah. It's well.
So we can't go crazy.
Yeah. No. But
Awful as Hunter Thompson was, maybe he predicted it. The weird got to get going.
yes. Yes. Now, what our dear Lady Holly was referring to was 3 police officers killed in a shooting in southern Pennsylvania. I have no idea what was going on here and what this
Me
incident
neither.
was about.
Domestic is all I know.
Yes, yeah. Oh, was
So
it?
some wild man.
Okay.
Yeah, some wild man in a shitty house.
So they can't politicize this, I presume.
I don't know who the shooter was.
Okay.
If he was white, we're golden. If he wasn't, oh God help us.
All right, we'll take it into.
I'm gonna
yeah.
move to YouTube because it was always going to be short tonight. Thank you all so much.
Well, we love you dearly, and stay safe
Yes.
and be well. And feel free to jump back on anytime you feel like it. If you wish to tonight, that's great.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So this
Bye.
was.
There's no way to listen
What?
on. Oh, I could mute. That's all. No, I'm going to YouTube. Okay. Good nighty.
Okay, sure. Thank you. And across the Atlantic, we all know what the Trumps' absurd state visit to the United Kingdom of Greater Britain and Northern Ireland really means. Days after Elon Musk addressed London protesters and called for the dissolution of the United Kingdom government, Donald and Melania have arrived on British soil. Beneath the pomp and pageantry, it's clear what's going on. Divided as the world might be right now, I think there's something we can all agree on. Watching Donald Trump being pulled by horses through the grounds of Windsor Castle in the back of a gilded carriage is an excellent distraction, if only for its surrealism. The U.S. president embarked on his second state visit this week, calculatedly but a few days after Stephen Christopher Yakesley Lennon, better known as Tommy Robinson, believers marched through London in their millions, demanding something vague about wanting our country back, while waving flags. They were visited via dystopian video link by 1984 Big Brother Elon Musk. Just another multi-billionaire who's absolutely on the right side of the working class and knows precisely what they need, and who has been supporting the Russian radicalized far right in Europe for a while now. The former Trump advisor and first buddy Musk told the marchers, "Whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming for you. You either fight back or you die." He then called for the dissolution of the legal government of the United Kingdom. This is so outrageously egregious, so offensive, so impossible to accept. I really have no analysis for this right now. And And before I could even wrap my brain around it, now here are Donald and Melania on an unprecedented second royal visit, watching the gun salute and fannying around with Will and Kate, because them Brits really do love inviting the foxes back into the hen house. Silly horses in silly outfits are ridden around vast palace grounds that no royal wants to live on, but they refuse to open to the British public. Melania wore a hat pulled down so low, she looked like a wandering Yakuza from back in the days of the Edo period. It was impossible to capture her eyes. There's no photographer that was able to succeed. She hid those babies like they were private lies. And Camellia was pictured peering underneath that massive umbrella hat that she had, looking like a Buddhist pilgrim to shrine after shrine in ancient Japan. Here we are. Brendan provided us a graphic interchange format of this. And it's like a rice paddy cap, except more like the Buddhist pilgrim cap combined. It's like it had elements of both. And I loved it. I loved it. But it's obvious she did not want to be seen. She wants to hide something. She wanted to hide herself. And we don't want to overdwell on the fashion here. But the Donald, while Camellia was, all the photographs could show was her like literally leaning, peering underneath, like almost as if she's looking up Melania's dress in order to address her face. While Donald's marching on a little ahead of Prince Charles, a little ahead of him. The elegant gentleman, which is apparently not entirely a breach of protocol, but obviously very rude. But that was all hidden underneath the impact of the gun salute. The Trumps flew in on Marine Corps 1, the presidential helicopter, landing. Oh yes, that's right. I forget. That's yes. Charlie's the king, and yes. I'm so sorry. I'm so old, and Charles was prince forever. He was prince forever, okay? So, you know, that's, now Holly Kiefer's, she said, could be a lampshade. Yes, and I appreciate that as well. It's, yeah, Holly knows that Melania knows how to party and was probably hiding a really bad hangover. And couldn't take the sun. Just had to put herself under that. But it looked good. It looked good. If I'm going to cross-dress, I'll steal her style at some point in the future. Anyhow, when the Trumps flew in, Marine 1 landed in the walled garden inside the perimeter. That was so that they could avoid all the London protesters who were locked outside of the palace gates, kept back from expressing their inconvenient opinions by hordes of taxpayer-funded police. In doing so, Trump and Melania entered a world that's surely deeply familiar to them, dripping in gold and blithely disconnected from true democracy, with a whiff of Epstein scandal still in the air. Sweatless Prince Andrew didn't make any appearance, obviously, but he was present in another form, as one particularly determined protester managed to project an image of Trump, Epstein, and Randy Andrew onto one of the Windsor Castle's turrets. Now, that was funny. I understand that all the people involved with that effort were arrested. That's, there's no freedom of speech anywhere. What's with this Pearson Integrated Therapies, loving high-quality healthcare with a personal touch? Not quite sure I understand this link, Brendan. Maybe if you'd be so kind as to explain. Are you saying I should go in for some rehab or so let's get you on if you want to talk about that. Otherwise, of course, not quite sure where you're coming from. And with that, we'll continue with what we're saying. I don't need like random distractions in the middle of a monologue if they're just going to be pointless. But that's if that's what you have to offer, that's okay too. Like Trump, Brendan said, the stars are kind of odd tonight. So I guess it has the effect on him that it does a full moon or the like. Now, again, we are in a world of elegance of a sort. It's really opulence to the level of...
that link was for a sugegasa. So yeah. I don't know how it got mixed up.
It took me to some health place. It was really weird,
I wouldn't send that in the middle of the show.
So thank you. These are the straw hats. That's it. The sugegasa straw hat. Thank you. Yeah. This would be worn by wandering monks. Bless you. Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah, and that's appreciated.
And something's messing with the technology because I can't get to the page to mute and unmute very easily.
Thank you. I told you there was something. More than just user error. Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on to try and fuck with the numbers, and we'll do our best to continue. So when it comes to everybody listening, thank you for your patience. Again, we got this arrest of these people, and in the midst of all this absurd theater, the choreography was still impeccable. Everyone ignored the projection on the wall. Carriages, gun salutes, sparkly outfits, and afternoon tea were all perfectly timed, all perfectly staged. The Trumps do not merely participate in pageantry, they consume it. They are the actors, the audience, and the set designer all at once. Windsor Castle bends around them. For Americans and Brits alike, there be some strange pleasure in watching such extreme confidence collide with absurdity. One cannot look away, partly because of the gold, partly because of the guns, and partly because it is all so genuinely terrifying. The Trumps are staying the night in the palace as guests of the King and Queen, after enjoying a ceremonial meal and before meeting with Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Thursday. But in further, you couldn't make this shit up developments, senior diplomat to these United States and former Labour spin doctor Peter Mandelson was just removed from his post by Starmer for his own connections to Jeffrey Epstein, but 72 hours before, just 3 days ago, so he won't get to partake in any of the fun himself. So what do we make of all this ceremony, juxtaposed as it is with the world literally burning, in every conceivable sense of that word, in the background? While the Trumps' visit is an extravaganza of opulence and tradition, Musk's involvement in the so-called Unite the Kingdom rally less than a week preceding was the stark reminder of what seethes beneath us all. Both events underscored the power of spectacle in shaping public perception. Both spotlighted deeply unpopular figures, the majority of the United Kingdom not being very supportive of the monarchy at present. And both continued a cycle of division and culture wars. As the Trumps took a tour through St. George's Chapel, final resting place of Queen Elizabeth II, pro- and anti-Trump protesters clashed on the streets of London. A YouGov poll released as the procession continued showed that nearly half of Britons thought it was wrong to invite the Trumps to the United Kingdom in the first. All of which is to say that the conclusion should be fairly obvious. You can put out as many plates of cucumber sandwiches as you like, But the true face of America's special relationship with Great Britain is now peeking through quite obviously from under the shoddy gilding. Not a cherub, not one of those fat little angels, but instead the face of a gargoyle. This is a marriage of convenience between a pair of embattled elites who need each other's ceremonies more than their own people need them. The people, however, are still very much outside those palace walls, letting their thoughts be known, and the United Kingdom offering its grandest stage to America's most virulent culture warriors, as if it might be able to normalize their more authoritarian impulses and smooth out their edges with ermine and diamonds, will do nothing to quell the people's rage. Now, I think Heather just sent us something. Well, here we are. Let's take a look at what we've got with this link. We've got, Donald and the Yankees game after Charlie Kirk shooting. The president is like, he's got his hands going back and forth. He's celebrating. Yeah.
Did you see him doing the shuffle? Did you see him doing the
Yeah.
shuffle?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he's shuffling.
That was on the 10th.
Yeah.
Literally the day of. He was like, oh yeah. You know, it's like he's having a good old time, that's for sure.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Rump dancing at the Yankees game. I like the way you said that too. It's delightful. It's thank you for sharing that. It really puts things into perspective.
And then like a few minutes, like pretty much after that, he said he was like a son to me. Shit like that.
Yeah, remember I used to have to say that shit about Jambo the Reese Monkey. Remember how Peter Moon was saying, "You said you loved him like a son." I said, what am I gonna say? I don't pay the son.
Yeah,
of a
well,
bitch.
you and Trump can relate in that sense.
Yeah.
You wanted the guy dead.
Yeah, that's.
When you say that, you mean you want them dead, basically.
Yes. And this was after Trump's hit job. He was so happy because his hit succeeded. Yeah, it's.
He was like dancing. Like yeah. I don't never seen him dance like that.
Yeah.
And then the screenshot I sent you.
Yeah.
Him at the royal ball or whatever when he was, you can tell he hates formal dinners because he would just look so sour.
Yes.
In front of the king. Do you see how he was like all saggy and
like
his face looked like a bulldog?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You just scroll up, you could see it.
Okay, that's on the links you sent me. That's right. Yeah, let me go take a look at that. See if I
think
can
it's in the chat. I think I left it in the chat.
Okay.
Oh no, maybe it is.
I don't think you did.
Your personal chat.
Yeah, I think it was my personal text. So if I scroll up.
Yeah, my technology is completely just totally out of commission. So.
Yeah. Trump looks like Trump is not that. You know why? The king is speaking. That's why.
Oh yeah.
The king is speaking. So Trump is like, yeah. There you go. That's funny as fuck. And he's bored out of his mind.
Awful. He looks awful.
He looks awful. He's bored out of his mind. He was so much happier and having so much more fun when Charlie Kirk was killed. Yeah, and there you go. But thanks for that. Yeah, no, all of that's an important point. And down in the Mediterranean, facing growing boycotts and embargoes, Netanyahu has decreed that Israel must become a militarized autarky. And as Israel...
did you see... Yes. Since you're getting to that this quickly.
Yeah.
But, did you see that link I sent you?
Oh, God, which one?
After they... It was a Deutsche Welle, like the German news.
Okay.
Like after they swept in and, genocided the city, then they said, UN officially declares genocide. And it's like, I just sent eye roll.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see that.
Just as I predicted, it's like they're not going to say anything until it's like already done.
Yeah, until it's done.
The oldest trick in the book,
Yeah.
Everyone ignores it till it's already finished.
Yes, got it. Okay, so this is where you got the eye roll there, and okay, so Jeremy Benton.
And they're saying it like it's news,
Okay.
No, I think it was Deutsche Welle.
Okay, Deutsche Welle, because I don't see Deutsche Welle. I don't see Deutsche Welle anywhere in these links.
It's probably like way up.
Okay, I'll take a look.
Let me see if I can roll it up.
Yeah, see if you can roll it up. And when it comes to, of course, the other thing I notice here is, what do they need 300,000 children for? So what are you talking about with that? What's going on with 300,000 children? Oh, there we are. Your eye roll. It's above Luigi Magnoni. Here we are. Israel has committed genocide in the Gaza. Yes, there we are. It's kind of like, yeah. When did you find out? It's so
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Holy crap. I mean, I totally disagree with the UN statement. I mean, it was completely
What did they say?
warranted. You know, they did nothing wrong.
Oh, there we are. You're being facetious. There we are.
Yeah.
Yes. And though we are both happy.
It's not genocide. It was completely justified.
Yes, we are both happy to report the charges have been dropped against Luigi Magnoni concerning domestic terrorism and also a certain level of manslaughter as well. So he's off to a good start. He's off to a running start.
Yeah.
So that's good. And you know, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, I think this latest thing took the heat off of the poor guy.
Oh yes.
Good for him.
Yes. Yes. Thank God. And
Which is funny, is because everyone celebrated that guy getting murdered.
yes.
No one cared about him.
Oh, hell
But
no.
anyways,
Hell no. Yeah, that's right. But then again, he wasn't directly funding the Republican Party or you know, promoting them. And that brings us back to, of course, what's going on in Israel. Thanks for your interjections on that, and continue with them. But as Israel obliterates Gaza City, Jared Kushner is back in business. Well, I just have to say, when it comes to Netanyahu and himself, and they're Zionized at the hip, their vision is fated to fail. Jared Kushner's increased involvement in the Trump misadministration's planning for post-genocide Gaza began to emerge earlier this month, with observers recognizing how the president's son-in-law returning to the fold would portend a misadministration focused on economic development, as evidenced by the Abraham.
they're like
Yeah.
corrupt landlords. You know,
Yeah,
it's like they're there to inspect.
yeah,
Like, oh, scrape up all these, blood and brains so we can get building.
oh yeah. It's like over a mass grave. Talk about an
Yeah.
Indian burial ground. You know.
Right? Yeah. Like, it's only been cursed with 3,000 years of different genos.
Yeah. Well,
Events,
the
like-
latest one is the worst, dude. The latest one
Of
is
course.
the worst.
Well,
I don't.
Yeah,
yeah.
recency bias, but yes. Sure.
No, it's worse in the sense that there's so many senses. But whatever they were doing in the past, there wasn't the hypocrisy of trying to put themselves in the right in the eyes of the world, where they had. If you see the link I put into the episode of last transmission, I put a link into the box, where the chat box, so that people could see that they're hiring biker gangs that are.
Yeah, I saw the infidels.
Yes, thank you. I mean, these guys set up
Using
ambush.
the cross.
Yes.
Using the cross.
Yes. And setting up, these are aid sites. These are aid sites, and entire families go there for food, and then they kill them. And they're all
in an ambush.
Yeah, and they're all American veterans. They're all American veterans from American military services. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. That I know is obvious.
Yeah.
Who else is crazy enough to go back to the desert? It's like,
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, to kill children, entire families. That's yeah, thank you. And this is the site where, whatever they were doing in the past, they didn't have that level of hypocrisy. They didn't need to get that chicken shit in the past.
true. True. They just said, we're going to do what we're going to do.
Yeah, they didn't
That's
have
true.
to pull shit like this. Yeah, no, the horror of it is then on top of that, you're going to build hotels and casinos. And imagine what kind of visions people are going to have there.
Oh God, talk about, what is it, like, Las Vegas is Sin City, then what is that, like Genocide City?
Oh yeah, it would be like literally that's beyond. It'd be like
Sacrifice City.
Yeah, Mass Sacrifice City. I love it. Yeah, welcome to Mass Sacrifice City. It would be like Vegas out of that fucking... Who's the Sweet Tooth the Clown? I forget what the video game is called.
Oh, yeah, it's like Twisted Metal shit.
Yeah, it's Twisted Metal shit. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Thank you.
I mean, that video game, I used to think it was just like, you know, artistic license. Now it's turning into like real reality.
Thank you.
It's going to end up like that.
Yes. That's where we're going to be. Yeah, it's and the series is okay. At least it started off well enough. I don't know how it's gone since then, but at least I caught, elements of the first season. So I don't even know if
I forgot they made a show about it.
Yeah. Was it HBO or I can't remember. I don't know these things.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's all live stream or something, or what do they call it? Netflix or something. Yeah,
I think it was Netflix.
Thank you. So at any rate, basically, as evidenced by the Abraham Accords, the Axis of Abraham, which was the diplomatic achievement that Jared Kushner spearheaded, and which itself celebrated its 5th anniversary this week, half a decade old. Kushner views the Palestinians and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict not as a fundamental problem to be solved, but as an issue that can be resolved from the outside in. And Holly says, and they build it with generous government subsidies. Indeed, Holly, indeed. Don't be afraid to just jump on and say that, by the way. Now, appearing on the No Priors podcast, hosted by his AI business partners, Elad Gil and Sarah Gua, a Jew and a woman of Chinese extraction, Jared Kushner painted a vision of the Middle East, or rather, Middle East peace, which is the peace of a salted grave, wholly consistent with policies he himself engineered, and all the non-starter solutions he is presently advocating. To quote as Kushner, at length and verbatim, though not for too long because he doesn't have too much to say, despite October 7th and the Gaza genocide, proving the fallacy of such thinking as his own, he said, Hamas in Gaza is basically destroyed. They have an opportunity to convert those military victories into political victories. But you have to find a resolution in Gaza. If you're able to find a satisfactory resolution, Israel would obviously love to get their hostages back. Fuck, there won't be nothing left to get back. That's a critical element. Once you do that, and find a humanitarian way to make sure the population of civilians is not negatively impacted by the horrific leadership that Hamas has brought on and the conflict that's ensued, you can get to a place where full normalization with Saudi and Israel, you really need to get everybody doing business and getting to know each other. No, I mean, it's like, wow, problem. Gonna take a look at what
sounds legit.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay. So here we are. Thousands remove themselves. Arizona's organ donor registry. Ooh. Okay. Thank you, Heather, for that. You realize, Heather, you can come on and talk about these things if you wish. You can jump on for a little bit, but I'm impressed. Okay, so this is all because people all over Arizona listens to Heather when she's on this show. Right, Brendan? I can't think of any other explanation.
Well, yeah, it's weird that every time we bring up something, then it shows up in the news, Dave. It's almost spooky.
Yes. It's not spooky. It's downright uncanny. It's
uncanny.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that, and she was asking, how do I remove myself?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden people are doing it. So.
All over her state. Her state. Like, yeah, there you go. It's, now Kushner has notoriously profited off the ties he helped cultivate since Trump's defeat in the 2020 election up through to the present day. During the initial aftermath of October 7th, Kushner made headlines when he lauded the investment potential of Gaza's waterfront property, something criticized as wildly disconnected from reality and ignorant of international law in real time, only for Trump to parrot these points, well, completely verbatim. Not a single deviation.
I mean, even for a real estate scammer, it just seems odd that, like, how is that profitable?
Thank you. Well, I mean, you could see where it would be, but it's not in the calculated. Yeah.
It's not like it's near an airport or somewhere where people want to go. You know, it's not like it's the south of France. I mean, this is just absurd.
Well, the beach is beautiful, and they figure if they just kill all the people living there, then, yeah, it is a really neat place to go. But as you said, the airport would have to be within Israel itself, which the Israelis will supply. It would be a very short drive to the beach.
It seems, to me, it seems weird when these people could, like, buy an island. Oh, maybe they shouldn't do that.
Yeah, thank God. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin an ecosystem. Yeah, but come on.
Yeah. But it's like they could buy, like, pretty much half of a
continent.
State. Yeah, a whole state. What is it, like Hawaii or something?
Yeah.
Why are they worrying themselves with this? You know, obviously it's just a front just to say, oh, we have a plan. You know, that's what it seems,
well,
right?
I hear what you're saying, but I do believe that it's what's considered a mutually beneficial conspiracy in which the Jews want to kill all of these people, and the Americans say, okay, we'll give you the cover. Once again, the Americans are providing the cover for the Jews, and then remember, Trump offered for the Americans to rebuild it for Israel. That they would come in, the Americans would come in and provide the military security, and then the Jews would get all the profit. I can't think of anything more archetypally American than, work for the Jew and give the Jew everything that, but at least the Jews are doing their own killing here. Now, as I said,
legit.
Yeah. As I said, Trump just regurgitated every word on point from Jared Kushner on returning to the White House earlier this year. So it should be no surprise that Kushner is effectively advising Trump and his special envoy, Stephen Witkoff, to once again detour Palestinian leadership. On the week that Israel bombed a Gulf state, think about the enormity of what I've just said, and began its brutal ground invasion of Gaza City, Kushner is sticking to the selling point that sees Saudi-Israeli normalization as the light at the end of the tunnel. Not only did Kushner, holding no official role at the moment, no less, attend the White House meeting dedicated to post-depopulation planning, which Trump himself attended, no less, but he also, Kushner, also attended a subsequent Miami meeting with Bibi Netanyahu confidant Ron Dermer, Israel's strategic affairs minister, who repeatedly double-crossed Kushner as he pursued the so-called deal of the century, aimed at addressing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that predated the Abraham Accords. Kushner should be the last person surprised that his conversations with Dermer were immediately followed by Israel advancing West Bank annexation, going ahead with its planned Gaza invasion, and the unprecedentedly brazen strike on Hamas officials in Doha, regional capital of Qatar, which is effectively a satellite state of Turkey in the Gulf. This doesn't even consider the fact that Palestinians, already suffering through a humanitarian catastrophe of Israel's making, only stand to further suffer as Israel is taking massive steps at turning what is left of Gaza into rubble, to say the least. We should simply say.
Apparently the Qatar strike was totally useless, by the way. Because at first they claimed they killed all of them, but I guess that didn't happen.
Thank God. Thank God. Hopefully they were all out whoring somewhere.
Well, Yeah, well, they were, but I mean, I'm no supporter of Hamas, that's for sure.
I understand
But,
that as well, and yeah, except this, I'm one by default. It's a de facto. I'm a de facto supporter of Hamas simply because the Zionist Israelis are so reprehensible.
Well, I have beef with the Shia just out of principle from historical reasons.
And understood.
Like their fracturing of just Islam and but we don't need to get there. It's their fault. Islam is the way it is, basically. It's because of their betrayal of Abu, the father.
I'd have to look it up
Islam.
myself, but I know what you're referring to. It's it's Shia and Sunni are the really big schism.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm being completely sarcastic here, but as a joke, we could thank Allah for Sunnis like Slam and Shake. He said, I'm Sufi. I'm Sufi. Yeah, he ain't no Sufi.
They consider. I mean, the funny part about that is they consider Sufis to be like, beyond hippies. Those are like, these are rejects, basically. According to Islam.
Yeah, of course.
Like you're just a drunkard. You're just a drunkard.
Yeah, doctrinaire Islam looks on Sufis almost as devil worshippers, really. I mean, that just a side of devil
blaspheme, like totally blaspheme.
Yeah. These
getting high on God and all that is like to them it's blaspheme.
Fuck yeah. They look at these guys as like
in fact, the name Sufi comes from suf, like someone who's wrapped up in wool.
Yeah,
because you're just like a beggar on the street. That was like their insinuation.
That's right.
Like these people were just beggars. Yeah.
No, that's quite true. Yeah, and so and like I was saying, obviously Gaza's being rendered uninhabitable before. I mean, building casinos and hotels on Gaza is going to be like setting up colonies on the moon at this point, or Mars.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem logistically logical.
But nevertheless, they still got beautiful beach and the beachfront property, and they still got oxygen and gravity, which the other two celestial bodies lack. But aside from that, it's going to be like otherworld or off-world colonization. Yeah, which is probably going to be exciting to Elon Musk. He's probably going to say, I can help! But, we'll leave that to a future discussion. I'll get back to Elon tonight. Mass population displacement taking place in Gaza doesn't only serve as a violation of international law, but will further destabilize the entire region. The very thing that Kushner is supposedly working against. So Kushner, like Secretary of State Marco Rubio and every other American imperial official with a direct line to officials in Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem, what used to be Tel Aviv-Yafo as the working capital, has failed to flash any sort of red light where Israel sails past a point of no return. The past several days have proven the idiom of things get worse before they get better to be but another fallacy. You see, with Kushner, informed by Netanyahu and his confidant, Ron Dermer, despite years of being played by them, advising Trump on the path forward for Gaza, things will only get worse before they get worse. It didn't end well with Sparta, and it won't for Israel either. It is possible to read too much or too little into the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Super Sparta speech on Monday, and still be right in either case. His remarks at a finance ministry conference were ambiguous enough to read it both ways. The case he made for turning Israel into a 21st century Super Sparta were spelled out clearly enough, but the plan for getting Zion there was not. Nonetheless, the too much interpretation was worrying enough to cause a brief sell-off on the Tel Aviv-Yafo Stock Exchange in the final hour of trading on Monday. By Tuesday, the two littlers appeared to be back in the fore, and the benchmark TA35 index was recovering. As Netanyahu sees it, Israel is up against the twin forces of Muslim immigration to Europe and a massive investment by hostile empires in the digital revolution. The first force has turned the continent and its spineless leaders against Zion, which has manifested via widening arms embargoes. The second force is the huge sums being spent by hostile empires led by Turkey, Qatar, and the Communist Chinese Empire to advance an anti-Israel agenda over social media and influence, well, the mainstream mass media machine. Which, apparently, as Troy Bellamy observed, Israel is jockeying for re-control of. So Israel can counter the media onslaught to a degree, but it can't do a goddamn thing about demographic developments in Europe. Netanyahu's conclusion, and here I quote his...
Which, by the way, I didn't comment earlier, but, I mean, Jimmy Kimmel's no loss for me. I mean, good riddance.
I never saw the son of a bitch myself, except by accident.
Oh, he was horrendous. They were the original Andrew Tates. Him and what was his name, Adam Corell or whatever the hell his partner was.
That fucking
they
figures
were like they would go. They had this Comedy Central show that was called The Man Show, and they were just always talking. You know, oh, this bitch has tits and this bitch is hot, and between him and what's his name, the curly haired dude with the glasses that's always talking, the shock jock.
Howard
Stern.
Howard Stern, yeah.
Yeah, so between all three of them, my generation, me included, grew up watching those people.
Oh God.
You know, with our cousins that were all didn't give a fuck if we were 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, they just let us watch that shit. And so those were the original Andrew Tates. And then all of a sudden that Jimmy Kimmel guy switches and says, "Oh, I'm, I'm trying to be whatever, leftist or whatever they claim, right?
Progressive."
So I never understood that. I never understood. How did he go from that to that? It's like, he's obviously an agent of some sort.
Yeah, he's just a fucking kike, which means that, he can just like mouth off and act like a super adolescent man-child and then claim he's the font of all wisdom. Either way, well, he paid the price now, and like you said, good fucking riddance. I never watched the son of a bitch.
No one was watching that shit. Apparently late night has been dead. It's almost like it's been so dead that this is the only coverage they're ever going to get. That's why they're doing it.
Thank you.
Him and Colbert, all the ones that they're canceling, it's like no one gave a fuck, so they had to make up this shit.
I like it.
As a last...
Yeah.
Like a last ratings poll before they had to pull the plug,
I like it. It makes sense, because think of it. Late night television was based on a working world. We don't have a working world anymore. People were going to work and they'd come home and say, fuck it, I just want to veg out, drink myself to sleep, and watch somebody make fun of other people and,
just the original Mind Rot or whatever.
This was
Brain
Mind
rot
Rot. Yeah, this was the original. This was the original edibles.
Which everyone hates on the Gen Z, saying, "Oh, you guys are just watching brain rot," and it's like that's all late night was.
Yeah, thank you. And
then they even expanded it to like Comedy Central and everything.
Oh, late night became all that TV was. That was like, this is what TV was just an expansion of late night, and
right.
So but then everybody lost their jobs. And nobody needs late night anymore because nobody's going to work and nobody's coming home from work. So they're just sitting home and drinking all fucking day. So late night is no longer a slot. It's no longer a thing. So, there you have it. And it's not only that, it's people need now hard escape. They need hard escape, dude. They don't need to watch TV. It's not doing it. And nobody's got TVs anymore. It's like everybody's looking on their computers. They're going elsewhere.
Yeah, they're on their phone or on their computer.
Yeah, they're on their iPads, their phone, the computer, and shit. Yeah. At any rate, so there you go with that. So when I'm when it's comes to the whole thing going down in Israel, as Netanyahu sees it, Israel, as I said, is up against these like two forces, and he feels, the way he put it, I'm going to quote his T, we will increasingly have to adapt to an economy with autarkic characteristics. It's a word I hate. I'm a proponent of the free market. I work to bring Israel a free market revolution. but we could find ourselves in a situation where our weapons industries are blocked. We will have to develop weapons industries here. We will have to be Athens and a super Sparta. I mean, really?
What the fuck?
Really? I mean,
This sounds like something the Bolsheviks would say. This is not.
This is North Korea, dude. This is like, you know, but the thing about Athens, like a great academic, scholastic, thalassocracy, a sea power, and a super Sparta, a super army, and you know, I mean, he wants it all, baby. The font of all civilization. And to get there, Netanyahu proposes cutting the bureaucracy. Oh, I mean, that's it. I mean, just do what Dādžē did. That's it. That's what ended our recession, right, Brendan? I mean, we're doing so good now after Musk cut our government. And yeah, that's...
Yeah, it worked great.
Yeah, thank you. And playing loose with the law. To quoteist, he... BB, not us.
The economy's on like flotation, you know, like those little rubber dinghies and shit, like the life jacket. It's like it's barely floating.
No. What do they call those floaters for kids? Those stupid styrofoam.
Yeah. The pool noodle. It's like
pool noodles.
They've got pool noodles strung together economically, saying everything's fine. You know.
Thank you.
It's like the dog in the house that's burning. He's drinking his coffee. Everything's fine.
Yeah. Well, the kid's already sunk under the water line, but the pool noodles are still up. It shows the pattern of where the kid was before he went under.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and did you speak? Sorry to
go on.
Digress, but did you see that thing I sent you where it was they were interviewing the ICE dude on 60 Minutes or something?
What did it say?
And it's like they need to give this guy. I mean, I hate to be like, trying to help them, but they need to give this guy like media training or something. They were like, "Are you going to invade the first day of school?" And he said, "No, we're not going to, but there's 300,000 kids that are undocumented, and we need to round them up." And I was like, "Oh my god!" Like,
that's why you said why 300,000.
It's like he has no nuance. It's like he said the worst thing. And everyone in the comments, even the people that were down for it, they were like, "Holy shit, they shouldn't let this guy talk."
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. No, I hear you. That's like, in other words, he makes it sound bad. Even he can't.
He made it sound worse than instead of just saying, "Oh, we're gonna leave him alone," but you know.
Yeah, no.
Still a problem. He said 300,000.
But understand, to him and to Trump, they talk like that because the right-wing rabble loves it. They get off on that shit. They're jacking off over that.
But I thought they were against all these, like, imprisoning kids on islands and shit. It's like this doesn't add up.
Only liberal progressives were. Only over half the population was, but the right-wingers love it. Dude, they jack off over that. That's their idea.
It's
porn. That's their porn.
That's sick. That's absolutely disgusting.
I mean, look at you can bet the farm. Ian West and all those other dudes who are saying it's all human child trafficking, dude. They would be the first to be jacking off over images of the kids in cages at the border. You notice Ian West never once complained about that.
Of course not. When they were like actually doing it too. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So
it's very strange.
Yeah.
Strange world.
But then got to give Ian credit. He was honest when you said, "Ian, how can you put Michael Aquino's pornography about young boys being raped and cannibalized to music?" He said to you straight up, "I love it. I love it."
With full conviction, full honesty, no satire, straight up.
No shame.
But
no shame. Yeah, not even an iota of embarrassment. No self-consciousness. Huh. Yeah, straight up front.
He thought it was the greatest thing he'd ever made.
Yeah. Basically. Yeah. That's it. Yes. That's the right. That's the radicalized right. They're all like this. Save the kids. Put them in cages. Same for us. Yeah. That's there you go.
Yeah. Oh my god! Yeah, so that was shocking.
Thank you.
That was shocking.
Thank you. But this is where we're at now. To quote us, Bibi Netanyahu, "We can decide that the law is more important than life, But I have always thought that life is more important than the law. I guess that's his way of saying, hey...
at least this guy knows how to bullshit. He's got it down.
Yeah. He's going to throw the law, throw the books out the window. Fuck the law books. Let's kill all the lawyers. We're going to break international law and domestic law to kill the bureaucracy that stands in his way. But it's by no means self-evident how these trois things will achieve his goal, his objective, his agenda of autarky, meaning self-sufficiency.
What exactly is the agenda?
Yeah. Well, I'll try my best to explain, but it's hard to explain madness.
Owning a country is one thing, but it's like it doesn't seem like there's like a plan. It's just kind of like, what are they going to do when they get power? It's like no one knows. It's just for funsies.
Well, he's talking about a world in which Israel's isolated, and more people are no longer buying their bullshit. So they
I was going to ask you about that because he did say we're going to become isolationist.
Yes, yes, yeah. The new North Korea.
Which is what they got pissed off about the Japanese about.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but Israel's like the new North Korea. Anyhow, self-sufficiency usually entails greater government control over the private sector. So that's what he means by cutting the bureaucracy, and that life is more important than law. He's basically going to kill the lawyers, throw the law books out the window, cut the government, and just plain nationalize everything. Like Putin. And that's how Putin maintains a war economy. All of Russia is no longer an economy by any international definition of that term. It is now, like North Korea, it's simply a nonstop war economy, where war is the only economy. So here's the too little reading, or shall we read as little as possible into what Netanyahu said, would be, at the absolute minimum, Israel will have to manufacture more guns, bombs, and artillery shells because Zion can no longer easily import the amounts that can't be made at home. And if indeed this is all the Prime Minister meant, it amounts to a nothing burger. A decision in principle to beef up the arms industry was made by the Defense Ministry in December of 2023, long before any European country began barring weapons exports. And the program has been underway ever since then to make things like aerial bombs. But there is a limit to how much larger Israel's homegrown defense industry, its domestic defense corporocracy, can grow, and what it can even produce. Israeli firms can design, develop, and even manufacture cutting-edge drones and communications technology, but they don't make all the tanks, or AFVs, the armored fighting vehicles, or even all the rifles Israel needs. And they certainly can't make any fucking fighter jets. And
how can they be expansionist but also isolating? It's so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and I can guarantee you one thing: Israel can't.
Isolationist means like the border stays put, like, right?
Yeah,
you just stick static. You're static.
This is the insanity of what we're contending with. You see, he wants to be geographically expansionist, but economically isolationist. So it's conceivable, but that doesn't mean it's doable.
We've entered a new era of just craziness.
I mean, you can conceive it. That doesn't mean you can achieve it. And as I said, unlike what people think, Israel doesn't make its own fucking tanks. They simply...
they already got what they wanted, right? They just wanted that strip and then the other part.
They want a lot more.
So that means they want to go past it.
Yes, they want to go past it. But you know that.
I know that, yeah.
And you also know that they can't make their own goddamn fucking fighter jets. And they certainly can't make a single fucking submarine. Except, in either case, jets, tanks, submarines, perhaps by manufacturing an inferior product at enormous cost to the economy. In other words, it'll cost them astronomically more to produce something worth a lot less. This is the end of Israel as we know it. It's the end of Israel, period. They cannot go on like this. Israel has no choice but to import major weapons platforms, like F-35s from the American Empire and super submarines from Wdy91725, the new united Germany. In any case, if Netanyahu is right about Europe being lost to Israel, that means that Israel's arms industry will have to grow without the help of exports. As big as the Israel Defense Forces' appetite for weaponry may be, it is still a small army by global standards that can't buy enough to ensure economies of scale and keep production costs reasonably low. Now, Heather says that Microsoft Teams, she says Teams call is muted. Is that the case, that no one can hear us? I do believe that people can hear us. Aristides, if you're still with us, let us know. I mean, our numbers are good, so somebody's hearing us. It's yeah, they're fucking with her. How about you?
I hear you.
Good, thank you, bless you, appreciate that.
Yeah, you want me to check the stream?
Please, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, our man Aries got this, and do come on, Brendan, if you can. Yeah, go on, Aries.
Seems like it's on.
Good, thank you. Well, I figured so because our numbers are holding good. So.
Yeah, I mean, even if I'm muted, people can hear your responses.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You're not
But
muted.
still.
Yeah, you're not muted.
I
Yeah.
mean, onto the call. Like,
Yeah.
if it's not showing up on the YouTube,
Yeah, okay.
my voice.
No, it is. It is. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
say something again. I'll see if it registers on the OBS. Say hi.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I wouldn't be upset if I wasn't heard.
No, you're
That
heard.
way I
You're
won't
heard.
get canceled.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, what are they gonna say? Oh, he hates everybody. You know, Arabs and
Yeah,
Israel. You know.
I think the only thing they're focused on now is Charlie Kirk for whatever reason, but we'll get back to him. Now,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I loved him. He's a great guy.
Thank you, Aristides, and thank you, Brendan. Now, yesteryear, Europe accounted for more than half of Israeli arms exports. This
Oh, I
year-
just got a warning that said Teams needs your permission, so who knows what's going on.
Whoa!
I'm gonna mute for now.
Whoa! Thank you. No, don't mute yet. I want to ask you about Marina Sarin. Look at here. I want you to hear this. Yesteryear, Europe accounted for more than half of Israeli arms exports, but this year, Marina Sarin Spain has canceled 12 orders it had already placed. That's not a promising start to Israel's autarkic future.
Yeah, Spain is all in. Spain is all in for going against those people. Like the
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Bless you.
know, so that So at least like that's what's funny. It's like, what are you gonna cancel a whole country? I mean, it's not possible.
Thank you. Yeah, it's and all of this, it's on the wind here. The mephitic whiff of Trumpism. You know, the too much reading in too much of Netanyahu's speech revolves around ambiguous remarks like autarkic characteristics and super Sparta. The Prime Minister never spoke about how the rest of the economy is supposed to adapt to a more hostile world, but it is hard to escape the conclusion that if Israel is facing a political and ideological onslaught, it won't be just the arms industry that suffers, so will the rest of the economy. The state will therefore have to step in to guide the economy as it copes with BDS, boycotts, divestments, and sanctions. In other words, there will be more regulation, government interference in the market, and less foreign investment. And if Netanyahu can be taken at his word, it will all entail fewer legal restraints on his own ability to make and enforce those decisions. Firing government employees wholesale, ordering companies what to do, and taking some of the profits, no less, as well as riding roughshod over legal norms. Come on, lads. If I were at the estates, I'd be asking for a show of hands. But here we've got Aristides and Brendan What does this sound like to you? Doesn't this sound like the Trump economy? Indeed, it does. This is Trumponomics here in play. In other words, American imperial Trumponomics is now spreading to Israel as if it were a colony on the med. Free markets, rule of law, and globalization have worked extraordinarily well for Israel and are one of its foundations as the startup nation. But today these values are out of favor in America, the place that once epitomized them. So why should Israel go against the flow? It's no wonder that industry...
Yeah, I don't think people realize how much they do scientifically and various things like that.
Thank you.
You know, they do a lot of genetic research, a lot of plant research, as in like botanicals and GM foods, various things like that. They were some of the first people to discover tetrahydrocannabinol, you know, THC and all that stuff. They do a lot of medical research.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, it's profound. It's
so they have their own economy, but like, why would you shut that down? You know, just it seems
thank
strange.
you. That's like, well, why did Trump shut down ours? Get what I'm saying? It's
because we know why, because they want to destroy what's here.
America, yes, but why would Bibi want to do that to himself? Yes, thank you. I appreciate.
Because they just get money from the outside. That's simple.
Yeah, they'll just figure they'll just get it from America, but America's falling apart. Yeah, so that can't last. I mean, you know, what's the first rule of a parasite? Don't kill the host. Yeah.
In fact, to make the host thrive, so you have an easy going. So.
Yeah, but no,
that's the point.
The kikes couldn't do that. No, they had to suck us dry. Yeah, thank you. It's no wonder that industry trade groups immediately expressed concern about Netanyahu's super Sparta. Dr. Bibi's cure is problematic, but what about his diagnoses? It is true that Europe has a growing and vocal Muslim minority, and government-directed social media is a serious problem for the Jews, who abused it all to exercise monopoly thereof. But is that what is causing Israel such BDS, boycotts, divestments, and sanctions grief? Tellingly, Netanyahu never mentioned the Gaza genocide and its death and destruction as a factor in growing anti-Israel sentiment in the West. His view is that it's not the policies of his government that are to blame. It's visceral hatred of Israel, unconnected with Israel's misbehavior, and therefore can never change. Israel faces implacable enemies and should ignore them and continue on the righteous path of occupation and genocide. This is the worldview of the far right, but it doesn't align very well with the facts. Israel has not been subject to any serious BDS, or boycotts, divestments, and sanctions measures until well into the Gaza side, and only when Israel's actions resulted in mass starvation and now a seemingly pointless but potentially exterminatory assault on Gaza City. Even today.
Yeah. Well, when some of those boycotts were hitting, I got a lot of tahini and stuff for cheap because no one was buying the one that was labeled is made in Israel.
Cool.
So they were like, these stores were like cutting it half off and like 75% off. I was loading up on all the Israeli products, you know.
Cool. Cool, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah.
When it comes to food, so I did my part in the you know, the Geno production.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Understandable.
But you can't pass up a deal like that. You know?
No. I mean,
usually, stuff's expensive. Like.
Oh yeah, no, it's astronomical. All this shit is anything good for you is expensive as hell. They want us all to die. Right. Yeah. Yeah, even today, Europe is far from anxious to act against Israel, unfortunately. Its spineless leaders have made clear the issue isn't Israel or Zionism, it's the genocide. The idea that anti-Israel feelings are confined to European Muslims also doesn't stand the test. Among the most Israel-unfriendly nations, like Ireland, Spain, and Australia, the Muslim minority ranges from 1.5% to 3.2% of the population, hardly enough to frighten political leaders into submission, as Netanyahu has asserted. Polls prove that negative views on Israel are widespread. Among 24 nation-states surveyed by the Pew Center last spring, the median share of the population expressing anti-Israel feelings was 62%. In Dainippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, which suffers practically no Muslims whatsoever, negative views on Israel were shared by 79% of the respondents. That's like almost 80% of the population says, fuck the Jews, boy.
And the rest of them didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, the rest of them just said, who, what's Jews?
Like, that's not my problem. Yeah.
Thank you. I love it. Now, across Europe and these United States as well, negative views not only far exceed the Muslim share of the population, they have grown as the genocide in Gaza has grown ever more gruesome. Netanyahu, in short, is therefore telling Israelis they must make the mass sacrifices needed to turn their country into a militarized Sparta in order to perpetuate a mass extermination that polls prove most Israelis staunchly support, but don't personally wish to participate in perpetrating out of any risk to their own miserable, misspent lives. Even if Israelis do decide that they must make mass sacrifices, the history of the ancient Greek city-state hardly serves as an inspiring precedent. Oh, breaking news! President Donald Trump says he is designating Antifa as a major terrorist organization. I feel safe now.
God, it's like those people, like, they couldn't even organize anything.
Thank you.
They're useless.
They couldn't organize beans on toast.
And they didn't even know what fascists were. It's like, you've dissected them. It's
Thank you. Well,
that's cheesy. I mean, it's just cheesy. It's like, come on.
It's like his war on drugs has suddenly decided they're going to go after hippies who smoke pot. It's like, this is like...
Well, these are like, I mean, these are worse. These are like Freelandia fools, like that Zach dude and shit.
Yeah, well, they deserve
like, just give me free money, otherwise you're a fascist.
They need some heat. These guys need some fucking heat. Yeah, that's...
Well, they're basically non-existent is what I would say.
Of course, because they can't, nobody, they can't
like they're
work.
like the freeloaders. It's like they show up, they're like, oh, no one's going to give us lunch for doing this? And then that was the end of the protest.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a sick, weird social experiment. I mean, they did dominate entire city blocks of the Pacific Northwest in the major cities, but they were like, they were like stealing food. They were like ransacking food from stores.
And they said everything's free, and then that burnt out. Real quick.
That burnt out.
Evolved into like a drug.
Yeah,
just a bunch of drug dens and shit.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
and okay, so I did see this broke a little earlier, and people were saying they said he's finally going after Soros, and it's like, dude, is that guy even like? Isn't he like dust by now? Like, what the fuck? How are they still talking about this guy? Like, he's like in his 90s, isn't he? It's like, holy shit, how can he be the mastermind?
Thank you. He's their boogeyman. And I don't know why. It's sad.
It doesn't
honestly.
make sense. Doesn't make any sense.
Oh God, it's
he's finally going after Soros.
It's pathetic. No, it's like if anything, he's like he's told them to back off the persecution of children in these United States. I want to get people some understanding here about this is why the radicalized right kept saying Trump was the shit. That Trump's, Trump is the guy who's going to save all the children. You remember that bullshit? It's like
they say that all the time.
Yeah,
they say that all the time.
Yeah, that's right. It's so much fucking bullshit. It's like here we are. Let me see if I can find it.
And in all these years, through all these different parties, not a single anything has been done for like, bettering children or education. Not a single thing at all ever.
It's
just been getting worse.
Thank you. And I'll see if I can find trafficking here. Trafficking. There we are. Let me see. Here we are. There we are. So let me get this link from The Guardian. And isn't that interesting? I click on it and it's been scrubbed. It's like you can't get at this now, but I'll try. We're gonna find something. I'll go through a few paywalls here and see what I can get. Here we go. Okay, so now we're gonna get this. I think the United States cut it off, so I had to go through a British outlet. So let me see if I can find that again. But in the meantime, let me load this up in the chat room and then in the text box. So we're going to expose to you all right now about this. Okay, now did I get that in there correctly? Of course not. But all right, people should still be able to link. So here we're going to put this in here as well. And let's see if we can get this going. Okay, so take a look at that and share with our readers. Share with our listeners what's going on here. Appreciate that, Brendan. Thank you.
I can attempt. Let's see here.
Yeah.
But it's like every time we talk about, the big I or the big J, my phone starts dying. So
I know.
We can start a new conspiracy.
Yeah.
Right, let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I bet he is. Revealed. Oh, it's a paywall. Scheiße. Administration retreats on combating human child trafficking and exploitation. I mean, is that even a surprise?
Yeah.
In fact, the dude said we're going to round up 300,000 of them just
yes!
on the news openly.
Thank you.
And the lady just looked shocked. It was just like, why would you even say that?
Actually, you should be able to press the lower button and you should be able to get through the
Okay,
paywall.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
Oh.
Yeah, multi-pronged attack. Let's see. Well, let's get to the meat and potatoes. He ordered agents dedicated to investigating and arresting them, the traffickers, to focus on freeing immigrants instead. Okay, well, there you go.
Immigrant children, no less.
Slashed by 70% of the workforce that were combating trafficking. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Whatever they said was just not true. They were saying we're gonna end it all. No more trafficking. Well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it was all he sold Americans a fucking
the reality.
Fantasy.
This is a quote from somebody, like an expert. The reality is perpetrators will go free. International crimes will continue. It'll take years to rebuild the expertise in law enforcement, and it'll never be rebuilt. We'll just
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Can you see your screen share? Can you see the cursor moving on your screen share?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you can read this for our listeners. Here we are, the sweeping retreat.
Yeah. Threatens to negate decades of progress in the drive to prevent sexual slavery, forced labor, sexual exploitation.
Child sexual exploitation.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Thank you.
And everything, all of the above. And former government officials, anti-trafficking advocates say they're impeding efforts to prosecute. Oh, no doubt.
Perpetrators. Wow.
Perpetrators and protecting survivors,
In the United States and around the world.
It's been a widespread, multi-pronged attack on survivors that leaves them less safe. Well, of course. I mean, par for the course.
Oh. Yeah. That's it. Weird.
Yeah. And by the way, speaking of this shit, did you see that the guy that was the deflector at the assassination where he said, I shot him, the old guy?
Oh, yes. Tell us about this.
Guess what?
Tell us.
They investigated him and he was loaded full of CP, just files and files. And yeah, no surprise there because he looked like Pete.
Oh, my God.
Can you imagine that? It's like, so he was like a super patsy,
Oh,
he was just there to deflect.
Yeah.
While everyone could run away and pack up the gun camera.
Yes, you mean the actual hit team. Team.
Yeah, he was there to deflect while the hit team could easily stroll out, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Anyways, I don't want to digress too much. But
no, that's so important.
Imagine that?
I had no idea. So this guy was a pedopornoholic. He was a vast consumer of child pornography, and he's the old man who said, I shot him. That doesn't make any sense.
The first dude that they tackled.
Yeah.
It's in your private chat.
I mean, I believe you. What I can't understand is
you want me to resend it or?
No, just I think you've given us what we needed to know. I can find it in the links you sent. But what is so he must have been mind controlled. He had to be mind controlled. Why would he do that to himself? Why would he do that to himself? And so
here, I'm gonna thumbs up it or something.
Yeah.
So you know which one it is.
Yeah, thank you. And that'll help me take a look at it. And it's
oh no, this is something else. But anyways, you'll find it.
I'll find it. I'll find it. And
here it is. Elderly rabble rouser who falsely claimed he shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Hit with child porn charges. Oh.
Are you sure they're just not framing him because they're angry for what he did?
I don't know. It's from the New York Post. You guys can take your pick, but yeah.
Yeah, I can easily imagine that as well. This guy was some liberal progressive.
They probably it was probably part of the hit, and they said we'll pay you extra to do this, and then they did a double cross, so they don't have to pay him.
Got it. That's right.
Instead of paying him, they said, we'll pay you all right,
Yes.
We know what you got. Yeah.
This was it. They probably offered to pay him and say, you can enjoy the rest of your retirement. You won't live under bridges anymore. Say, I shot him. And then when he did that, then they just said, oh, he's full of child porn. And and just put him away forever so he won't.
Never had to pay him again. Yeah, exactly.
Never pay him at all. Yeah. And, that sounds about right. Yes. Now, in terms of Sparta.
Yeah, but
go on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Carry on, because the whole second half of the convo will have to continue later. My phone's dying. So
shit.
This part.
Okay. Well,
I'm talking about something else. So yeah.
Yeah. No. But
not digress.
Well, you're not digressing, because we're going to get back to Charlie Kirk soon enough. But by all means. If your phone dies,
the so-called killer, that he's like basically an NPC.
Yes.
I mean, but we'll get into it later.
The non-player character, Tony. I mean, I keep thinking Tony Robinson, but it's
they showed him out. Yeah. They showed him on video, and he looked
Patterson.
like he looks like someone out of like a '90s video game.
Yes,
They're
he does.
Is this your name? And he said, yes, it's my name.
And,
yeah. And then he was just sitting there nodding, like, yes.
Yeah.
He looks like totally, talk about mind control. It's like,
oh yeah.
There's like a level beyond that. It's like he doesn't even have a soul. It's just like a body. It's just
poor son of a bitch. It's
total NPC.
Yeah. Poor son of a bitch.
And then all those text messages they said that were sourcing from him were like full sentences. It's like no one on 4chan writes like that.
Yeah, tell them about he didn't even have a Discord. Tell him he didn't even have a fucking Discord.
Well, they squeezed they put the screws on the company, and the company walked it back and said, "Oh no, no, it's not. We didn't mean to say that." But initially they said he has no
Discord.
First of all, he was never even on there, and there was no evidence of him ever saying that stuff.
Yeah.
And so then all these people attacked them and said, they're covering for him. The evil company's covering. So they had to like walk it back and say, oh no.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's
so he didn't ever have a Discord. It was all just false. None of that's real.
Thank you. It's
like we're so deep in psyop territory that there's it's just beyond.
There's no getting out. There's no getting out. Yeah. It's but this guy's definitely mind controlled, and
how are they able to try someone with no jury just off the cuff? I mean, like, it's just so absurd. It's obviously theater. Yes. It's just theater. This isn't real. I mean, anyways.
Yeah. But definitely, if they cut your phone off or your phone dies, recharge it and try to get back on. Your interjections are always invaluable. And with that, of course,
attempt.
Thank you. In terms, as a historian, I'm obligated to say that when Trump says he wants to make Israel a super Sparta, then we have to at least deliver a brief summary of the precedent. Sparta led the Greek victory over the invading Persians and then defeated Athens in the internecine conflict among the Greeks that followed. By the early 4th century, before the Christian era, it was the local hegemon subduing the other city-states and invading Anatolia, the peninsula of Asia Minor. So far, so good for Sparta, and arguably for Israel as ill, which has followed a similar trajectory. But Sparta was too small to act as a hegemon for long, and even worse, had to constantly expend resources, putting down unrest by a growing population of helots. Those were non-Spartan serfs under its rule. Sparta eventually lost its independence to the Macedonians and the Romans. The city itself survived but disappeared from history, mainly serving for centuries as a tourist attraction for curious Romans. Is that where the Jews want to go? It is in just this context that the Israeli right promulgates Charlie Kirk's Judeo-Christian values. Israeli politicians rushed to categorize Charlie Kirk's coup de grâce as an attack on Judeo-Christian values. But that cliché clashes with Kirk's America First worldview and his well-documented support for the Great Replacement theory, which is a Jewish conspiracy to depopulate the whites and replace them with a colored horde, a shvon, under Jewish dominance. In the week since Charlie Kirk's killing turned American political culture upside down, a fierce battle has emerged between dueling camps in the Republican Party. We can't even call it the radicalized right or the fringe anymore. It's the Republican Party itself, over the late right-wing commentator's stance on Israel, and whether it in fact justifies their respective worldviews. Israeli government officials, led by the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu himself, now notoriously abuse the fatal shooting's immediate aftermath to stake claim to Kirk's legacy through social media posts and podcast appearances. These efforts were further amplified in the ensuing days ever since by Netanyahu's right-wing allies in Washington and pro-Israel hawks throughout the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party landscape. Kirk's allies in the so-called realist camp, meanwhile, claimed Kirk's positions were more nuanced than illustrated and that he was undergoing his own personal evolution on whether the American empire should provide blanket support for Israel. This is not even to mention the proliferating conspiracy theories from fringe social media personalities, some of whom were close with Kirk, others strictly operating in the sphere of opportunism, that baselessly assert Israel was somehow involved in Kirk's extirpation over his shifting worldview. Regardless of where Kirk's positions actually remained on the day of his venial rub-out, the dueling camps of the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party have now adopted Kirk as the latest and perhaps most powerful cudgel to date. The effective hagiography of Kirk has been instantaneously utilized as both a proof of concept for whatever worldview is being articulated, whilst simultaneously dismissing all opposing thought. In reality, however, Kirk's worldviews were abundantly clear. He was an unabashed supporter of the State of Israel, grounded in his own Zio-Christianity. Here you can see a mural of Charlie Kirk created by the Israeli artist, I forget his name, is this Israeli propagandist after Kirk's death in Ashdod, Israel. I'm going to link this into the chat room so that you can access it yourselves, and I'm also going to put it onto our group call here for everybody on the call. And by all means, it's so repulsive. This is puke emoji worthy. Fact, it's barf worthy in real life. This support, however, I dare say faces stress tests in recent months as Netanyahu increasingly alienated key elements of the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party. As has been breathlessly discussed when considering Kirk's legacy, the Turning Point USA founder represented a significant swath of young voters while also being among the most effective influencers to steer voters toward that worldview. American imperial policy on Israel was no exception. On the one hand, Kirk wholeheartedly dismissed Palestinian statehood aspirations, repeatedly denied that Palestinians ever even existed, and insisted that the land should be referred to by its biblical name of Judea and Samaria. On the other, Kirk explicitly opposed efforts to legislate against private boycotts of Israel, asserting they, in his own words, create more anti-Semitism and play into growing narratives that Israel is running the U.S. government. In America, you are allowed to hold differing views. You are allowed to disagree and protest. No, you're fucking not. At any rate, I'm going to upload something for our man Aristides to find. Aristides, I do hope that you're still with us. I'd beseech of you to see if you can locate something I'm going to upload to share with our listeners. I'll see if I can find it, so be patient with me. First, we're going to ascertain if you're still with us at the moment, which I hope and pray you are. And here we are.
Somewhat. I can give it a shot.
Thank you so much. This is a memorial banner hung in Tel Aviv immediately after Kirk's death. And so I don't know if that's accessible. I doubt it will come up. I'm going to have to try and take a screenshot thereof. But see if you can find a Tel Aviv memorial banner of Kirk and Trump hugging each other. Tel Aviv memorial banner of Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump hugging each other. Meanwhile, I'm going to try and take a screenshot thereof and see if I can show you the one that I'm thinking of. It's on a building where it says Mega Media. The great Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. Shlomo, Shlomo Perl. So see if you can find that just by looking for that, and I'll give you the image itself in a moment. And in the meantime, I want to thank all of our listeners for being patient with us. Aristides, got it. Okay, good man. Let's take a look at it. Put it in both the chat and in the link, here on the call. And at any rate, Kirk was looked at as someone who was evolving into an actual thinking individual, the birth of intellect, by expressing skepticism. Oh, did you find it? You got it in here? Thank you.
I think it's... Oh. Wait, I think it's paywall. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can...
Wait, I want to delete that one.
Okay, no worries. In the meantime, I'm going to cut this one off. This image that I'm looking at. Here we are. And just crop that there. See if I can get this in for our dear friend to help him in his search, his quest, because then he can do like a image search based on this and see what he can find.
There's a bunch of them.
Okay, good. That's,
good morning, Douglas.
Yes, good morning, dear George. So welcome aboard. And dear George, so give us a little update on how things are going with you while we're going through this little search here.
Oh no, yes, beg your pardon. I hope I haven't interrupted anything, Douglas, or
not
or
at
just,
all. Don't be silly.
Oh,
no, believe me, you're more than welcome. Always, you're always more than welcome.
Thank you.
How many minutes are we, or how long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
For a good probably half an hour, Douglas.
Okay.
It's going to be a short visit, just a short, short visit tonight segment, and hopefully the next show I'll be on for a bit longer. So fingers crossed for that. So yeah, that's the plan anyway, Douglas. Yeah, it's very early in the morning. I'm just dropping in just to, just say hello and to catch up on the latest, and then I'll depart for the day. Yeah, I'll commence the day after I leave. So yes, I just wanted to come on just say hello to you, and I hope you're all right. Everything's okay. You're right.
Much the better for your coming on, I assure you.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll be happy to get back to monologue, but we're always happy for the break. I mean, believe me.
Yes.
And it's no real break. I'll timestamp it so later on you can review everything I went into about the visit from Donald Trump. It just, after that enormous wave of people overrunning London, then Trump comes traipsing along, as a distraction from all these problems. I mean, so catch us up on the state visit and everything else. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They had so I haven't really been following what's been going on. I did see his arrival, and they had a dinner last night. The king held like this little he was honoring him, and it was all he was hosting for this little dinner party that he had last night. And we know the reasons for the visit, the state visit. It was an invitation from the king, and it was to woo the president. And it's also used for the opposite as well. Trump is also he's an enthusiast for the monarchy.
Well, he's an enthusiast to make himself a monarch. Yes.
Yes, as we know, and. So, all I saw this morning when I woke up was the headline that said that with tyranny rising in Europe, as like it did once before, we must stand with our allies and stand against it. And so that was King Charles's speech to all his guests and all the hosts in front of the president. And that was the whole point of the whole state visit itself. The reason why I invited him over is to try to deter the tyranny that's going on in Europe. What he's referring to is Vladimir Putin's aggression, his illegal war of aggression that he's conducted with the invasion of a sovereign nation state of Ukraine. And that's what he was basically saying and promoting from our stance, as in the British stance, that we stand with Ukraine, and to tell the president that you must stand with us and against him. Obviously, we know that Donald Trump is a puppet president of Vladimir Putin.
Yes.
So yeah.
It's like the British have a real talent for allowing the foxes into the fucking hen house. So
yes, exactly, Douglas. So that was what that fiasco was all about. And it is as well. It's a deterrent, and it's a distraction away from the real issue. And if Brendan Zogert was here, because I know I did listen in only for a few minutes after when I departed from the show, it's because I was just starting my day basically, Douglas. And he did mention about the book written by Alexander Dugin, and I found the English translation of that, so that's why I posted it in the Infinity Call. Just the Infinity Call, so anyone can ascertain it.
Thank you.
So which was important. And the other thing, because he mentioned about there's such a big range in numbers that was reported by the media, and yes, there was. That's why when I came on, I said there was between 100,000 that was reported. So it's a massive range from 100,000 to 3 million. So that was the range. And like he said, we don't know the exact numbers because we're not there and we're not head counting anyone. And so, I spoke to someone who was there, Douglas.
What did they say?
He mentioned, he goes, yes, the news reports were saying 100,000. He goes, that was just below me. That was just farce. And he goes, there was easily at least 1 million people. And that's more of a conservative number in my estimate. So I would put it to around 1 million people. But that's still the largest army mobilized. That's still the largest.
Absolutely. No, it was how would I say it? It was mind-blowing. It was mind-blowing. Yes. By the way, Aristides, if you're still with us, I want you to know I finally got the fucker up into... You have no idea how difficult it was for me to get that. And I can only cut and paste that. So if you can find that, some link to that image, or a image very much like it, the point to be made...
I put it in the YouTube.
Okay. And put it in our call as well, please, as I asked, if you can, please.
Thank you.
Hi, George.
Yeah, thank you. And so do say hello to... Okay, you found it. Thank fucking Christ. Yeah. Okay, so that was... And the important thing to note here, I hope George looks at it as well. I want people to see, look how Trump has the American flag on his side. Charlie Kirk has the Israeli flag behind him. The Israelis consider Charlie Kirk to be their representative in America. So
absolutely.
yes. So please continue.
There is, and then people are just they're getting discombobulated. Would be the correct term. They're just getting confused because I have seen it as well online and just people trying to assert that there is some form of conspiracy that the Israelis assassinated him, or it was a form of conspiracy against Kirk from the Israeli part. And it's actually the opposite is true. It's quite profound actually, Douglas. And
well, profoundly stupid. Yes, go on.
Yes. That's exactly it, Douglas. Yeah, Netanyahu sent his sincere condolences to Charlie Kirk's family, but people have started pointing out, Douglas, like you mentioned, about his widowed wife, how like it's just an act.
Yes. Thank you.
People are pointing out how like, oh yeah, she does look very, very deeply worried, or excuse me, not for her future, but she's mourning in a deep saddened sorrowness for the loss of Charlie Kirk. And actually, people point out that she looks very sad about the whole fiasco that's happened. Yes. And of course, you have the what's his name? His name, the assailant, the assassin.
Tyler Robinson, I think is.
His name's Tyler Robinson.
I believe.
James Robinson or something like that. I believe.
I'll look it up. Yeah. But he's definitely somebody who's the exact opposite of everything they said he was, and he's definitely a mind control victim. He's Tyler James Robinson. Thank you. You've gotten it. You got it.
Yeah. Thank you. It is. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. I did see they did publish yesterday on Sky News. I saw on Sky News the whole. He had a court hearing, but he wasn't present inside the court. It was all virtual, and he only uttered 3 words, which was his name. That's how I can remember what his name was, because he said on camera what his name was, but he wasn't there to respond to anything. He was just hearing what the court has filed against him. Right. And it was aggravated murder. He's filed for aggravated murder in the state of in Utah. It's like one of how many states that have state capital punishment still in force. So he's looking at the death penalty. And so
of course that's what they're going to go for.
He read it all out, but people pointed out that it seemed a little bit dubious. The whole thing, it was just like people were suggesting this could be like a pre-recording, and that's what I saw. People were responding to it because it looked like it could have been a pre-recording, because the only thing he uttered was introduce his name. Yeah. But
he was a military prisoner. Like he was a military prisoner.
This is the reason why I'm mentioning it, Douglas. I'm not peddling any conspiracies whatsoever. I'm just pointing out what people are pointing out, because a lot of people are saying about with all these latest assailants, ever since the attempt on Trump, it's all been people say it's AI. I remember Brendan brought up about people just saying, oh, it's AI, because in the world of AI now, people think everything is fake. Yeah. Nobody believes anything is true anymore. Nobody's buying it. Everyone's cynical. But people were pointing out with that. The things that, I immediately, brought up when it happened, whilst it was transpiring in real time, was, that shot was a professional shot. There's no question and doubt about that. People were pointing out, well, he took a bag up. It was a disassembled rifle. And then apparently he, up on that rooftop, he assembled it. And then he disassembled it, only to take it to the woodland part to reassemble it again. Because when the agents found it, it was all assembled with carvings on the bullets in the spare cartridges. Right. And so people point out none of it makes any sense. And again, it doesn't make any sense. It's just one of those things. But again, it's like it's a distraction from the real problem, from the real issue. And and people were pointing out, they were bringing parallels to Jackie Kennedy, how she kept the blood stains for hours and hours, if not days, after Kennedy's assassination. Yes. And this lady just she couldn't wait to get out of her clothes and then put on a suit and just and start posting videos of her holding Charlie Kirk's hand in a coffin and all this. Yes. Yeah. So it's very, very bizarre. The whole thing is just. But not to bob down into all that conspiracy, but I'm just mentioning this because I'm just looking at what people were saying about it. And, you can decipher what's true and factual reality and what is fiction. And so,
right. Discern. Yeah. No, believe me, I'm grateful for all of this. I mean, honestly, I was definitely going through the Israeli fixation on Charlie Kirk is as intense as it is here, this side of the Atlantic.
Ben Shapiro appears all the time on his podcast. He's got his own show called The Charlie Kirk Show.
That's right.
And Ben Shapiro, who's a massive representative of Israel and its Zionist occupation, he's a massive,
propagandist.
Of that.
Yeah, and
propagandist, propaganda in the whole. Yeah, there's no genocide going on. Yeah, Hamas is a terrorist organization. Yeah, la-di-da-di-da. Yeah, Ben Shapiro, of course.
We're all defending Western civilization, and that's what I'm going to have to expose too. Is this whole term Judeo-Christian? And
thank you, because he's always talking about that.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it.
It's a load of shit, and people have got to stop using that. And
it's not,
it's a loose term. But by all means, as well as that, I want you to talk about again the state visit in terms of the fact that you've got this ugly marriage of convenience really. After get this shit, you can tell people about this in terms of Starmer. And what Starmer was he just fired that British guy, the spin doctor for the Labour Party, Peter Mandelson, for his he was the former senior diplomat to the United States, and
that's who he was. He was the ambassador to the United States. That's right, Douglas.
Exactly.
He fired him.
He was connected
because
to
they found
Epstein.
A letter.
Yeah.
Yes, because he wrote a letter saying, no matter where you are in the world, you'll always be my best friend.
Yeah. And Starmer had to get rid of him just 72 hours ago, just 3 days before Trump shows up.
Exactly, and then Trump shows up, and he's got the biggest connection whatsoever to Epstein. He's got the biggest one ever going to Epstein.
Thank you.
The irony of it, Douglas. I know exactly what you're saying.
It's unreal. It's unreal. Then they took him to see the grave of Queen Elizabeth II. They took him to the and it's like what's on their minds? It's at any rate it's and of course Melania was just wearing that hat all the time to hide her appearance, like she had a terrible hangover, or she just didn't want people to see her eyes. It was very bizarre.
She was obscuring it, wasn't she? She was secluded and all that.
Queen had to look up. Queen had to look up under her hat to even talk to her. And she wore it indoors. She didn't take her hat off indoors. The Queen took her hat off, but Melania didn't. She left.
No, and that's an insult. That's a form of disrespect as well.
Yes. Yeah. And Trump walking in front of King Charles. He was walking slightly in front of King Charles.
Oh, he did, because he did that the first time. So people pointed that out. All the journalists are pointing that out. Yes. Oh, God, he didn't learn from the first time.
No,
he got right. Reprimanded for doing that. We're in a clown show. It's also surrealistic, and they arrested all these people who projected an image of Trump and Prince Andrew and Epstein. Up on I believe at Windsor Castle.
Yes,
I believe that was at Windsor Castle. Yes, people were sharing that. But the thing is, Douglas, and also with Charlie Kirk, all these people that were speaking against it, they're all being fired from their jobs as well.
Yes.
That goes against all the First Amendment, doesn't it?
Yeah, you would think.
Expression.
I guess that's out the window. That shit's out the window.
All that is bull. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was the man representing the First Amendment. You can say whatever you want. Oh, you can't speak against him because, no, that's not freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Okay. The irony, Douglas, just the transpositions, the inversion of everything. It's all satanic.
Thank you.
And
truly is.
All of it is.
It truly is. I'll get into that more tonight, but continue. Yes. Yeah.
And all these they call them, all these activists for those marches up in London last weekend. They call each other patriots. We're painting the roundabouts
I mean, tell them about how fucking Elon Musk told them, oh, you're going to experience violence and you're going to have to fight back and dismantle the United Kingdom government. I mean, this fucker, a huge projection of himself like it's 1984's Big Brother. This fucker calling for the dissolution of the UK government. Outrageous!
That's what it was. It was a demonstration. That's what it was all about. And that alias, Tommy Robinson, was the man leading that march.
Yes, and Stephen Christopher Yakesley Lennon. Stephen Christopher Yakesley Lennon. Yes.
That's his real name. Tommy Robinson is just a criminal alias. It's a hooligan name. It's a football hooligan. It's a man who was a criminal. So he took it from his inspiration, just like with Ayn Rand. Yes. Ayn Rand's ideology of objectivism. So yeah, it's a bit like that. To draw parallels. So yeah, this man was leading the largest army ever assembled, ever mobilized, and they called each other patriots to as you said, to dismantle the British government.
Yes.
You couldn't get any more opposite to patriotism with that.
That's treasonous. It's treasonous. And then with this big foreigner, by the way, did you hear after you left, Brendan and I were discussing the Japanese plane sent to Canada as well as Europe.
I've got the link.
Yes. Yes. So if they're dispatched in Canada, the Japanese planes are there to help defend Canada from an American invasion.
Exactly. They've been deployed into Canada. That's right, Douglas. Exactly. That's what I read in the article that I've ascertained.
They're also in England. They're also in England and in Europe. So in Western Europe. So they're there to help the British. Obviously, the Japanese are trying to defend a fellow monarchy. Obviously, Hirohito was a royal knight as well as the emperor. So the Japanese are helping to defend the kingdom. But the kingdom's under dire threat from this South African who actually came into the United States as an illegal immigrant through Canada. Elon Musk, who said, whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming for you. You either fight back or you die. And then calls for the dissolution of the UK government. It's how could they even... The British need to send somebody to take this guy out. This guy needs to be taken out. This man is an international terrorist. This is
terrorist. That's exactly it.
And truly represents the enemy. So please take it from there. We've got a lot going down. Yes. And by the way, I don't know if you saw what Brendan left in the Infinite Call, but scroll up and Brendan left. The Helsing Company has produced some undersea drones that can help prevent the Russians and the Communist Chinese from cutting cables, which is very important, of course, to everyone. Yes.
That's a great positive. And the other thing to point out, Douglas, is their caricature for their, what you call the what they call it, the profile image that you would get on a platform, like your the emoji or the they call it emoji, but the emote or what you call profile that they are using as their caricature is Guy Fawkes,
of course,
the man who tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament.
Yes,
who for decades, for hundreds of years, I should say, for decades. Where we were celebrating fireworks night by burning effigies of Guy Fawkes.
That's right, Guy Fawkes Day. And
now they want to reincarnate him.
Yes. That's and they don't even understand his politics. He was a Roman Catholic who was trying to maintain Britain in the church. And
for years that anonymous group, what's been the face of their
it was Guy Fawkes
movement.
Yes,
Guy Fawkes. So that's the other thing just to point out, Douglas, because there was like a polling question on Facebook. Who would you bring back? Everyone said Guy Fawkes.
Incredible.
Everyone said Guy Fawkes.
Fucking incredible. Of all people. Not that I have anything against the guy personally. It's just that his politics were of a very different time and place. And has nothing to do with what they're affiliating him with this stupid satanic V comic produced by, I can't even remember the British guy's name. I despise him so much. The same guy who gave us The Watchmen.
That's it.
Yeah. watch.
Yeah, I know. Yes,
Yeah.
I know you spoke about it in the past, Douglas.
Thank you.
Yes.
Comic.
I do intuitively know what you're speaking of. Yeah, so
Right.
just peripherally, just
yeah. So I'll get his name.
I
Alan Moore.
I do remember.
Alan Moore.
Alan Moore. That's the one.
Yeah, and here we do a little screen share here. We're going to do just a little screen share here, so I don't know if you can see the cursor moving. This is like Alan Moore.
Alan Moore was practicing with magic, wasn't he? But
yeah,
he wasn't,
yeah, he's an occultist, and you just look at the son of a bitch, and he's worse than Charles Manson. I mean, look, here's the images.
Yes.
So you can see these images. Look at this fucker. I mean, this guy is like, there is nothing about this idiot that's redeemable. He is heinous. He is obviously do you know who he looks like? He looks like the animal guy, the animal herder in Harry Potter, the Harry Potter series.
Yeah,
there's the guy who works with the animals. This is what that guy's modeled on Alan Moore. And Alan Moore is just this occult practitioner, a true Satanist. And he succeeded because he basically engaged in a lot of rituals where he garnered himself wealth, but the individual is very disturbed, and certainly no one you would want your kids hanging out with. But he's jacked all of their minds, and this is the individual that they are now taking his concept of Guy Fawkes. And that's what everybody is using,
raving about.
Yeah, raving about, using as the personification, the personae for their ideology. Yeah, which is Douglas. Yes. So take it from there. Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up, Douglas. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that that's who they want to reincarnate as their representative for their ideology, for their movement, patriotism.
Or rather the artificial Maskarova, as the Russians would call it, that they're basically inflicting upon this historical individual.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, because he was very anti-establishment, and it's important to point out that Alexander Dugin, in his book, he referred to that movement as patriots. So it's just uncanny, and people with a sense of logic and common sense would understand that all they're doing is regurgitating and echoing what the Russians want.
Thank you.
And that's exactly what they are doing. Exactly what they are doing. They're calling each other, because everyone else calls them far right.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're not far right, we're just right.
Yeah, or we're simply patriots, which again is an incredible misuse of the term, and and they don't even understand what it really meant in Rome anyway. By the way, Brendan Zogit says, "Don't slander Hagrid." Hagrid's the character whose name I couldn't recall.
Do you know what? Yeah, do you know what? I was just thinking that when you were speaking, Douglas. I was like, just to let people know, it's not to to redeem or to it's to disambiguate it, but it's not to derogate. That's the word I was thinking of. To derogate the character or the actor, because he's a good man.
Yes, thank you.
Hagrid, yes, Harry Potter.
Yeah,
but yes,
as opposed to Alan Moore.
Yes,
thank you. Good point.
To Alan Moore.
Yeah. But continue.
Oh my God.
With this.
I could go into. Yeah, I could go into a tangent to be...
Nigel Farage! Nigel Farage is regurgitating Dugin's lines.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. No, thank you. I've pointed out to people, the connection between Nigel Farage and Russia. He is a Russian propagandist working on the behest of them. If he's not directly funded or paid by them...
Which we know he is. I mean, there was a paper trail for that. So go on.
Yes, but the thing is, there is, yes. You're absolutely right, Doug, because he's been paid, just like him and George Galloway, who I had an online dispute with regarding the strategic bombing over Germany.
Yes.
That guy, they were both paid by RT, Russia Today.
Thank you.
State-sponsored media, directly funded by them.
Yes.
That's directly sponsored and funded by the Kremlin themselves.
Yes. Thank you.
But that's the evidence.
Yes. Thank you. And as for them, continue.
They're traitors. They're traitors. George Galloway, and Nigel Farage. I always, as you know, I've pointed out with my naivete before I knew you, Douglas, with my, me being susceptible to some form of propaganda, because I myself was an activist for the Palestinians. I thought George Galloway, before I knew his connection with Russia, I thought, hey, this guy must be a good man because he's stand up against the Israeli state. Of course, that's what Putin was promoting.
Thank you.
And so, yes, oh my God. And it's just to wake people up to what's going on in front of your eyes. Don't buy into it like I once almost did. I almost flipping did because I thought I was standing up for the Palestinians. Yeah. Quite the opposite was true. It was promoting Russia because the reason why George Galloway and Nigel Farage opposed the Iraqi invasion because it was a former communist state. It was a communist.
Thank you. That's great.
Yes.
For those of you because it's early in the morning, I'll articulate it for you for our listeners. Most people don't understand that Saddam Hussein was essentially a Soviet satellite state. And,
satellite state.
And so all of his weapons and training were from the Soviet Union. And this is why it was so significant that the Americans defeated his army in combat, because it went to show that all of those Soviet weapons and Soviet training didn't mean shit. So why, after that demonstrable annihilation of a Soviet-trained and equipped army in the field, didn't expose to everyone the fallacy of Soviet supremacy is beyond me. And they still think of them, as the masters of warfare. This is what's so insane about Russian programming has copped the mind. They don't need to win on the battlefield because they win in the minds of idiots in the West. And they mobilized the largest army in England for a second English Civil War between the Royalists and the Roundhats. These are the new Roundhats that just marched through London. The new Roundhats that just marched through London are the kind of people that are listening to Elon Musk saying dissolve the legal British government. This is like where we're at now. Thank you, and take it from there. This is these are desperate times. Yes.
And that invasion, obviously we know it's illegal because it was undeclared.
Yes.
That Iraqi invasion back in 2003, it just showed the incompetence of the Iraqi army. That's all because it was all former Soviet. It's all Soviet armaments and tactics and deployments and whatever they used. It just shows the incompetence of it. But like you said, Douglas, they win with the mind. Like they've mobilized one of the largest armies, if not the largest army in the world, these so-called activist patriots in London. Who are vandalizing, who are burning down hotels, who are painting the red flag.
So with that British flag, it's the British flag taken out of the Union Jack. So are they trying to promote the secession of Scotland and Ireland from England? So it would be England stands alone. Is this what they're trying to promote? Because they're showing the English flag out of the Union Jack by itself. What are they?
Yes, and Douglas. Yes, this is substantiated. This is irrefutable. In Alexander Dugin's book, he advocates Scotland to be independent. For Britain to lose that seat on the European Union on the European seat, to lose their position as a member of the European Union. He promoted that, and he promoted Scottish independence.
Yes.
And so
and that's to deprive that's to deprive the British of the nuclear submarine base in Holyloch, among other strategic concerns. Yes.
To destabilize. It's all about destabilization.
Yes.
And there's no rationale to it whatsoever. All of it is irrational.
Thank you.
And it's to induce confusion, anarchy, chaos, and confusion, and that's the whole
absolutely.
intent of it.
I want to welcome Sammy. Into that. I want to welcome Sammy Romero aboard. So Sammy, say hi to George.
Hello,
Sammy. Our numbers are up very well. I want both you gentlemen, all of you, to understand, including our dear Aristides and Brendan. And I do want George to also iterate some other facts. I don't know how much longer George has with us, but do say hi, Sammy, and hopefully you have a while with us after George takes off for the night. So
yes,
excellent. So let us know how much time you think you've got, Sammy.
Hello, Sammy.
Hey, George.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Very well. Thank you, young sir. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Yes. Always welcome, dear Sammy.
I think me and George are about the same age, so
yeah,
we are.
I take that as a compliment.
Yes.
Yes.
But the thing is, Sammy, it's important that people point out that me and Sammy were there right from years and years ago. We were there together,
right.
but we were together, but not coming on the show. It was before we even appeared on and talking with Douglas on the show. Me and Sammy were always there in the background, and we were the true, he's the most sincere gentleman out there,
Yes.
and we are genuine. That's
Yes.
the most important thing to point out. And Sammy, I trust you more than anyone else, Sammy. You, Douglas, and Brendan, I trust more than anybody else. So I just wanted to point that out there. And because you're genuine, and people know where we are and who we are and where we stand. And I just wanted to point. It's important to point that out.
Yes. Well, you're all hard-working men.
Loyal.
Yes, go on.
Loyal. That's the term I was thinking of. Loyal. So early. Sorry, Sammy. Yeah, I'm very.
No, that's fine.
It's very early. I haven't had much caffeine, so I'm
No
just
worries.
waking up.
You're doing fine. Yeah. So Sammy.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, thank you, George. That's a great compliment. If you want, go ahead and have your haggis sandwich. Or,
Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
You know what? I think it's been about a good 2 years since I've even had it. It's not. Yeah, it's not one of my favorite delicacies to turn to. If I'm ever, feeling a bit like I need some supplements.
Well, I used to tease Brooke about that, and that's just me, being slapstick with her. But thank you, George. I appreciate that compliment. That coming from an Englishman like you, an actual civilized European, person.
Thank you.
It's very much a good compliment. Unfortunately, your cousins over here, unfortunately, are going. Your savages are quite the opposite of you. You're pretty much the civilized, actual accepted European. Yes. Unfortunately, it's just.
We're both fathers. We love our children so much, and that's the main thing. And we're here for the good. We're here for a good cause. And that's why we support Douglas and we're loyal to him, because it's all for good.
Yeah.
And you've been there for the same amount of time I have, Sammy. So
Sammy was just emphasizing that your colonists have turned rancid. That's all Sammy was saying. George, your colonists.
I mean, and George, it's unfortunately the reason why I say that, because you're actually very cultured. That's what makes you very different. That sets you apart. Okay, that I want to let you know that makes a huge difference. But I don't want to cut into your time. That's so. It's great. It's great hearing from you. Go ahead. I'll be listening in the background.
Just stay with us or jump back on as soon as you can, because George won't be here long, and then we definitely need you to speak for a few minutes if you can. Sure.
No, we need we definitely need George's input. So I'll be listening in the background.
Much appreciated.
Bless you. Thank you so much. Love you dearly, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so that was a welcome hello. And so, dear George, continue with the fact that our listeners need to understand that the very symbol that Alexander Dugin's he uses both on his books and elsewhere is the symbol of chaos itself. It's the inverted compass. Symbol. Yes.
It's the inverted compass. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Instead of the 4 cardinal directions being emphasized, with the quadrilateral directions being smaller, in the chaos symbol, the quadrilateral directions are longer and the cardinal directions are smaller. And or they're all even in the sense of chaos in all directions. So
absolutely. Yes, absolutely, it's important. Thank you. And yes, it's the chaos symbol. It's the inverted compass. Is that correct, Douglas? I'm just trying to make sure I got that correct. Yes, that's the great way to express it and to present that to people when you're trying to explain, what this means. But it's very important, because that book that I put it in the hyperlink in the Infinity Call so people can ascertain it. It's important that it is detailing what he promotes, which is expansionism, and his ideology of Eurasianism as a form of loose term. But it's basically, an act of war of aggression where they would invade and basically they're conducting psyops, psy-war, info war throughout the world. It was to, like I briefly emphasized earlier, they got several propositions for the world that they look at and what the idea of his world should be. And to draw parallels, it goes back to Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Under his administration, he comprised that New World Order map. And the term New World Order is not a German term. It was never coined by the Third Reich. In other words, to disambiguate between what Adolf Hitler was promoting was a New World Moral Order. Is that correct, Douglas?
That was their name for it. Yeah, that was their name for it. Yeah, go on.
No, I think, sorry, the Deutsche Sprache was the New Ordnung, I believe.
Yes, it was simply New Order. German was simply New Order or New Ordnung. Yes, New Ordnung.
Yes.
Yeah, continue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and what essentially was later on established as the European Union, which is what they were following up on, was his recommendations. That's how the European Union came into existence in the first place. It was simply an extension of what Adolf Hitler was promoting. But with the New World Moral Order, it was first coined by the Democrat Woodrow Wilson. He wrote the book, The War to End All Wars, World War I, which guaranteed a Second World War.
Yes.
And under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, under FDR, he produced this map where the world was going to be divided amongst the Soviet Union and the United States. And on that map, it was called the New World Moral Order map. And he had Canada, and you had, I think it was, I believe, just by going by memory, it was all blue to represent the United States. And I believe it was all either like a crimson color for the Russians, for the Soviets.
Yeah.
I believe, yes. Just by going by memory of what it looks like, people can ascertain it by going on Google Images.
That's right.
But to go back to Alexander Dugin, he was writing his own world moral order map. He was comprising it by saying what he wanted the world to be. Vladimir Putin is just basically following up on his foreign policy. That's what he's doing. Yes. Alexander Dugin is presented as Vladimir Putin's brain. That's his Rasputin, and that is the man who basically Vladimir Putin is the guy who implements it, but Alexander Dugin is the man that writes the foreign affairs, basically foreign policy. And Putin is just following up on it. So
his book is the textbook. The Foundation of Geopolitics is the textbook, in the officer schools. Yes, so by all means, do continue.
It's required reading. It's required,
Yes. So here we are. Let's do a screen share here, and we might find something to put inside of the text box. But first we'll share it between ourselves. Let's take a look at this and see what we got. So what our man is referring to when it comes to the New World Moral Order, which I'm going to have to call up by stop sharing screen and then get back to the page and then share screen again, because like I said, this our man said more, user error earlier for our dear it's just, this isn't user error. This is unusable. It's the fucking this shit that they call Microsoft Teams. I don't know how people run businesses using this shit. Here we are. This is it. So when we take a look at the New World Order, Moral Order, as it was called, they basically have a very red England. England's got this old imperial red color, while the commies are pink. And the Americans are this weird Confederate gray, which is absolutely bizarre. Whereas the Third World is kind of like, this is the basis really for George Orwell's 1984 more than anything else. And it's an absolutely bizarre map. It was essentially the foundations for the post-war world. It's ugly. It's gruesome. And it simply says post-war New World Map, which is absolutely bizarre, but it implies New World as in the New World Hemisphere, dominating the majority of the world. This is where George Orwell talked about Oceania. The Americans dominated the oceans, so they were known as Oceania, and Eurasia and East Asia. But Britain's just airstrip one. Britain's airstrip one, and that was the way it was in the book. Now, if we go through, the New World Order of Alexander Dugin, and of course, he first basically talks about Moscow hitting Tehran, Berlin, and Tokyo, geopolitics, and they consider this kind of what the West perceives as neo-fascism, but the West doesn't understand it at all. It's Satanism.
No.
And here we have the inverted compass, the Eurasian mission, an introduction to neo-Eurasianism. There's the inverted compass of the sign of chaos, the sign of the anti-gods. This is the sigil of the anti-gods of Alexander Dugin. Here we have Putin's New World Order, and if you take a look at Putin's New World Order, there we have this. This is the USA and UK isolated from traditional Atlantic allies. The USA divided and in turmoil. And all this eventually to be taken by Russia. The UK divided and in turmoil. Moscow, the so-called Third Rome. All of this is... But you see, what this emphasizes is really the inevitable. That Third Rome fell with the fall of the Tsar. And what that really means is that it's China, not Beijing, but China will eventually be recognized as the Fourth Rome. This is what the man who wrote Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry, knew, and that's why he referred to the Communist Party analog, the Chinese Communist analog, as Romulans. He referred to them as Romulans because he knew Communist China would be the Fourth Rome, whereas Taiwan was represented by the Vulcans, or the Free China. But this is Putin's New World Order based on his handbook, Foundations of Geopolitics, by Alexander Dugin.
Yes.
So here we are.
Yes.
Dugin is Putin's brain. Do you have this map, or do you need me to send you a copy or a link?
Yes, I do. Yeah, if I don't, I can ascertain it very easily, Douglas. No, thank you so much. But just before I do shoot, Douglas, you said it earlier, and that's what he referred to it in the book. It's the Tehran, Moscow, Berlin, Tokyo axis. That's how he referred to it, just like you said. Yes, and that's very important to point out.
Because Putin was going to invade Japan first. He was going to invade Japan. Yes.
Exactly. Yes, because what he emphasized as well in a summary, he wanted to obviously secure ties, a relation with Japan by supposedly handing over the Kuril Islands in his ignorance.
Yes.
And then it's promoting, they will be then opposing against, they will be antithetical towards the Americans against the United States because they see them as an American ally, because they're a stonewall between communist China and America. They're a stonewall right in the middle. And so, he wanted to sever that. And so just like with us in Britain, because as you pointed out in the 1984 George Orwell's book, 1984, he refers to us as, that floating flotilla, we are basically a land
one.
strip.
Yes.
Airstrip one of the United States.
Yeah. And one more thing to show you before you shoot, so to speak. Let's see if I can get that working again, the screen share. Again, these are problematic, but, hopefully with time we just get used to their quirks. Here we are. This is a important article. I'll give you the link to this in your private messages. Mental maps, real maps, but this one basically says right here in a recent article in Foreign Affairs, Putin's brain, well, we know who they're referring to, Alexander Dugin. They bring up, of course, the idea of this third Russian empire. And so, very important to refer to. And this is for anybody who's skeptical and they don't understand what's motivating Vladimir Putin. He is trying to realize these insane ideas based on a ideology that even though the Americans misunderstand it or miscomprehend it as Eurasianism, it doesn't do it justice. It's actually chaosism. And chaosism. Chaosism is what motivates Vladimir Putin. It doesn't matter what they accomplish. The real important objective is that they bring the world burning down. That's really
That's what it's
ultimately their objective, is the end of the world. So by all means, George, take it from there. And
yes, no, very much appreciated, Douglas. Yes, and I will look forward to joining you on the next show, hopefully, and it'll be for a bit longer. So yeah, I'll look forward to that, and fingers crossed that that happens.
Yes.
So yeah, I just want to say goodbye for now, but yeah, take good care of yourself, Douglas, and everyone, please support Douglas.
Thank
you. I'll see you on the next show. Thank you so much for having me on, Douglas.
Bless you.
Take good care of yourself. Yeah.
Well,
And good
we
night,
love you
Sammy
dearly.
And, Brendan,
Yes.
you're out there. Thank you.
Stay safe and be well. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
That's
You
our
too.
dear
Bye-bye.
George
Bye-bye.
Knight. Let's bring Sammy back on if he's available. And he, of course, has always lived life to the fullest.
Hey, Doug.
Yes, and living up to those
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
responsibilities. Oh, well, we're all much the better for your joining us. So do share with us whatever you feel comfortable sharing about any situational status reports or updates so that we get an idea of how your life is. Yes, by all means.
Well, my life is I'm blessed. Okay, even though things happen, I've had to pretty much bury the remaining tether
Yes.
of my sister.
Yes.
I had to bury it today, and I didn't plan on actually. I was gonna do it, but I was hoping I would just be burying it.
Yeah.
But this is kind of, change the subject. But animals are really tethered to their owners.
Yes.
And
Oh my God.
yeah.
So her dog has died. Her dog has died.
Yeah. It's about pretty much almost a year when she passed. So he was very much tethered to her.
Oh, it was so fitting. It actually is quite poetic and fitting. May I ask what ultimately took him, aside from grief? Obviously, he went to be with her.
He was depressed. Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah.
It's just the nature, he was very much tethered to her, and I was hoping, I would just find him and just bury him.
Mm-hmm.
But he waited for me.
Yeah.
To say goodbye to him, and it was bittersweet, but it was almost his intelligence. It's almost him trying to, in his own way, say goodbye to me.
Of course.
So that being said, it's animals are very cognizant of time.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, I don't really know what it means in the sense of, they do have, the ability to be depressed. They have feelings. They're aware.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I'm still kind of taking it in.
Of course.
Because it's almost like I've had to, bury a loved one a second time.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's part of the process. It's part of living. That's part of getting older is you have to see people or, loved ones like a pet, unfortunately go.
Yes.
So, I've dealt with death in the past, and I've worked with the dead, and it's one of these things where it's not that they need to me. It's just sometimes it's better just to not even try to anticipate because sometimes it doesn't help. You have to let things come in when they do, in a sense of you have to give whatever living thing a chance to say its piece, whether they want to or not. It's kind of how you deal with death, at least with me. Mm-hmm. So, it's just me a little window to my world. And I think anybody listening can understand. Everybody's lost a pet. I've had coworkers that refuse to have pets because they're so emotionally tethered to them.
Yeah.
I've had a coworker who spent thousands on a little Pomeranian,
Yeah.
and there's only so much you can do, because their bodies break down, sometimes faster than we do.
Yeah.
So in a sense too, though, I'm glad he's resting. I physically had to bury him, and I say my goodbyes to him, and he's resting now.
Yes.
The I've had to kind of balance, kind of not blame myself, because as a human being, you do that. You blame yourself, and you start thinking what I could have done. But in a lot of sense, these creatures are very intelligent, in the sense that, they hurt. It's the best way to put it. They hurt. So, that's pretty much it today. I had to kind of, also set my sights on goals that I have, and it's been working a lot. You keep yourself immersed, and I have a beautiful family, and I have to thank God for that. And you have to count your blessings as well. Like you've always said in the past, it's one of the great things I've always remind myself. You can't have the beautiful things without the dung beetles and the worms and all these. Obviously you referred to the anti-life tree. I don't want to massacre it, but it makes a lot of sense.
Always remember to disambiguate that from the Klepoth are the roots, the kind of, shall we say, this is where the bugs and the worms and the demons are at in the sewers of Seth, but that's very different from the anti-life tree, which is the Adamite anti-gods are more like industrial grade toxic waste we don't want in that ecosystem. Yes, so there's the disambiguation. The demons are heinously unpleasant, but they're the ecosystem. They're the carrion feeders. But it doesn't mean you want to roll around in the compost heap. But there we are. But back to what you're saying. Yes, just important disambiguation to make for our listeners. Yes, thank you.
And seeing, anybody that's seen a dead animal or a dead dog, you see their lifeless expression. So I had to close his eyes. Yes. But on the contrary, I see my kids. Yes. And I see that, without death, it cannot be life. And you have, it's a balance, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Because grief does overtake you. And, I can't say I was as close to him as my sister, but that is still a big part of my sister. He was very much tethered to her, and it's like reliving it again. But, it's also part of my healing too.
Yes.
And I think our listeners can kind of understand that, and this is also necessary because, your audience needs to understand that you surround yourself with people of all walks of life. Obviously George Knight being from England, he is a civilized European man. He's a civilized Caucasian.
Yes.
And that's the difference, because you can see the difference when you involve culture. If we did not, if we weren't traitors to the crown, we would probably be a lot better.
Yes.
We would have a sense of, culture. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of the Windsors. They're not. Their agendas are not for people that look like me.
That's right.
So, obviously, I can differentiate, but still, it's a lot better than what we have now. Obviously, you might as well have the Beverly Hills hillbillies as presidents, to put it lightly, And I was hearing that your boy Donnie went to Buckingham Palace, or where the hell he was.
Yes.
They really should have fed him a Big Mac. He would have been fine.
It's so true. So true.
They're trying way too hard, and give a bottle of vodka to Melania, and she'll be fine too.
Yes.
I mean, they over try to sophisticate, but it's just you shrug I shrug, and it is what it is. But on the contrary, it's you have to laugh, you have to enjoy life, and we are where we're at. I haven't gotten a chance to listen to your Charlie Kirk monologue, which I'm looking forward to. It's just
Thank you.
I have a lot going to, but that's going to be something I'm going to be saving, because it's important for me to hear that. It's especially your analytical. I remember I overheard you and Brendan Zolga talking about the the bulletproof vest that he didn't have. And honestly, I heard what I heard,
Yes.
So, I stand corrected, but even though the way he, died, it's very much something he spoke into existence, That's
Absolutely.
obviously, there's no.
He tripped over his own tongue and broke his fucking neck. Go on.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there's really no going around that. And I think, the propaganda machine is trying to, gather something to explain, but it's just really panic. And it's honestly, he really was irrelevant, to tell you the truth. The more you see it now, the more he's just a patsy for Trump to take the heat off himself, and at the same time, take out the competition. The one it is almost like Trump is like Sauron, where Charlie Kirk is Saruman. He doesn't share power. In fact, the fact that his title is America Moving Forward, you're actually insulting Trump, because we're technically in the golden age, according to him.
Right. Good point. Yes. Touche.
Yeah, we're in the gold. I think he meant toilet age, but he said golden age. But you're actually, you shouldn't say that. But then again, like any white man, they're competitive. They want to slit each other's throat. The problem is, Trump is the ultimate backstabber. He doesn't care. He will slit his own, well, how many wives had he had? Like 3 or 4?
Oh, God, I lost count. Yes, it's true. He doesn't.
So he doesn't care. I started kind of laughing because it is funny. He was, on the day that he was murdered, he was at a baseball game, shuffling and doing his
little dance.
His whatever chicken dance he does. I don't know what it is, but it is what it is. But it's you can't prop up. You can put lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. But to all the listeners, this is Doug has a very much a wide range of listeners and supporters. And I recommend everybody support him financially and morally, because it's important to have these analytical explanations about what's going on in the world. And a lot of it has to do with spiritual, and definitely part of the Adamite plan. It's just no way around it. So that's just my 2 cents. I think the listeners know that, you can break down something in the context of history, but also connected to modern times, and that's obviously much very needed, and it really does help the world. So please support Doug. He needs as much as help as possible to make rent and sustain himself. So that's just my 2 cents for tonight.
Well, God bless you, and I love you dearly, and share that love with your wife and family, and I hope you're listening for the rest of tonight as well, and I'll be returning to the same subject and covering the same topics out of necessity, so I hope for your review of both of these episodes. Thank you, Sammy.
No problem. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Doug. I'll be listening in the background, okay?
Okay, I look forward to that. Feel free to interject if ever you get a moment. Okay. So that is Dear Sammy, and of course the same goes for George Knight if he happens to be listening over in England and decides to butt in. At any rate, what had happened with a lot of the radicalized right thinking that Kirk was changing somehow in his view about Israel was because he expressed skepticism about Netanyahu's failures in preventing the October 7th attacks, repeatedly noting that he found it hard to believe that it took the Israeli military so long to respond, and positing that there was some sort of stand-down order issued, which is all true. Simultaneously, Kirk directly lobbied senior American imperial or United States officials, including Vice President J.D. Vance, to prevent the United States, or rather the American empire, from involving itself in the Israeli-Iran war earlier this summer, warning about the risks of the American empire entering another forever war in the Middle East. Kirk, meanwhile, only became increasingly vocal about his frustration of Netanyahu's influential allies in the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party attempting to curb his support for debate, notably concerning his relationship with Tucker Carlson and his platforming the comedian Dave Smith, a prominent critic of Israel and American imperial policy toward the Middle East in general. These stress tests never stopped Israeli politicians from jumping to eulogize Kirk by citing the Judeo-Christian values at the foundation of Kirk's support for Israel. With Israel's increasingly illiberal policies at direct odds with American progressivism, Judeo-Christian values have been cynically manipulated by each respective side to promote their shared and individual agendas alike. By each respective side, I'm not referring to Republicans and Democrats, but to Israelis and Red Americans. In other words, the Russified fifth column that has invaded and overtaken our shores here in North America, the Republicans. And their friends, the Israelis, arguing over just what Judeo-Christian values are and who manipulates or monopolizes the font thereof. This includes, of course, Israel's territorial expansion at the expense of Palestinians and how that needs to be reinterpreted in said narrative, crackdowns on free speech in America itself, this side of the Atlantic, the proliferation of Islamophobia, and anything that may otherwise compromise their shared vision of the West. It is no surprise, therefore, that right-wing Israeli politicians played into these tendencies when celebrating Kirk's legacy and support for free speech and debate, despite the fact that Christians have become acutely aware and alarmed over Israel's persecution of Christians throughout Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. Netanyahu himself appeared on Fox News less than 24 hours after Kirk's killing to claim that he, Kirk, and Trump are the world's, he basically said the Three Stooges, he, Kirk, and Trump are the world's three most prominent targets of radical Islamists and their union with the ultra-progressives. By Netanyahu's anti-logic, the real opponents to the Kirk-Israel alliance. This is an unholy trinity, if ever there was one. The father being Netanyahu, Trump being the son, and, Kirk's now the Holy Ghost. Or should I say unholy? Conveniently, and I would say conveniently, but it doesn't do it justice, cynically sharing a picture of Kirk's pilgrimage in the West Bank city of Hebron, while eulogizing Kirk, the National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, said, "The collusion between the global left and the radical Islam is the greatest danger to humanity today. Charlie Kirk saw the danger and warned about it, but the bullets of the despicable murderer struck him. Thank you, Charlie, for your support of Israel and for your struggle for a brighter, whiter world." Yes, that's at Itamar Ben-Gvir on his, that's X. Yeah, it's X-rated R, right? Let's bring this over to the, live stream chat box. Dump that in there, and people can regale themselves with that horror. I'm going to stick it into our text box here on the call as well, and punch that in so that everyone can access it here. And we're back to monologue with that. Even Benny Gantz a man positioning himself as the best alternative to Netanyahu's stranglehold on power, praised Kirk as a voracious defender of Judeo-Christian values. There we go again. Illustrating the reliance of Israeli politicians on such cliches amid growing global isolation. Judeo-Christian values are now simultaneously a convenient platitude for the Israeli government to weaponize against all its critics, a unifying tool in the Israeli Evangelical Alliance to pursue their end goals of apocalypse, and a fault line for Republicans who may otherwise object to these values' manipulation. But what does Judeo-Christian even fucking mean? On the right, the phrase Judeo-Christian has become like a password. It's a short, fast way to prove your paleo-reactionary ilk. During his first midterm, at the Faith and Freedom Coalition's Road to Majority Conference in Nashville, Tennessee, President Donald Trump said, "We believe that America's destiny depends on upholding the Judeo-Christian values and principles of our nation's founding." At the Conservative, or the CPAC, Conservative Political Action Conference, in February of 2022, Mike Pompeo said, "We know that this is a nation with a deep Judeo-Christian footing. We must defend it at every turn." And explaining his own decision to start the National Association of Christian Lawmakers in 2020, the Arkansas Senator Jason Rappert remarked, "Our ultimate goal and intent is that we restore the Judeo-Christian foundations of our government that were intended from the very beginning." Are you telling me that George Washington and all the founding fathers were wearing yarmulkes under their wigs? What a load of shit. Talk about not even knowing your own fucking history. How would the founding fucking fathers identify with Jewry? And in Idaho, come 2015, a group of Republican politicians cited the Judeo-Christian bedrock of the founding of the United States in their proposal to recognize, or rather render their state formally Christian, as if it weren't enough to practice the faith, you must make it the law. A clear violation of the separation of church and state that your deistic founding fathers actually intended. I guess they're not upholding the founding fathers' will. And philosophers concur that the phrase is problematic at best, with theologians describing Judeo-Christianity as a sort of marketing campaign that has long since outstayed its welcome. Ecclesiasticists also observe that the inclusion of the prefix Judeo gives a false sense of multiculturalism when the term actually serves to exclude atheists, Muslims, and members of any other faiths. They're hoping the phrase Judeo-Christian will soon be retired in favor of a more inclusive and accurate alternative. Molka Simkovich, Crown Ryan Chair of Jewish Studies and Directress of the Catholic Jewish Studies Program at Catholic Theological Union, and others believe the term Judeo-Christian papers over the history of violent Judeophobia that Jews faced in Christendom and collapses important theological differences between Judaism and Christianity, erasing Jews in the process, actually. To quote a she, the phrase is a modern one, arising from a contemporary political setting that elides a painful history between Jews and Christians in which there was a huge power differential. Yeah, the Jews held all the power, and the Christians held all the poverty. What, then, is the history of the term Judeo-Christian? The origin of the phrase Judeo-Christian isn't entirely settled, European scholars have noted that German theologians used the term in the early 1800s. Today the term is sometimes used, problematically, in reference to the early followers of Jesus who lived in the Jewish community. This is called retconning, which, as Brendan Zoge explained, is a diminutive or an abbreviate of retroactive continuity. You are creating an allohistorical reality, meaning an alternative history that never existed. In the American context, Héll Gaston, the authoress of the work entitled Imagining Judeo-Christian America. Listen to that title. Well, do more than listen. Ruminate thereupon. Imagining Judeo-Christian America. You have to imagine it because it doesn't exist. Subtitled Religion, Secularism, and the Redefinition of Democracy. And she herself, the authoress of this work with that title, is a lecturess on American religious history and ethics at Harvard Divinity School. Harvard Divinity School means she is a seminarian with training in theology that renders her a giant in the field. And she's noted that the term Judeo-Christian was part of a redefinition of democracy itself that began in the 1930s in response to totalitarianism around the globe. In other words, with the new ideologies of fascism, Japonism, the early Bushidoist, Shintoist, way of the samurai that was, enveloping Asia in the greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere. Nazism or National Socialismus in Europe, with Bolshevism and the communism that was sweeping Eurasia. The Americans were trying to develop a totalitarian ideology all their own. And to do that, they needed finance. So in order to be inclusive with their Zionist sponsors, the Jews who ran their economy, they created the fiction of Judeo-Christianity, something that had never existed in the history of mankind. In the wake of massive Jewish and Roman Catholic immigration to what was then an overwhelmingly Anglo-Saxon, or dare I say WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant empire, the phrase Judeo-Christian was also a response to Judeophobia and an anti-Catholic sentiment. It can be understood as an attempt to create tri-faith unity among the three religious groups that were at the time at the center of American life. This unity was instrumental to the war effort and post-war nation building, becoming deeply linked to the American concept of democracy. The phrase became ubiquitous during the presidency of Dwight David Eisenhower, though President General, the commander-in-chief rank coming before his military rank, President General Eisenhower himself later backed away from the term privately when he realized how exclusionary it was. Regardless, the term was expedient during the Cold War as a way of differentiating America from our supposedly non-religious communist enemies. All of that anti-communist residue lingers in perversion of the word today, as the right all falsely depicts Democrats, a group that includes the majority of Judeo-Americans, as well as Black African Americans, the latter being one of our country's most religious demographics, whereas the former, the Judeo-Americans, are actually some of the most godless. Well, this paints them all with the same tar brush, tars them all with the same paintbrush. Democrats, that is, as godless, secular humanists at best and radical socialists at worst. For the most part, from the 1930s through to the 1970s, it was liberals that actually used the term Judeo-Christian. But by the 1970s, the phrase began to gain currency with the right. And it took off in the 1980s with retro-conservatives. Ronald Reagan appropriated the term in his presidential platform, imprinting a Judeo-Christian framework on top of a, well, deep-seated anti-communism and free market economics. After Reagan, Jerry Falwell and his so-called moral majority, which was neither, arrogated the phrase, and it came to be abused in 5 subsequent Republican presidential platforms, but never on the Democratic side. It remains a shorthand for all of those ideas that Reagan freeloaded into that term, including free market capitalism, family values, and other retro-conservative ideals. So, how do Jews feel about the phrase Judeo-Christian? For some Jews, the inclusion suggested by the phrase Judeo-Christian has been comforting, as the paleo-reactionary movement has historically been exceedingly more amenable to the term, or rather to Jews themselves, than the Reform and Orthodox movements. Mark Zwiebretler, a practicing Jew and a Jewish studies professor at Duke University, who is also co-author of the book titled The Bible with and Without Jesus. That's a telling title from a Jew. Subtitled, How Jews and Christians Read the Same Stories Differently, emphasizes that many Judeo-Americans have a complicated relationship with the term. As the expression emphasizes the similarities and almost entirely denies the differences between Judaism and Christianity, whereby invoking the so-called Judeo-Christian foundations of our empire is a type of fake nostalgia. Current abusage of the term representing a problematic construct that makes things much more copacetic than they should be. While it's fine to talk about the commonalities between Judaism and Christianity, there's also a risk that people who embrace the phrase Judeo-Christian will deny the Judeophobia experienced by early Judeo-Americans or Jewish immigrants to these United States. To quote a Spratler, one of the times the term was really ascendant was as an anti-communist term. And unfortunately, most American Jews, or Judeo-Americans, are fucking communist, under a facile maskorova, as the Russians would say. This goes back to, the Rosenbergs, who basically gave the Soviets the atomic bomb, and were hanged for their treason. Has the phrase caught on outside the American empire? Well, the phrase Judeo-Christian, with an exclusionary meaning, has also caught on among the European right, particularly in France, the very root of the American Revolution. Nadia Malinovich, a researcheress affiliated with the Groupe Société Religions Laïcités at the French National Center for Scientific Research, and the authoress of the work entitled French and Jewish, subtitled Culture and Politics of Identity in Early 20th Century France, has proven that the phrase is being bandied about as a cover for Christo-nationalism, and concludes that obliterating the theological differences along historical and contemporary tensions between Jews and Christians is, among other things, to quote as she, disrespectful of the Jews who died in the Holocaust. Rather than saying Christian civilization, it's Judeo-Christian. It's a way of trying to cover up the fact that it's just Christian by somehow getting the Jews involved ex post facto. Jews have been recentered as white societal insider Europeans, while Muslims are now cast as the primary others. This is why we need to be moving away from Judeo-Christian. The term Judeo-Christian omits the third Abrahamic faith, Islam, and erases its contributions to European history and, by extension, Western culture. The phrase ignores the fact that, historically, Jews lived in greater freedom and security in the Muslim world than they did in Christendom. In the American context, not only does Judeo-Christian exclude Muslims, but also indigenous communities. Per Meredith J.C. Warren, a senior lecturess in biblical and religious studies at the University of Sheffield, there isn't such a thing as Judeo-Christian anything. In North America specifically, it's important to foreground the rights and traditions of the continent's first peoples rather than erase them, too, with the phrase Judeo-Christian. Professional religion experts conclude that the term should be scrapped in favor of something more inclusive like interfaith. Ibu Patel, founder and president of Interfaith America, recently told the Fourth Estate that rather than trying to create a melting pot in which individuals' identities are subsumed into a larger national identity that's completely constructed in the first, we should strive for a potluck, wherein, in his own words, people's unique identities are welcome contributions to the feast. Judeo-Christian was a brilliant civic invention that widened the country's understanding of itself and reduced Judeophobic and anti-Catholic bigotry. Now that America's demographics have changed further, there are just as many Buddhists and Muslims in the country as there are Lutherans. It's time to write the next chapter in the history of American religion, and we think Interfaith America is the right title for that chapter. I must say I agree. Amid the tug-of-war for his legacy following his death, Kirk's positions should be remembered strictly for what they were: an America First worldview that was ostensibly pro-Israel, but often manifested in a manner that explicitly served against the interests of Judeo-Americans. Kirk was among the most vocal proponents of the Great Replacement theory that has motivated mass shootings, with Kirk's promoting of that theory being amplified by figures as prominent as Elon Musk. He similarly insisted that Jews are experiencing the hate that we white people have been experiencing the last decade. I have impatience for American Jews that have put up with the anti-white sentiments of the last decade. You're considered white in the eyes of Marxists. Welcome to the most hated class in America today. Kirk's defenders, meanwhile, frequently defended him against allegations of Judeophobia by citing his support for the State of Israel. In the coming days and weeks, Kirk's works and positions will be further clipped and promoted to back whatever position is being advocated. Thanks to Kirk and his infantile inability to communicate his worldviews in any terms other than the offensive, in every sense of that word, there should be no need to debate. His views were as clear as day. This side of the Atlantic, say goodbye to free speech, truthful history, and independent media in Trump's America. Consider the irony of abusing Charlie Kirk's controlled atmosphere killing to silence debate. Charles James Kirk, white nationalist, career gamoon, right-wing social media personality, shooting victim, and now a martyr. That is, according to his pursuivants. The paleo-reactionary provocateur could never have risen to prominence without robust free speech. Now MAGA padrones are seeking to abuse his death to silence all debate. What can you say about a 31-year-old hate-monger who died? If you're a pundit, you have to say something nice, because Putin's puppet president took Charlie Kirk's calls. As the leader of the MAGA youth, Kirk was powerful, and by the rules of Washington, that entitles him to a warm and respectful send-off. A strange thing happens when a notable public figure is killed. The rough edges are sanded down, and a multidimensional person is flattened into the simplicity of a myth. In the rush to canonize Charlie Kirk, the contra-progressive mass influencer ELEGY last week in Utah, people are transforming him into someone he would not even recognize, and highlighting an extreme tension within the MAGA movement itself. All this has happened with jarring speed to the Trump-monger Kirk. Many peons to the Kirkster, including from those who opposed him on many issues, have focused on Kirk's eagerness to engage with those with whom he disagreed. All of Kirk's friends and allies have even compared him to the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a prominent leader who was actually assassinated for his politics. Comparisons to King are especially ironic because Kirk himself said the late Reverend Dr. King was, in Kirk's own words, awful! He's not a good person! Kirk's commitment to debate was inextricable from his political views. He wasn't a value-neutral advocate for free speech. Kirk arose as a countercultural figure and deployed the First Amendment as a weaponized steamroller for spreading his ideas like fertilizer for a fungal forest. In an environment where they were not welcome, he pointed out that they were protected. Now that Kirk's political allies hold all the power, however, by all evidence, they be eager to suppress ideas they dislike. The Trump misadministration is vowing to abuse Kirk's death as an excuse to crack down on dissent, even as it lionizes him for defending it. Kirk began his career planting Turning Point USA chapters on college campuses. As many paleo-reactionaries were writing off academia, Kirk was evangelizing, killdozing a beachhead for right-wing views in traditionally liberal environments. Free speech was an important shield for him because all of his ideas were bigoted and articulated abrasively at that. Everyone now praising Kirk is conflating a commitment to trollery with a devotion to civility. Kirk succeeded, not in part, but as a rule, by eschewing civility in favor of conflict. Exempli gratiae. He said that Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled, Alzheimer's corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America. Questioning in the same radio show whether Kamala Harris is even black. He bussed supporters, cultists, to Washington on January 6th of 2021, invoked the Fifth Amendment rather than answer questions about the insurrection, and campaigned for pardons, mass pardons, blanket pardons en masse for the cop-killing perpetrators. Kirk railed against gay and transgender rights. He called George Floyd a scumbag, declared the Civil Rights Act of 1964 a mistake, and claimed that many influential black figures were in their roles only because of affirmative action. To quote his T, "If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified." He said that if Donald Trump lost in 2024, hundreds of thousands of Haitian migrants would be brought to Alabama, where they would become your masters. Free speech. Yes, believe that shit. And thank you for your messages. I'm just reading them. Not allowed.
Yeah, I don't know if George is still listening, but I ain't no loyalist. The second someone pays me off, I mean, I'm going rogue.
Yeah, Hear that, Edomites out there? Why are you so fucking cheap? Jesus Christ. Yeah. It's
I learned over time they ain't paying shit.
Yeah.
And if they do send money like Miguel, it'll be all cursed.
Hey, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But anyways.
Yes. Oh my God. So yes. Any responses to anything else we've been covering tonight? Charlie Kirk and the Zionists.
No, I'm just appalled. I'm appalled that you're talking about someone after they died. I mean, and to quote our orange Cheeto god, there's good people on both sides, Doug. There's good people on both sides. They're both good people. You can't create hate in this time.
Oh, my God! I think.
But did he actually say that stuff? I mean, that's just like, what exactly would Haitians do in Alabama? I mean, it's just make gumbo. I mean, come on.
Dude, you haven't even heard the worst of it yet. But
I've been following this guy for years. I mean, since he first came out. But it's just like, it just goes in one ear and out the other. It's just like, I don't understand how people.
Yeah.
Like he was just a sideshow. Like she's showing up at the college. Everyone. It's just something kids would do just for fun.
Oh, tell people who they brought back.
Tell
people who they brought back now that he's gone.
Oh yeah, apparently someone else told me this, but I looked it up. It's true. They rolled out Milo Yiannopoulos, the old, or he's not old, the gay repub.
Well, he's older now. He's a little older now than he was, but
he looks skinny. It's like he lost hella weight or something. Like he did all that.
He's been starving. He's been starving. Yeah, not enough cocks to suck. Not enough cocks.
I bet. Yeah. I mean, there's no shortage in that party. We know that. But maybe he doesn't like them old or something. But it's basically the situation.
He needs to go back on colleges. He was begging, I got to go back on colleges. Right. There's no young guy, no young dick, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what's gonna happen, or that's what he was hoping for. That's why he said I'm back. So he goes on Twitter and he says, "Look who's back," and it's like he doesn't get hit for like making fun of the dude.
Yeah.
They just let him roll his slimy slug body out. Like he literally wrote that in it, like I'm back. Now I'm back. My competition's dead and shit. He was saying weird shit.
Oh my God.
It was crazy, but. Cool if he said it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, they need him now. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel. It's they had to go for their version of. Yeah.
No, Shapiro. They got Shapiro. He's,
Oh, dude, he's
got money for security.
Yeah, there you go.
I heard the Daily Wire was going to go under,
thank
they were almost bankrupt.
Thank God.
Well, they got money from the J-Man.
Oh, of course. There you go. They get bailed.
Yeah, they got bailed out.
Yeah, pieces of shit. Yeah, it's all turds in a sewer. They're all turds in a sewer. But thank you for catching us up on that. I mean, this is like
don't make me pull a Troy and say I do not affiliate with anything. I am only an observer. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Well, and you notice
just in case they re-roll this.
Yeah, it is painful the lengths that Troy goes to.
Well, let's give him a break. He lives in Florida.
Yeah, he lives in Florida. He's in the belly of the fucking beast.
That's no joke.
He's in the alligator's innards. He's in the innards of the alligator. Yeah.
That's where Iraqi, Hirohiko Araki made the most villainous place for the final boss was fucking Florida.
Of course.
A Florida jail,
Yeah. Yes. He foresaw Alligator Alcatraz. He's prescient. All of these anime people are.
Yeah, he totally predicted it.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the nose too,
Yeah. Yeah,
and that the incarnation of evil would go there for some reason.
Yeah, well, he's trying to point out the hypocrisy of American religiosity. It's a religious figure who's the most evil, a person who's essentially. Thank you. And so they're hiding behind.
And the devil himself shows up like an evil British vampire, and he falls in love with him. Literally.
Of course. There you go.
But, so it all. Yeah. If anyone's wondering, we're talking about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Part 6. So.
Thank you. It's amazing how long that's gone on, and thank God for it, you know. And tell them the illustrator's got my bloodline. He doesn't age either. And
oh, this dude's. I mean, no offense, he's got you blown out of the water. At this point. So you gotta call him and get some skincare routines. But this dude, like, he's looked the same for like 40 years now, literally. Like, he looks the exact same as he did when he was in his 30s.
That's incredible.
And people, he must have the Vamp bloodline. I mean, there's no other explanation.
Thank you. Yes, there you have it. It makes perfect sense. And well, we're glad you were able to rejoin us now on call, and your interjections are more than welcome. They keep us going for as long as you can stand it. And but when it came to what I've been saying, go on. Yeah,
well, you can go on, but what I came on to say was I saw the Babylonian horoscope of Mr. Kirk.
Oh, tell us.
And so I've revised some of my interpretations of the situation.
Tell us. Oh.
You want me to do it now, or
please, by all means, if you wish. Yeah.
So, according to the Babylonian astrology of his chart, or what we know of his chart, because we don't have the time of birth, because a lot of these figures never release their time of birth, you know. So, but anyways, so what we know by what's in the public domain, he has a lot of planetary endings, which means all of his planets are on ending phases, which is a sign of a short life and different, like, bad luck, treachery. But his wealth generation is high, obviously, as we could see. But it's anyone who looks at the chart would know that he basically wouldn't be able to survive very long. So he was predestined for a short life in that sense.
Wow.
So whoever was in the know picked him because of those reasons. It stacked the cards in their favor. So what I'm saying is, I would revise my, all the people saying he's still alive, just by looking at his chart, there's a high chance that he was not, or is not. So,
thank you.
Just by that alone, and then also the various there were other alignments showing like deception, trickery, crass, or underhanded tactics. So people could have, more than likely got assassinated by his own people. So
absolutely.
So it all shows in the Babylonian astrology. Which is what these people use anyways. So
that's incredible. That's incredible. I'm impressed. I really am. Thank you for this. That's
it's like people with charts like that, you have the opportunity to discover that in your lifetime and rewind it, or do things that can help prevent, untimely death or whatever. And then there's the Martian situation. So basically in his chart, his Mars is fallen in Libra in the last degrees. And the day of the assassination, Mars became fallen in Libra, and it's going to be invisible Mars for a whole year. So it's like they chose the perfect moment to coincide with the assassination and to ensure that it was completed, in this kind of ritualistic manner that lines up perfectly with the chart, especially the Mars aspect. So Mars is invisible for like a year now, going forward from now until next summer. But it's in its fallen sign Libra. So
that's amazing.
Isn't that fascinating?
It is. Yeah. I want to thank you.
The thing is, people can act, like I said, people can act upon, if you have knowledge, you can act upon your chart, either, fix it or do remedies, or at least, not die in this kind of manner. But the problem is the Christian kind of mindset and programming for like the plebes, the higher level religious people use astrology, but they don't want people below to use it. So this kind of mind programming prevents people from acting on their chart. So if someone is Christian nowadays, they'll say, "Oh, I don't believe in astrology," so and they don't even look at it. They don't even know it exists. So that whole sector of knowledge gets removed from their life. Yes. And then stuff like this can happen very easily. So if he knew his chart, he would have taken like much more precautions, presumably. And people like Trump and stuff, like their astrologers give them like exact everything. Like, don't do this, go here, do that, to where they can avoid shit like this. You know.
Thank you.
But because of the programming that came into Christianity to keep people down or whatever, most religions now, you know, even the New Age is totally a soup where they have people learning the wrong kind of astrology or misapplying it. Mm-hmm. But the purpose of that is to prevent people from, you know, acting on their chart. So someone like this guy, he's too Christian to ever look at his chart, so he didn't have a heads up.
Right. Or rather,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. His Christianity was always a false front, so he's just simply, he's in love with ignorance. He's pridefully ignorant. He's too pridefully ignorant to delve into these erudite matters because he's proud of his stupidity. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's beautiful.
Well,
that is beautiful. I mean, Yes? I mean, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And, yes, so
that's fine.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I appreciate that profoundly. And
I wasn't just picking on him per se, but yeah.
Understood. No, understood. It wasn't taken as such and shouldn't be taken as such. Now, I've described, thank you, and interject whenever you wish.
Here, if anyone is like an astro nerd, his main transits were, let's see here. The moon was in a completion of a cycle on the last lunar day, closing the month and becoming a new moon, so conjunct with sun. So it's a dark moon. So someone that's born on a dark moon is, you know, that shows an ending. You know, let's see here. He's got a lot of Virgo energy, and Libra, which gives him a lot of talking. You know, dealing with people, right? Organizing shit.
Although none of it in the Libran or Virgin sense. It's all, you know, he was just an asshole about it, but go on. It gave him a desire to do that. Yes, go on.
Yeah, exactly. It pushed him into that.
Yeah.
So his Mars conjoins Jupiter, gives him purpose, et cetera, et cetera. So let's see. There was something else important I was trying to find. So something here. Here it is. His lot of fortune is good, but the position of the moon and the sun shows that his body would be under attack.
Wow. Oh, man.
His Jupiter shows purposes of attack. His Mars separating from the sun also shows this. And the transit that happened just recently shows danger, you know. But not enough to show that it could be like, you know, you get shot or something. But it definitely shows danger. You know, so there you go.
Thank you.
And this is without his time of birth. This is just basics. So, you know, there you go.
No, that's really important. I thank you for that. It's beautiful. And it's so important to have a man like Brendan around with this level of incredible skill in astronomy and in astrology as well. Both. And so thank you, Brendan. Your cosmology is profound.
Yeah. So I don't know what you know, make what you will of that, but it's like it definitely doesn't help him.
What about
like he's not alive?
Yeah, doesn't help him. Yeah. But it does help.
At this point,
things into perspective for us. What about mundane cosmology, the mundane astrology of the coming weeks or the rest of this month? How are things going for us?
Oh, I dare not say much, other than there's an eclipse. You know, so just be cautious for the rest of the month.
Thank you.
You know,
Thank you.
The solar eclipse conjoined with it gains extra power because it's on the point of fall, the vernal. If you're in southern hemisphere, it's vernal, but the fall point.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So the equinoctial point. So, but in a positive spin we can put on it is that it also initiates this coming Monday. Will initiate the Navratri celebrations, the 9 nights of the goddess in Vedic tradition. So it's when the sun and the moon are most balanced, very benefic. We're celebrating goddess energy and appreciating what divine has given all of us.
Excellent.
It's very good news. So it's not all bad, but just be cautious in the eclipse corridor.
There we are.
Because obviously they're in full ritual mode. They're going to do all kinds of bullshit. So.
Oh yeah. They did their big send off to Charlie Kirk today in that stadium in Arizona, where Heather.
I thought it was on the 21st.
Oh God, is it? It's I think it was Wednesday. Was it supposed to be? No, you're right. It's Wednesday of next week. It's on the solar eclipse, the solstice. It's on the solstice.
Yeah, literally, they did that on purpose. But
yeah, that's it. But what happened today was that then Heather read today that thousands of people in Arizona got themselves off the organ donor list. So something's going on.
Right.
It's almost like a lot of people realize they're going to die.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, at least those people are smart.
Thank you. So, blessed be in that regard. And yes, just keep jumping in. Now, I described a little bit about how abrasive the confrontational approach of Charlie Kirk was. Free speech protects an airing of these insults, all of which have since come to dominate the Republican Party and, alongside Russian hacking, help carry it to electoral success, based on riding the votes of misguided American males who are basically buying into the grievance industrial complex. But free speech is always a danger to power, and now the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party has control of the White House and both houses of Congress. And it has its subservient Supreme Court in a socket, as well as a growing number of corporate and cultural institutions. Now that all this is, netted in, Kirk's allies are discountenanced by free speech itself. So in all cases, they have called for the punishment of speech about Kirk's death. The day after Kirk's killing, Representative Clay Higgins of Louisiana demanded that social media companies ban anyone who belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Yet Kirk himself criticized this kind of abuse of government power in 2020 when he was locked out of Twitter. To quote us the Kirkster, "We are seeing right now that big tech has become the enforcement and the communication arm of the Biden campaign and the Democrat Party. It is undemocratic. It is anti-American."
How the tables have turned.
Yes. Oh, no shit.
Now it's owned by Musk.
Yeah. And every single person that believes in a free society should be outraged and, quite honestly, compelled to action against these tech companies that have been able to do to our country. I mean, his English isn't even, it doesn't even, I'm reading it as it's written, it don't make no sense, but it didn't matter anyway because Musk took over, and then he said the techno companies were cool. So it's
like all these people pick on college kids because of they don't want they don't want to sit there and actually be erudite and learn discipline.
Thank you.
Or academic discipline.
Thank you. Tell them.
And even to an extent, Peterson, who he would always lecture his students, but when people came after him, he would obfuscate or deflect. When actual, what are they called? Debaters would come after him, then he would say, "Oh, it's not like that." He would pull some philosophy shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, he just hide behind it. But remember how Troy, of course, being extraordinarily cautious and just too kind a person.